the surgical fruit in American comics. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 676 The Truth. But I saw Mengli enter that whirlpool with my own eyes. Although Murin Ziyang repeatedly stated that Liu Mengli couldn't be a demon, Yun Xian had seen it with his own eyes after all. Perhaps we can only ask the two elders. Murin Ziyang naturally believed that Yun Xian wouldn't lie, so the only thing he could do was to ask the two elders, King Guiyang and Chongguang, what was going on. Now that the demon world has appeared, I'm a little worried about my elder brother. I wonder if he's broken through the ice and made it out. Liu Mengli's transformation made Yun Xian seem to mature a lot in an instant. By the way, perhaps we could ask Zhuang Xiao about the demon world. He should know something about it, Han Lingxia suddenly said. Lingxia is right. Uncle Shi has fought against the demon world before, so he should know something about it. The group then left the room and headed towards the forbidden area. Along the way, they could see disciples of the Qianhou sect patrolling the entire sect. Strange. Did they say the demon world has arrived? Why aren't there any demons to be seen? Han Lingxia suddenly asked Murin Ziyang, puzzled, observing the tense atmosphere in the Qianhou sect. I don't know either. Perhaps the sect master should know. Murin Ziyang shook his head slightly. Han Lingxia's question echoed Murin Ziyang's concerns. As one of the Qianhou sect's elite disciples, Murin Ziyang hadn't witnessed a previous battle between the Qianhou sect and the illusionary realm, but he had heard some of the events from his master and his grandmaster. The fact that no demon world enemies had appeared could be explained by some conspiracy on the part of the demon world. However, the fact that Su Yao, the sect master, hadn't immediately intervened was the most surprising thing to Murin Ziyang. After all of the Qianhou sect's previous arrangements had been aimed at the demon world. What's going on? Why are there so many people? The group arrived at the gate to the forbidden area. Seeing the 5 Qianhou sect disciples guarding the gate, Yun Xian immediately rushed over. Who are you? Where's my eldest brother? Is he still in the forbidden area? Yun Xian said as he walked towards the gate, but the next moment, he was blocked by 4 swords. Yun Xian immediately drew his Xian sword. Xian, calm down. Just as the two sides were about to fight, Murin Ziyang appeared in front of Yun Xian and stopped him. Yuan Yi, why are you here? Murin Ziyang asked the leading Qianhou sect disciple. Greetings, Senior Brother Ziyang. The sect master has asked us to guard the forbidden area from today. The sect master is currently in seclusion there. No one is allowed to enter without the sect master's permission. Yuan Yi bowed to Murin Ziyang and immediately spoke. The sect master is actually in seclusion at this time to cultivate. Murin Ziyang looked incredulous. Cultivating in seclusion was nothing special, but doing so during the arrival of the demon world was a serious problem. The sect leader said the demon world might be determined to defend themselves, which is why they've set up a barrier at the entrance. But if we don't attack, the demon world might not attack us. The sect leader plans to retreat and cultivate a secret technique, then break the demon world's barrier in one fell swoop and destroy it. Then where's my eldest brother? Yun Xian asked impatiently, not waiting for Murin Ziyang to speak. Who is your eldest brother? Yuan Yi looked at Yun Xian with a puzzled expression. He knew Yun Xian, of course. If it were anyone else, he would definitely scold him, but Murin Ziyang was here. I'll go and see for myself, Yun Xian said, preparing to force his way through the forbidden area's gate again. But just then, the gate suddenly opened, and Su Yao emerged with a cold and arrogant expression. Disciple greets the sect leader, Murin Ziyang said hurriedly upon seeing Su Yao. Murin Ziyang, do you disrespect your elders now? Su Yao glanced at Yun Xian and the others, then gave Murin Ziyang a cold look. Ziyang wouldn't dare, I wouldn't dare. Then what are you doing here in the forbidden area of the Qianhou sect with a few expelled disciples? Don't you know you're not allowed to trespass here? Su Yao's rebuke left Murin Ziyang momentarily stumped. After all, according to the Qianhou sect's rules, he had indeed made a mistake. Master, I'm asking you about my elder brother, Zhuang Xiao. What did you do to him? Yun Xian demanded, unconcerned with Su Yao's status. For Yun Xian, rules didn't exist, only right and wrong, good and evil. If someone couldn't convince him, let alone Su Yao, he wouldn't hesitate to confront even Zhuling or Jiu Tianjuan. Brother, Zhuang Xiao, you're calling him so sincerely. He's quite resourceful. In such a short time, he's become so devoted to him that you've gone to such great lengths to find the 3 cold weapons for him, Suyago said, her gaze immediately turning to Yun Xian with an ambiguous smile. Master, what do you mean by that? Han Lingsha asked hurriedly. Although Suyago hadn't finished her words, her tone and expression gave Han Lingsha, Murong Xiang, and even Yun Xian a bad feeling. How pathetic. Haven't you figured out by now that Zhuan Zhao and I orchestrated all of this? From the moment you arrived at Kaionho sect, Zhuan Zhao and I have been laying the groundwork. You're just a few small pieces on the chessboard. Now that the plan is complete, the pieces are no longer needed. Suyago's expression remained calm as she spoke, but her eyes revealed a look of pure joy. Impossible. You're talking nonsense, Yun Xian roared. Nonsense. Zhuang Xiao, as the master of the Zai sword, naturally sensed something when you brought the Wangshu sword to the mountain gate. He immediately informed me, which is why I took the opportunity to accept you as my disciple, so you didn't use any divination to know your old friend's son was going up the mountain. Han Lingsha, observing the confusion and pain on Yun Xian's face, immediately spoke up. You're quite clever. Indeed, that's exactly what you did, Master. I dare to ask why you did this. Is it just to retrieve the Wangshu sword? It belongs to our sect. If we ask Xian for it, from what I know of him, he will definitely return it. Murong Xiang was also somewhat confused at this moment. He had never expected that his respected uncle Zhuang Xiao would actually plot against Yun Xian in this way. Xiang, don't be mistaken. The Kaionho sect doesn't want the Wangshu sword, but the reawakened Wangshu sword. What does this mean, sect leader? It's okay if you don't know. These things aren't your business right now. All you need to do now is gather your mind and prepare to face the demon world, Suyago said, glancing at Yun Xian and the others once more before turning and preparing to enter the forbidden area. Wait a minute, I don't understand what you mean. You said Big Brother lied to us. Why did Big Brother lie to us? Isn't he my parents' senior brother? Yun Xian immediately stopped Suyao as she was about to leave. Brother, ha, you know Zhuan Zhao hates your parents to the core. He showed mercy by not killing you the moment he saw you. It's not just Zhuan Zhao, in fact, every disciple of the Kaionho sect hates your parents to the core. Suyao's face darkened instantly at the mention of Yun Xianking and Suyu. Suyao's hatred for Yun Xianking and Suyu wasn't just due to talent issues. More importantly, if Yun Xianking and Suyu hadn't betrayed her, the Kaionho sect's long-cherished wish would have been fulfilled 19 years ago. In other words, if Yun Xianking and Suyu hadn't betrayed her, she, Suyao, would already be an immortal. Compared to that, what else matters? Brother, you hate your parents? Why? That's impossible. Suyao's words left Yun Xian completely bewildered, completely confused as to how things had turned out. Why? It's very simple. If it weren't for Yun Xianking and Suyu, how could Zhuan Zhao end up being frozen for 19 years? Yuan Yi, go and get the sect's secret scroll. Yes, master. After receiving the order, Yuan Yi immediately flew away on his sword. A moment later, Yuan Yi came back with a scroll in his hand. Read it. Yes, master. After returning, Yuan Yi immediately unfolded the scroll in his hand and said, the 20th master of our sect, Taoist Master Dao Yin, possessed astonishing talent. He practiced diligently for years. In his later years, he comprehended the secret method of using the combined power of the yin and yang swords to lead his disciples to ascend to heaven. Since then, 3 generations of manpower and material resources have finally been exhausted to create the Zai and Wangshu swords. At the critical moment, Suyu, the host of the Wangshu sword, became timid and, due to personal feelings, fled with his senior brother Yun Xianking and the sword. Zhuan Zhao, the host of the Zai sword, was unable to withstand the attack alone, and the demon world escaped from Kunlun. In this battle, our sect suffered over 100 casualties, including Master Taking, his first disciple Zhuan Zhen, and the elders. Enough. Yes, Yun Xian, you understand now. If Yun Xianking and Suyu had not fled in the face of the enemy, how could Zhuan Zhao have overexerted his energy? And without the support of the Wangshu sword, his internal energy was greatly disrupted, which eventually led to the invasion of Yangayan and the end of being frozen for 19 years. How could it be? It was my parents who caused my eldest brother to become like this. Yun Xian's expression turned to deep pain after hearing this. He truly considered Zhuan Zhao his elder brother. Xian, don't believe her nonsense. She was just reading a random scroll. Who knows what's inside? I didn't see it in the library either. Han Lingxia immediately tried to comfort Yun Xian, but unfortunately, Yun Xian was still preoccupied with the thought that his parents had harmed Zhuan Xiao. The secrets of the sect aren't accessible to everyone, let alone you two. If you get your hands on the scroll, wouldn't Zhuan Xiao and I's plan be ruined? Su Yao snorted, glancing at Han Lingxia with a sneer. You already know everything. You were the one who ordered what happened yesterday. Han Lingxia immediately realized what Su Yao had said. Indeed, if it weren't for Zhuan Xiao and I's plan, we would have arrested you the first day you entered the library. Wait a minute, you just said the two of you. That means, Han Lingxia said, her eyes immediately turning to Shen Fei. Of the four people, Yun Xian and Han Lingxia were clearly not the ones to pull off a trick, so Shen Fei was the only one left. Indeed, the other person, Lingxia, you're incredibly careless. This isn't some ordinary place, but a sect of immortal cultivators. Hiding your actions from these people is incredibly difficult. The moment Han Lingxia's gaze turned on him, Shen Fei knew he'd been exposed, but at this point, exposure didn't matter. Shen Fei then glanced at Su Yao, clapping his hands softly. Then, with a smile on his face, he said, I've always wondered what the Qianhou sect was planning. I didn't expect it was this. The entire sect's ascension, what a grand gesture. Shen Fei, Han Lingxia, Muren Ziyang, Su Yao, and the others were startled by his completely different tone and expression. Fei, you knew all this before? Han Lingxia asked after a moment's silence. I don't know, but I know the Qianhou sect must be plotting something. I've suspected it since I first met the sect master. The subsequent actions were just confirmation of what the Qianhou sect was up to. First meeting, Su Yao looked at Shen Fei with a puzzled expression. Yes, Lingxia and the others may not have noticed, but I did. Although you said that Yun Xian was the son of an old friend, you only mentioned his father, Yun Xian, but not his mother, Su Yu. Theoretically, as sisters from the same sect, you should have mentioned her the most, but you said nothing. The reason for this is simple, that is, you hate this person, so you didn't mention him. Since you hate Su Yu, then there is no reason to treat his child differently. Moreover, you accepted him as your disciple when the demon world was about to attack, which is very strange. Of course, this is nothing, but what made people feel the most strange afterwards was Lingxia's behavior. With the strength of the Qianhou sect, it was impossible for them to discover Lingxia's actions, but they didn't catch her and punish her. Even if you really remembered that Yun Xian was the son of an old friend, as the head of the Qianhou sect, you couldn't pretend to know anything. So why did you pretend to be ignorant? It means that you have a deeper conspiracy. What really convinced me of your conspiracy was that you led us into the forbidden area. As a sect's forbidden area, I don't believe that you would allow newly minted disciples to enter and exit at will, especially since it was the Wangshu sword that guided us that day. When I saw Xian possess the Lingguang Algae Jade that could open the gate to the forbidden area, I was even more certain. Yun Xian King and Su Yu, who possessed the Lingguang Algae Jade that could open the gate to the forbidden area, and the Wangshu sword, whose only Yai sword can compare to the Qianhou sect, are two people. Isn't it strange that such items appeared in the hands of ordinary disciples of your sect leader? And you actually allowed them to take such precious items away and didn't even recover them. Ordinary disciples don't get this treatment. At this point, Shen Fei shook his head slightly and continued, there are so many problems. It's only because Xian and Lingxia are kind-hearted that they didn't notice. I don't know if I'm right, sect leader Su Yao, you. After listening to Shen Fei's narration, Su Yao's face immediately turned extremely ugly. After all, anyone who discovered a conspiracy that would not be discovered by anyone except himself, but found that it was full of loopholes, would probably not look very good. You actually found out, why didn't you tell them? Su Yao took a deep breath, let her face return to calmness, and then asked. Because they are too kind, even if I tell them these, they will not believe it, especially Xian. If he doesn't see it with his own eyes, he will never believe it. Yun Xian, Shen Fei said, and suddenly shouted at Yun Xian, why do you think that your parents are wrong? Why can't the entire Qianhou sect be wrong? Chapter 677 Candle Dragon, Part 1. Shen Fei's sudden roar left Yun Xian, caught on the midst of his confusion and pain, with a bewildered look. Han Lingxia and Muren Ziyang, however, fixed their gazes squarely on Su Yao. Shen Fei's description was something they had never considered before, and upon hearing it, they instinctively looked at Su Yao with inquiring eyes. How dare you? Su Yao immediately shouted at Shen Fei. However, Shen Fei paid no attention to Su Yao's thoughts. He continued to stare at Yun Xian and spoke again. Yun Xian, why do you trust Zhuan Xiao, Su Yao, and the others, but not your own parents? Do you truly believe they are bad people? Why can't the Qianhou sect, Zhuan Xiao, Su Yao, and the others be at fault? You're saying there was a reason why your parents did what they did back then. Shen Fei's words brought Yun Xian back to his senses a little. Indeed, although I haven't met them, from you in the Shichen Creek cave, I can tell they wouldn't be the ones to voluntarily betray the sect. I didn't understand the meaning of the poems in the stone-sinking creek cave before, but now I understand. They left the Qianhou sect because of the Qianhou sect's ascension plan. Isn't ascending to immortality a good thing? Why do you say Xian's parents left the Qianhou sect because of this? Han Lingsha looked at Shen Fei with curiosity. As she spoke, Su Yao and other Qianhou sect disciples, including Muren Ziyang, also stared at Shen Fei. Indeed, ascending to immortality is a good thing, but the Qianhou sect's ascension plan is not. You heard what they said before, right? Using the power of the Yai sword and the Wangshu sword to bind the demon world. In other words, it wasn't the demon world that invaded the Qianhou sect, but the Qianhou sect that invaded the demon world. In this case, the casualties suffered by the Qianhou sect were simply their own fault. At these words, Yun Xian and Han Lingsha fell silent. Instead, Su Yao's group glared at Shen Fei angrily. Monsters harm people. It's an honor for the mere demon world to contribute to the Qianhou sect's ascension. Yun Xianqing and Su Yu, out of sympathy for monsters, disregarded the greater good of the Qianhou sect, causing the Qianhou sect's centuries-long ascension plan to fail. They truly deserve death. Su Yao's words immediately made Yun Xian, Han Lingsha, and Muren Ziyang frown. Muren Ziyang wouldn't have considered Su Yao's words a problem before, but after traveling with Shen Fei and his group, and especially after seeing the Zhuqiao kingdom, Muren Ziyang's beliefs had shifted somewhat. Su Yu and Yun Xianqing hadn't intended to leave the Qianhou sect from the beginning. It was only after unsuccessful communication with Qianhou sect's leadership and Zhuan Xiao that they were forced to leave, taking the Wangshu sword with them. Xian, do you still think your parents were wrong to leave the Qianhou sect? I don't know, don't you know? I'm sorry. Actually, Yun Xianqing and Su Yu saved the Qianhou sect back then. Otherwise, the Qianhou sect would have been completely destroyed, vanished into thin air by now. Shen Fei wasn't too surprised by Yun Xian's response. After all, he was Yun Xian, and he didn't have complicated thoughts. It was normal for him to be confused when suddenly faced with so many things involving his parents and eldest brother. How ridiculous. If they hadn't betrayed the Qianhou sect, the Qianhou sect would have ascended to the immortal realm by now. How could it have been destroyed so suddenly? Su Yao sneered at Shen Fei. As the head of the Qianhou sect, she simply didn't believe the Qianhou sect could be destroyed. Ascend to the immortal realm? Humph! Shen Fei gave Su Yao a cold look and snorted, but he didn't say anything else. However, his sarcastic expression deeply hurt Su Yao. She raised her right hand, as if she was about to strike, but ultimately she didn't. For Su Yao, allowing the Qianhou sect to ascend to immortality was certainly driven by her own selfish desires, to achieve immortality herself, but also by a desire to surpass all previous Qianhou sect leaders. For those who wanted to surpass them, there was no greater achievement than leading the Qianhou sect to ascend to immortality. She didn't even make a move. Shen Fei felt a little frustrated when Su Yao didn't make a move. With Muren Ziyang and Yun Xian present, it was difficult for him to initiate the attack. However, if Su Yao had taken the initiative, he would have had a reason. With his words, Su Yao, as the Qianhou sect leader, would have been unable to resist. Yet, she refrained from taking action. Since you all know the truth, leave the Qianhou sect immediately, Su Yao said with a cold snort, then turned and entered the forbidden area. Xian, what should we do now? Should we go in and see Xiao? After Su Yao entered the forbidden area, everyone present was silent for a moment. Han Lingsha was the first to speak. I don't know, Yun Xian shook his head in anguish. Although he didn't blame himself much anymore after Shen Fei's words, he had no idea what to do next. In the original novel, Yun Xian was in great pain, and it wasn't until he met Yun Xianqing in the ghost world that he learned the truth. In that case, let's go find Mengli first. Yes, Mengli, but there's no way to get in there. Why not go see Elders King Gaiang and Chuangguang? They might know something about what happened back then, Muren Ziyang suggested. Ziyang, Is it okay for you to stay with us now? That sect leader is, although Han Lingsha didn't finish her words, Muren Ziyang understood her meaning. It's not just for you. I also want to know the truth of what happened back then. Muren Ziyang, raised in the Kaionho sect, held deep feelings for the sect and was always proud of being a disciple. However, Shen Fei's words stripped the sect of its luster, a profound blow to Muren Ziyang. He desperately wanted to learn more from the elders. Suyao, you're so bold. You actually dared to disobey my orders. Inside the forbidden area, Zhuang Ziao sat on the ground, flanked by the Yai sword and Wang Shu sword. Upon seeing Su Yao enter, his expression immediately turned cold. Zhuang Ziao, don't forget. I'm the head of the Kaionho sect and he's Yun Xianking and Su Yu's child. And you, Jian Run, even wanted to take him with you to achieve immortality. Su Yao's expression instantly darkened at Zhuang Ziao's questioning. Su Yao clearly wanted to take action, but why didn't she? It wasn't because she didn't want to, but because she was stopped by Zhuang Ziao. Originally, according to Zhuang Ziao's plan, he was going to hide everything from Yun Xianking and Han Lingsha, and tell them after the whole sect ascended to immortality. However, because of Su Yao's selfishness, Yun Xian knew about it in advance. Fortunately, Su Yao was not unaware of the seriousness of the matter, and she didn't tell them that Han Lingsha was the host of Wang Shu sword. Master, you still have the nerve to call yourself a master of the Kaionho sect. Look at what the Kaionho sect has become under your governance. You are jealous of talented people. You froze me with the elders back then. Wasn't it because you were afraid that I would snatch the position of master from you? You, shut up. If you dare to make any decisions on your own again, don't blame me for being rude. By the way, bring me the water spirit pearl. The water spirit pearl is the sect's treasure. Su Yao was about to say something, but after seeing Zhuang Ziao's cold eyes, she immediately changed her words and said, I know. I'll get the water spirit pearl later. Ziyang, is there any problem with you coming here to find the 3 cold instruments? In front of the cabin in Qinfangjian, Shen Fei and his party saw King Guiyang, Chongguang and the others. King Guiyang immediately asked. It must be said that these 2 elders really seem to be indifferent to worldly affairs. They didn't even seem to know that the demon world had arrived and they were bound by the double sword net. 2 elders, why are you asking questions when you already know the truth? The demon world has arrived, and the Yai sword and Wang Shu sword have bound the demon world. Such a major event, even if you are in seclusion here, it is impossible for you 2 elders not to notice it at all. Before Muren Ziyang could speak, Shen Fei suddenly said coldly. Don't be rude. Muren Ziyang immediately scolded Shen Fei, then said to the 2 elders, the 3 cold weapons have all been found, and Uncle Zhuang Xiao has broken through the ice. This time, Ziyang came here to ask about the events of 19 years ago. The headmaster said before. Muren Ziyang then recounted the events that Su Yao and Shen Fei had mentioned earlier. How ridiculous. Su Yao is so ignorant of the seriousness of the situation. After scolding Su Yao, the 2 elders nodded simultaneously. Elder King Guiyang then spoke. It's exactly as you said. Xianking and Su Yu, both sides suffering heavy casualties, felt compassion and left together. This act thwarted the Kaionho sect's ascension to immortality, rendering the lives and injuries of those disciples meaningless. King Guiyang and Chongguang had never considered the Kaionho sect's attack on the fantasy realm to be problematic. Their words caused Yun Xianking and Han Lingsha to frown, but they didn't say anything further. Invading the demon realm, attempting to seize its spiritual energy for their own ascension, and yet they don't allow the demons to resist? How ridiculous. But even if they didn't speak, Shen Fei wouldn't remain silent. Now that things had progressed to this point, he no longer needed to remain low-key. Finally, Shen Fei let out a deliberately sarcastic smile. Ziyang, this person. After hearing Shen Fei's words, the 2 elders, King Guiyang and Chongguang, couldn't help but change their expressions slightly, even with their current temperaments. Don't look at me like that. Now that sect leader Su Yao has expelled us from the Kaionho sect, we are no longer related. Please forgive me, elders, Muren Ziyang immediately pleaded. It seems that Su Yao still can't get over the hurdle in her heart. Now that things have come to this, there's no need to dwell on what happened back then. Many things will not change. So there's no need for you to pursue them. If there's nothing else, please return. After hearing that Su Yao had expelled Yun Xian and Han Lingsha from the Kaionho sect, the 2 elders sighed inwardly. To them, Yun Xian was the son of Yun Xianking, and Han Lingsha was the host of the Wang Shu sword. Naturally, they looked upon them differently. while Shen Fei was just a sideshow. Two elders, I've come here to ask you a question. A friend of mine, no, my nephew, Liu Mengli, passed through the barrier at the entrance to the demon realm and has since disappeared, Muren Ziyang said immediately. Liu Mengli, is that the girl from last time? She entered the demon realm. Please describe the situation in detail. Yes, Muren Ziyang recounted Liu Mengli's situation. Strange, from what you say, could she be a demon? King Guiyang said with a hint of doubt. That's impossible. Her spiritual power is far superior to that of an ordinary person, but if she were truly a demon, how could she have hidden it from you and me? Chongguang immediately retorted. That's even more bizarre. Two elders, I wonder if there's any way to get someone through that barrier? The Qianghou sect might soon be engaged in a war with the demon realm. It would be very dangerous for her to remain there. Yun Xian had temporarily put Zhuan Zio's affairs aside and focused solely on Liu Mengli's situation. Nonsense. Entering the demon realm is like a sheep entering a tiger's mouth. King Guiyang immediately scolded Yun Xianqing in a low voice. No matter what, I will enter the demon realm to rescue Mengli, Yun Xian said with a determined look. Two elders, this disciple also requests that if you have such a method, please let us know. Muren Ziyang immediately bowed. No matter how dangerous it is, we must try it. This time it was Han Lingsha who spoke. There are ways to break through the barrier. There is something called the shadow branch in this world. It can be used to pass through most barriers, including those in the demon realm. Where's the shadow branch? The shadow branch is from the ghost realm. Because ghost soldiers travel almost everywhere in the world to collect souls, they naturally need to pass through certain barriers. The shadow branch is carried by powerful ghost soldiers. In other words, we have to go find the ghost soldiers and rob them, Han Lingsha said immediately after hearing this. Impossible. Forget whether you can encounter ghost soldiers. Even if you do, some of them are countless times more powerful than you. How can they be easily obtained? Then what should we do? Yun Xian shouted hurriedly. If you really want the shadow branch, you can only venture into the ghost world. However, since ancient times, the yin and yang have been separated, and it is difficult for living people to enter the underworld. And although there are many ways to enter the ghost world from the human world, the simplest one is to enter the ghost city Fengdu in the mortal world, but it enters the outer reaches of the ghost world. If you want to obtain the shadow branch, you must go to the Impermanence Palace, and then you can only go to Buzhao Mountain. These two old guys know a lot, don't they? The three cold artifacts, the shadow branch. Listening to the two elders King Guiyang and Chongguang's chattering, Shen Fei couldn't help but mutter to himself. Although legend has it that Mount Buzhao can lead to the netherworld, the ghost realm. We don't know how to unlock it. You'll need to explore it yourself. Thank you, elders. No matter how difficult it is, I'll give it a try, Yun Xian said, eager to set off. Xian, I'll go with you, but Lingsha, you don't look well. It's best not to go. The three of us can handle it, Muren Ziyang said, observing Han Lingsha's pale face. I'm fine. I'm just a little tired, Han Lingsha quickly said, assuring herself that she was fine. I see this young lady doesn't look well. She must be constantly weak and afraid of the cold. King Guiyang looked at Han Lingsha, then suddenly turned his gaze to Elder Chongguang, who was holding a fist. Chongguang, why don't you give this young lady the red soul? Time is running out for us, and keeping it is of no use to us. Alright, Chongguang gave Elder King Guiyang a deep look before pulling out a dazzling, red glowing jade stone and handing it to Han Lingsha. Chapter 678, Candle Dragon, Part 2. This is Hongpo, a kind of warm jade that is extremely rare in the world. The Zai sword was also forged with a portion of this material. If you place it on your chest, your weakness will be much better. Thank you, elders. You are truly kind. Han Lingsha gratefully accepted the Hongpo and placed it in her arms. Thank you, elders, for your guidance. We will go to Buzhao Mountain now, Muren Ziyang said, bowing once again to the two elders King Guiyang and Chongguang before turning to leave. Fei, what are you still standing there for? Han Lingsha urged, seeing Shen Fei still standing there. Don't you have anything else to say, elders? Shen Fei suddenly spoke, ignoring Han Lingsha and staring intently at the two elders King Guiyang and Chongguang. I wonder if you have any advice, young brother. Shen Fei's attitude caused Elder King Guiyang to frown. Just as he was about to speak, Elder Chongguang stopped him. What advice do you have? Shen Fei sneered. He then turned to Han Lingsha and said, Lingsha, you said the two elders were good people. Do you know why they taught you their inner skills the first time they met you, and why they just gave you the red soul? It's not because they're generous, but because they hope to atone for their sins. Although, in my opinion, this is just self-consolation. If they really wanted to do Han Lingxia good, they should have told her the truth about Yun Xian and the others long ago. Hiding the truth while showing goodwill is completely meaningless. Atonement, for me, why? Han Lingxia looked back and forth between the two elders, King Yang Changguang, and Shen Fei, with a look of confusion on her face. Why? Of course it's because of the Wangshu sword, Shen Fei said and looked at the two elders King Yang and Changguang again, and then continued, Lingxia, you should remember what Su Yao said just now. What they need is not the Wangshu sword, but the Wangshu sword that has awakened again. Yeah, Han Lingxia immediately nodded lightly, with a thoughtful look on her face. After being reminded by Shen Fei, Han Lingxia seemed to have vaguely realized something in her heart. The Wangshu sword has awakened again, which means that the Wangshu sword was dormant before, and it can only awaken in this way. According to the Qianhou school, the Wangshu sword is a yin sword, so it is not Xian who awakened it, but Lingxia and Mengli. Xian once said that the power of the Wangshu sword suddenly increased from the day you met, which means that it was Lingxia who awakened the Wangshu sword again. And Lingxia, you felt unwell, and it was from that day that you became the host of the Wangshu sword. From that time on, the Wangshu sword has been absorbing your spiritual power. That's why you have been feeling unwell, especially when Xian uses the Wangshu sword, your body consumption will increase. That's why you don't let Xian use the Wangshu sword, Han Lingxia said with a look of sudden enlightenment after listening to Shen Fei's words. That's right, but at that time I just felt something was wrong. The specific situation was unclear. It wasn't until I heard Su Yao's words that I truly confirmed what was going on. I'm sorry, Lingxia, if I had confirmed it earlier, perhaps this situation wouldn't have happened. It doesn't matter, after all, you didn't know before. Han Lingxia immediately shook her head. The problem is that I knew before, after hearing Han Lingxia's words. Shen Fei shook his head slightly inwardly. You mean Lingxia's poor health is because of the Wangshu sword? Yun Xian finally reacted at this time. Yes, Lingxia suddenly fainted yesterday. If my guess is correct, it was because Zhuang Xiao and the others used the Yi sword and the Wangshu sword net to bind the demon world. And because the Wangshu sword has been in use, Lingxia's face has become increasingly ugly. Having said this, Shen Fei paused, then continued. Speaking of which, the reason these two elders taught Lingxia the heart technique and gave her the red soul was not only to atone for their sins, but also to save Lingxia's life. If Lingxia died, the Wangshu sword would surely fall dormant again, and in that case, the Qianhou sex ascension plan would likely be aborted once again. What? Shen Fei's words immediately drew the attention of Yun Xian and Muren Ziyang to elders King Yang Changguang. Elders, is this true? Muren Ziyang asked solemnly. In response to Muren Ziyang's question, elders King Yang Changguang exchanged glances and remained silent. Although Shen Fei's account differed significantly from the truth, suggesting that the two elders weren't truly afraid of Han Lingxia's death and the failure of the Qianhou sex ascension plan, their sole motivation for helping her was to atone for their sins. The two elders naturally refrained from offering explanations under these circumstances. So Lingxia's poor health is all my fault. Yun Xian reeled from self-blame. Xian, this has nothing to do with you. After all, we didn't know about this before. Han Lingxia hurriedly tried to comfort Yun Xian. I'm going to find my brother and get the Wangshu sword back, Yun Xian said, turning to leave. Xian, calm down. Han Lingxia immediately grabbed Yun Xian. It was easy to say she wanted the Wangshu sword back, but considering its importance to the Qianhou sect, it was clear that Zhuang Xiao would never hand it over. Han Lingxia also had another important reason for holding Yun Xian back. She didn't want Yun Xian and Zhuang Xiao to start a fight because of her. Yes, it's exactly as this little brother said. The Wangshu sword is the key to the Qianhou sex ascension plan. Neither Su Yao nor Zhuang Xiao will hand it over. Alice, Changguang sighed deeply at this. The Qianhou sect's centuries-long ascension plan was on the verge of success. Even if King Yang and Changguang understood the immense threat it would pose to Han Lingxia's health, they couldn't stop it. Strictly speaking, if the Qianhou sect successfully ascended, they could also seize the opportunity to achieve immortality. As for whether or not these two had such thoughts in mind, perhaps only they themselves knew. Xian, Ziyang, Fei, shall we go to Buzzhao Mountain first and try to find our way to enter the ghost realm? Compared to the Wangshu sword, I think finding Mengli is more important. I'll discuss my own affairs after I see Mengli. Did Itafei say that once I die, the Wangshu sword will fall dormant? I think they should be more concerned about my life than mine right now, Lingsha, but your body. Yun Xian looked at Han Lingsha with concern. Don't worry, it's fine for now. With a dread soul, I feel warm now, Han Lingsha said, waving her hand vigorously, indicating that she was completely fine. Lingsha, you have a point. First, make sure Mengli is safe, then find a way to talk to Uncle Zhuangxiao and the sect master. Murin Ziyang said after some consideration. Speaking of which, the previous masters of the Qianhou sect were truly remarkable, devising such a method to achieve immortality. Ziyang, you'll be an immortal from now on. Remember me when the time comes. For Han Lingsha, who had long sought immortality and the path to immortality, the Qianhou sect's plan for the entire sect's ascension was a profound shock. If Zhuangxiao and his companions used the excuse of aiding Han Lingsha's clan, they could easily convince her to cooperate with their ascension plan. Ha. After hearing Han Lingsha's words, Shen Fei suddenly burst into laughter, his laughter tinged with sarcasm. Lingsha, you're absolutely right. The previous masters of the Qianhou sect were truly formidable, devoting hundreds of years to destroying the Qianhou sect. Fei, what do you mean by that? By the way, you should have told the master beforehand that Xian's parents left the Qianhou sect to save it. Why was that? For Han Lingsha, even with the Chu Hanjing sisters' affairs, the prospect of ascending to immortality remained a profound aspiration. It seems you all want to know the reason. So, I'll tell you. Shen Fei's gaze swept around, then he looked up at the sky and said, the Qianhou sect's ascension plan is indeed very impressive, but they've overlooked one issue, a problem that could completely destroy the Qianhou sect. What's that issue? Elder King Guiyang immediately demanded. As a Qianhou sect elder, even one who had retired, he was deeply concerned about the Qianhou sect's survival. It's about the celestial realm. The Qianhou sect wants to ascend as a whole. Do you think the celestial realm will agree? Shen Fei said this with a hint of irony on his face. This wasn't a mockery of the celestial realm, but rather a mockery of the Qianhou sect's presumption. Even if the celestial realm was controlled by the heavenly Fuxi, let alone the goddess Nuwa, the outcome for the Qianhou sect would remain the same. A mortal's ascension required rigorous testing. Otherwise, if one Qianhou sect ascended today, the Shushan sect would likely follow suit tomorrow, and the Kunlun sect the day after tomorrow. Such a complete disruption of order would be unacceptable. This, elders King Guiyang and Chongguang exchanged a bewildered glance, then seemed to react simultaneously, their expressions instantly darkening. After Taoist Master Daoyin discovered the powerful spiritual power of the illusionary realm, the entire Qianhou sect became obsessed with the goal of ascending to the celestial realm. To the point where the entire sect scrambled for materials to forge the Yi sword and the Wangshu sword, completely neglecting other concerns. What does this have to do with the celestial realm? Han Lingsha seemed confused as to the connection between Qianhou sect's ascending to the celestial realm. Lingsha, think of it this way. Think of Qianhou sect's new disciples in the celestial realm as ascended immortals. New disciples in the Qianhou sect must undergo trials and obtain the sect's permission before becoming disciples. If someone claims to be a disciple of the Qianhou sect without undergoing these trials and without the sect's approval, what would happen then? What would happen, of course, would be a retaliation from the Qianhou sect. Aren't all immortals free and unfettered? Shen Fei's explanation further shattered Han Lingsha's longing for immortals. In Han Lingsha's impression, immortals were immortal, unfettered, and free. Free and unfettered? Do you mean the same freedom as the Fox 3? Shen Fei's words suddenly made Han Lingsha understand. Fox 3's freedom had resulted in the people of Jima living in dire straits. Lingsha, now you understand why I said Yun Xianqing and Su Yuxianming saved the Qianhou sect, but I don't know if the Qianhou sect has a chance of being saved this time. For Shen Fei, if he could resolve the matter without fighting, he would naturally choose that path. After all, he was not a battle fanatic who had to fight Zhuan Zhao. Although he did have the urge to try, that was his last resort. Telling the two reclusive elders, King Guiyang and Chongguang, about the Qianhou sect's problems and having them persuade Zhuangxiao would be far more effective than his own efforts. After all, to Zhuangxiao, he was just an outsider. Ho-ha, I never imagined that after centuries of planning and generations of painstaking pursuit of our Qianhou sect, this would be the outcome. King Guiyang, Isn't this truly ridiculous? Elder Changguang suddenly burst into laughter, completely losing any trace of his elder's authority. The Qianhou sect had paid a heavy price for its ascension plan. The casualties in the battle against the illusionary realm 19 years ago were just one of them. To find the materials for forging the Yi sword and the Wangshu sword, countless former Qianhou sect prodigies had given up their training and sought them outside. The hidden cost was even greater than the casualties in the battle 19 years ago. Looking at Changguang, who seemed to be going a little crazy, King Guiyang sighed deeply. His lifelong belief had been denied, and he felt no better than Changguang did. Two elders, we must stop Uncle Zhuangxiao and the sect master. Muren Ziyang was much calmer. That's right, King Guiyang, it seems we must leave the mountain this time. This was a matter of life and death for the Qianhou sect, and the two retired elders, King Guiyang and Changguang, could no longer stay out of it. Ziyang, if you want to stay, then stay. We can go to Buziao Mountain. Han Lingsha looked at Muren Ziyang and suddenly said this. As a disciple of the Qianhou sect, and with this being a matter of life and death for the Qianhou sect, it would be a bit inappropriate to let him go to Buziao Mountain with him. Ziyang, go with him to Buziao Mountain. Leave Zhuangxiao to us two old men. Before Muren Ziyang could say anything, Elder King Guiyang immediately interrupted him. But Elder Ziyang, at this point, your situation is equally important. If we can't get Zhuangxiao to give up his ascension plan, it's up to you to stop him. The Qianhou sect's ascension plan is to obtain the amethyst, a specialty of the demon realm. As long as Zhuangxiao isn't given enough amethyst, even with the Yi and Wangshu swords, he won't be able to ascend. What the Qianhou sect's ascension plan lacks is spiritual energy and energy. While the Qianhou sect's home is rich in spiritual energy, it's still far inferior to the fantasy realm. This is especially true of the fantasy realm's specialty amethyst, a highly concentrated crystal of spiritual energy. This is the Qianhou sect's true goal. As for the fantasy realm, the Qianhou sect is about to ascend, so naturally they won't occupy it. I didn't expect the fantasy world to have this. Isn't this what people usually call a spirit stone? Shen Fei had never heard of the existence of amethyst. He had always believed that the Qianhou sect used the twin swords to bind the fantasy world in order to absorb its spiritual energy. It was no wonder that the Qianhou sect was targeting the fantasy world. Even Shen Fei, after hearing about the amethyst's effects, had also harbored the desire to obtain some. Chapter 679, Candle Dragon, Part 2. As the saying goes, a man innocent in possession of a treasure is guilty. The fantasy world possesses amethyst stones imbued with powerful spiritual energy, but lacks sufficient strength to protect it. It's only natural that the Qianhou sect covets it. The fantasy world itself is sufficiently hidden, and its orbiting pattern within the sky, generally shielded from human contact, is the only reason it has survived to this day. Without this geographical advantage, the Qianhou sect wouldn't be the only one targeting the fantasy world. Perhaps the Shushan sect would also appear, with legitimate reasons. Don't let evil possess such a treasure. Qianhou sect's Dao Yin Zhenren is truly remarkable. Even under these circumstances, he managed to discover the secrets of the fantasy world. The fantasy world passes over Qianhou sect every 19 years. Perhaps Dao Yin Zhenren, in his spare time, has been calculating the time to observe the fantasy world. Let's go. It's time to have a proper talk with Zhuangxiao. After Shen Fei, Muren Ziyang, and the others left, Elders Qing Yang and Changguang vanished from Qingfengjian. A moment later, they arrived at the Sword Forest. Yuan Yi greets the two elders. Yuan Yi and the other Qianhou sect disciples guarding the Forbidden Area's gates hurriedly bowed upon seeing Elders Qing Yang and Changguang. Suyao must be inside. We need to see her, please forgive us, elders. The sect master has previously ordered that no one is to disturb us during our retreat. Although Yuan Yi felt a little surprised that the two elders would come to the Forbidden Area to see the sect master, he still stood in front of them. Suyao, Zhuangxiao, we have something important to discuss with you. Seeing Yuan Yi's embarrassed expression, Elder Changguang didn't intend to embarrass him. Instead, he sent a voice message to the Forbidden Area. Huh? Why are they here, inside the Forbidden Area? Suyao, who was practicing with the Wangshu sword in hand, stood up in surprise after hearing Elder Changguang's voice message. After noticing Zhuangxiao's lack of reaction, they immediately headed outside. After leaving the Qianhou sect, Shen Fei, Yun Xian, and their group immediately flew northwestward on their swords. Even at their speed, reaching the edge of Mount Buziao took quite some time. This is Mount Buzhao. Han Lingsha was deeply shocked, staring at the endless barren lands before her. The name of Mount Buzhao was widely known to anyone who followed the legends, but the ability to reach it was extremely rare. Not to mention ordinary people, even sword immortals wouldn't come here unless absolutely necessary. Mount Buzhao was a truly desolate land. There wasn't a single trace of green anywhere. Instead, the group's view was filled with deep blue-purple, dark black-gray, and oblique, snowy white. Beyond this, the most astonishing thing for Shen Fei and his group was the sight of a seemingly incomparably long black dragon crawling across the ground from the air. Even from their height, they couldn't fully discern the dragon. In reality, the black dragon isn't real, but rather a dragon-shaped mountain range in the northwest wilds. Legend has it that the mountain range was formed because the Yanzhu dragon once lay dormant above the land. Whether this legend is true remains unknown. Some even claim the black dragon-shaped mountain range is actually the S.H.I.E.L.D, though this remains uncertain. Beyond the dragon-shaped mountain range, at the end of the line of sight, a massive stone pillar towers into the clouds, seemingly reaching nowhere. This is the Panlong's Henzhu. Legend has it that in ancient times, the Panlong's Henzhu could lead to the heavens. Countless people journeyed to the northwest wilds, using the brutal cold to forge their bodies and bones, then climbed the Panlong's Henzhu to reach the celestial realms. The real Buzhao mountain in the northwest wilds is completely different from the one in the game. It's perpetually cold and snowy here year-round, making it impossible for even a sword master to maintain sustained flight at such heights. It's freezing. Let's get down. Han Lingsha, unable to withstand the icy cold, flew directly onto her sword and descended to the ground below, followed closely by Yun Xian and his companions. It seems the candle dragon here is indeed different from the legendary one, Shen Fei muttered to himself as he surveyed his surroundings. The legendary candle dragon, when open, illuminates the entire sky, day. When closed, it becomes dark and gloomy, night. The candle dragon of the immortal sword clearly couldn't do that, but this was merely Shen Fei's speculation. Legend has it that this place is guarded by a divine beast, the candle-bearing dragon, capable of illuminating the entire northwest wilderness. Our only goal here is to find a way to enter the ghost realm, so it's best not to offend it. Muranxiang, who had remained silent throughout the journey, immediately gave a brief account of the situation at Buzhao Mountain upon landing, warning the others not to provoke the candle dragon. Don't worry, Xiang, we're not here to cause trouble. Besides, we wouldn't be able to defeat a mythical beast that's lived for tens of millions of years, even if we wanted to. Han Lingsha paused, then looked at Muranxiang with a hint of curiosity and asked, but Xiang, is there really a candle dragon here? Has anyone seen one? This is a legendary dragon, and Han Lingsha had seen immortal beasts and wandering immortals along the way, so she was still very curious about the legendary dragon. That's just a legend, I don't know. Muranxiang was silent for a moment, then shook his head. That means no one has seen one. Han Lingsha looked a little disappointed. Whether anyone has seen it or not, we're here to find the Yang branch. It's best not to get into any more details, I understand. But Xiang, this place is so vast, how can we even find the entrance to the ghost world? The mountain range where Buzhao Mountain is located is incredibly vast. Finding the entrance to the completely unknown ghost world in such a place would be difficult, not to mention the difficulty of flying with swords. Even if they did, it would be difficult to do so in a short time. Let's go to Panlong's Henzhu first, Muranxiang said immediately after a moment's hesitation. Muranxiang had some knowledge of the northwest wilderness, having been there more than once, though not deeply within Buzhao Mountain. He also relied on the sword forging and sword maintenance manuals left to him by his master, Zonglian, as the basis for his assessment. Muranxiang's lineage, the Qianhou School of Swordsmiths, had previously come to Buzhao Mountain in search of sword forging materials. Okay, Han Lingsha agreed immediately. Xian, don't worry. Once we meet Mengli, we'll definitely stop Zhuangxiao and the others. You can talk to Zhuangxiao about it then. Seeing Yun Xian, who had remained silent throughout the journey, Han Lingsha approached him and offered a soothing whisper. Given Yun Xian's personality, this journey would have been quite boisterous, but perhaps because he had suddenly been overwhelmed by so much, he remained silent the entire time. Let's go. With that, the four of them flew directly towards the Panlong pillar, hovering close to the ground. While the sky was too cold for Han Lingsha's sword flying, this wasn't a concern for them. While hovering close to the ground wasn't as fast as in the air, it was still much faster than walking. More importantly, if they encountered any obstacle, like a mountain stream, they could easily fly over it. There are so many bones here. As they advanced, the four of them quickly discovered a large number of bones scattered around. Following the direction of the bones, they continued on their way and found more bones in a valley. Wait a minute, look over there. There's a sword stuck in the body. Deep in the valley, a skeleton had collapsed against the cliff face, a strange purple-black longsword piercing its body. It was the only weapon in the valley that appeared intact. Magic sword, Long Kui. Upon seeing the sword's shape, Shen Fei immediately knew what it was. Curious, Han Lingsha reached out to pull out the sword, but the moment her hand touched the magic sword's hilt, she couldn't help but let out a startled cry. Lingsha, what's wrong with you? Hearing Han Lingsha's cry, Yun Xian immediately rushed over, his face filled with concern. I'm fine, but there seems to be something terrifying on this sword. The moment I touched it, I heard the howling of many evil spirits. Although Han Lingsha tried her best to prove she was fine, her trembling voice revealed that she was deeply affected. You all should step back first. Muran Ziyang approached, his gaze scanning the magic sword carefully. I didn't expect this to be an unfinished sword, Muran Ziyang said in surprise after examining it. Few things piqued more Ziyang's curiosity, but the magic sword was one of them. Unfinished sword, Ziyang, what does this mean? Han Lingsha immediately asked, her face full of confusion. For someone unfamiliar with swordsmithing, such a term, used by a swordsmith, was naturally incomprehensible. It's a sword that was only half forged, then fell apart at the last moment. Yet, for some reason, it possesses a natural aura, imbued with an extremely sinister aura. Muran Ziyang spoke, reaching for the magic sword's hilt. However, just as his hand approached the hilt, the magic sword suddenly vibrated, and a ray of white light emanated from within. Don't approach the magic sword, Xiaoke. I don't want to harm anyone anymore. A soft, female voice suddenly emanated from the white light. It's miraculous. Emanating from the sword, the appearance of the white light also caught Yun Xian's attention. Ziyang, what's going on? Han Lingsha asked curiously. Hurry, leave. This sword is an ominous object. Don't approach it, the white light continued. Your own ghost power isn't fully compatible with the sword, so you're not an evil spirit. However, this sword carries too much malevolent energy. I need to take it away and find a way to purify it, Muran Ziyang spoke, attempting to draw the magic sword. No, the magic sword is too powerful. You'll be killed by it. A white light flew in front of Muran Ziyang's palm, blocking his movement. Many people wanted the magic sword, but they were all killed. This man fought for a long time and finally snatched the magic sword, but more people wanted to kill him. He fled here, and to escape the monster, he kept swinging the sword. Suddenly, the sword glowed red and pierced his chest. Xiaoke doesn't know what happened. Xiaoke didn't mean to do it. Xiaoke, the white light, spoke as if she was about to cry. Can't you control this sword? Han Lingsha asked. Xiaoke is just a ghost possessed by the sword, and can't fully control it. How did you enter the sword? Muran Ziyang asked directly. Because my brother died, but the sword wasn't forged yet. The enemy had already attacked. My brother went to fight and didn't return, so Xiaoke jumped into the sword forge, using my body to forge the sword. After hearing Xiaoke's words, Han Lingsha couldn't help but cover her mouth with her hand, looking at Xiaoke in disbelief. So that's how it is. In the art of sword making, sacrificing a living person is the most brutal. This sword, born from your blood, has instead gained extraordinary power. If my predictions are correct, once the sword is completed, it will instantly reduce the area within a few miles to scorched earth, drinking the blood of tens of thousands of people. Muran Ziyang sighed deeply. As a swordsmith, the last thing he wanted to see was this kind of sword making. Xiaoque doesn't know. It seems Xiaoque has been in the magic sword for a very long time. There are many vengeful spirits in there, and it's very terrifying, the white light said, jumping up and down, as if afraid of something. Why did your brother want to forge such a fierce sword? Muran Ziyang continued to ask. Brother is the crown prince of Jing State. He's exceptionally skilled in everything he does. However, the enemy attacked and surrounded us. Determined to save Jing State, he found a scroll containing the method for forging a magic sword. It was from that scroll that he came up with the idea of forging a sword to break the siege. Jing State? Wasn't that a kingdom from the spring and autumn period? How long have you been inside this sword? Han Lingxia exclaimed in shock. By current time, Xiaoqui had been inside the magic sword for nearly 1,000 years. Xiaoqui didn't know. She only knew she wanted to find her brother, her reincarnation. She didn't want to be reborn. Don't worry, you will find your brother. I guarantee you that. After hearing Xiaoqui's words, Shen Fei couldn't help but speak. If it weren't for the current Jingxin reincarnation, he would have taken Xiaoqui with him to find Fei Peng's reincarnation right now. As expected, the Book of Life and Death, the ghost world isn't that scary. So, maybe that Jiang family wish will be fulfilled someday. Really? Xiaoqui can really find her brother? Xiaoqui's voice sounded filled with surprise. Of course it's true, Shen Fei nodded again. But after reincarnation, isn't he a different person? Even if you really see your brother, will you still recognize him? Han Lingxia said quietly, as if she hadn't remembered something. Of course you can. Even if his appearance or personality has changed, as long as it's your brother, Xiaoqi will definitely recognize him at a glance. Xiaoqi's voice was full of determination. If you stay here all the time, you won't be able to meet your brother's reincarnation. Why don't we take the magic sword with us and help you find your brother? Han Lingxia said to Xiaoqi after a moment's silence. No, you are good people, and Xiaoqi doesn't want to hurt you. Don't worry, I can temporarily suppress the magic sword's murderous power. I believe that if I travel the world, I will find a way to purify it. Like Lingxia said, if you stay here all the time, I'm afraid you won't be able to see your brother. At this, Muran Ziyang's eyes drifted, as if remembering something. Are you really not afraid of the magic sword? Xiaoqi exclaimed in surprise. Don't worry, Ziyang is an expert at swordsmithing. Since he said so, everything will be fine. Thank you, you are a good person. You enter the sword, and I will put the magic sword into the sword case. Chapter 680 Candle Dragon, and forget it, let's leave it to him. Watching Xiaoqi re-enter the demon sword, Muran Ziyang placed the demon sword into the scabbard he carried on his back. After a moment's hesitation, Shen Fei still didn't claim he could purify the evil spirits within the demon sword. Regarding Fei Peng's reincarnation, Shen Fei had no clue at this point in his life. Furthermore, given Fei Peng's numerous incarnations, Chonglao didn't appear until Jingxin. Perhaps there was something he wasn't aware of. Otherwise, with Chonglao's strength, finding Jingxin's reincarnation would be easy. There's no need to wait for Jingxin's previous life. Rather than searching for Fei Peng's unfamiliar reincarnation, it was better to wait for Jingxin to appear. Shen Fei was curious about whether Jingxin had achieved immortality in his previous life. While achieving immortality might be difficult for others, it wasn't a problem for Jingxin. While doing so would keep Xiaoqi within the demon sword for centuries. For ghosts, cultivation was a very quick process. After Muran Ziyang received the magic sword in its scabbard, the four continued their journey towards the Panlong Pillar. Though they encountered numerous monsters and beasts along the way, Muran Ziyang's swordplay couldn't hold them back even for a moment. Is this the Panlong Pillar? It's so tall. Arriving at the base of the Panlong Pillar, Han Lingxia and Yun Xian were stunned by its towering height, its summit completely invisible. Could this be the Candle Dragon? Shen Fei muttered to himself as he gazed at the massive dragon statue surrounding the Panlong Pillar. There are two legends concerning the Candle Dragon's location. One is the Black Dragon mountain range towering above the earth, and the other is the dragon statue surrounding the Panlong Pillar. If the Dragon mountain range towering above the earth could be a miracle of nature, then the Dragon Island statue surrounding the Panlong Pillar could only be a decorative decoration. Of course, it could be neither, as it must be the Candle Dragon. Boom boom boom. Just as the four were gazing at the coiling dragon pillar, a continuous rumble of thunder suddenly erupted from the sky, followed closely by boundless flashes of lightning. It's thunder? Han Lingxia observed the flashes of lightning, a look of confusion on her face. How dare you, mortal, trespass into Buzhao Mountain? This is territory of the Netherworld. Why don't you retreat immediately? Following the flashes of lightning, a strange yet commanding voice echoed through the air. The coiling dragon pillar could be seen by anyone who came to Buzhao Mountain, but reaching it was extremely rare. Sword immortals generally wouldn't come here, and those in the martial arts world who wanted to, lacked the ability. Before the advent of rapid travel methods like flying swords, reaching the coiling dragon pillar was practically a matter of life and death. Ah, someone, we're here to find a way to enter the ghost realm. Who are you, and where are you? As Han Lingxia screamed, Yun Xian, with a puzzled expression, searched for the source of the voice. The ghost realm? Humph. Mere mortals are but insignificant beings among the 6 realms, as tiny as a grain of sand. Do you truly understand what the ghost realm is? How dare you enter it? Are you courting death? As they spoke, a massive dragon head suddenly appeared in mid-air before the 4 of them. The sudden presence frightened Han Lingxia so much that she took a step back. It's a dragon. A divine dragon. A moment later, Han Lingxia became excited. Seeing the Yanzhu dragon in person was truly rare in the mortal world. I don't know what the ghost realm is like, but to find a friend of ours, we must go there. Yun Xian calmly observed the massive dragon head floating in mid-air. All that appeared before the 4 was a massive dragon head and a small portion of its body. The rest was completely invisible. Xian, please be polite. Greetings, Shenlong. We are disciples of the Kunlun Kaonho sect, dedicated to cultivating the immortal realm. We have come here on important business to seek the entrance to the ghost realm, and we have no intention of offending you. Muren Ziyang immediately rebuked Yun Xian, then spoke respectfully. Yun Xian cared little about their status. He treated everyone equally, whether it was Yanzhu Zilin, the Heavenly Emperor Fuxi, the Demon Lord Zun Lao, or even a mere demon. Therefore, upon seeing Shenlong, his expression remained unchanged, and he stated his purpose directly. In contrast, Shen Fei, Muren Ziyang, and Han Lingxia were restrained by Zhuling's might and authority, unable to speak freely. Shen Fei greatly admired Yun Xian for this. He knew he could never do that, not even pretend. With Zhuling's strength, pretending in front of him was a stretch. Kunlun Kaonho sect. Haha. How ridiculous are mortals dreaming of cultivating immortality? Over the course of thousands of years, how many have ever achieved their dreams? Better to just live and grow old and die. The Kunlun Kaonho sect certainly holds considerable prestige in the world of immortal cultivation, even facing the Shushan sect with no fear. But facing Yanzhu Zilin, the two sides are simply on a completely different level. We're here simply to learn how to enter the ghost realm. Cultivating immortality has nothing to do with it. While Muren Ziyang was at a loss for words after Zhuling's words, Yun Xian calmly gazed at Zhuling in the sky. Such words, such an attitude, interesting. Yun Xian's words and attitude caught Zhuling's gaze. Mortal, answer me, what is your name? To Zhuling, even humans didn't matter, let alone a human's name. The fact that Yun Xian allowed him to personally inquire about his name meant he had piqued his interest. My name is Yun Xian, hers is Han Lingxia, he's Muren Ziyang, and he's Shen Fei. Yun Xian recited all 4 of their names with remarkable honesty, causing Han Lingxia to lower her head, secretly criticizing him for being nosy. After all, Zhuling had only asked for his name. That's truly interesting. I don't dislike bold mortals, but I do dislike boastful ones. Since you wish to know about the ghost realm, then try ascending the Panlong Pillar, though you might never leave Buzhao Mountain alive. Is that the entrance to the ghost realm? Yun Xian asked directly, gazing at the top of the Panlong Pillar. Mortal, you'll know when you get there. Okay, Dad said a man should keep his word. Human, you're truly interesting. I'll be waiting for you up there. As Zhuling finished his words, the massive dragon head in the sky vanished without a trace. Yun Xian, you're so brave. You actually dared to speak to the dragon like that just now. I was so afraid he'd get angry and tear you apart. Han Lingxia finally breathed a sigh of relief after the candle dragon vanished. While Yun Xian, lacking common sense, didn't react much, the other 3 were incredibly nervous. Tear apart? Why? I don't sense any murderous intent. Yun Xian looked at Han Lingxia in confusion. Who cares if you're murderous now? I'm so pissed. Seeing Yun Xian's innocent expression, Han Lingxia felt incredibly frustrated, yet she couldn't vent her frustration. She could only stomp her feet and sulk. Alright, now we can only go to the Panlong Zhansu and wait and see. For Muren Ziyang, encountering the legendary candle dragon was a complete surprise. It's been a while since I've seen Lingxia so energetic and lively. While Han Lingxia was stomping her feet and sulking, Yun Xian suddenly laughed. She's just concerned about you. Muren Ziyang sighed helplessly. This is Zhuling. I really wonder how Fipeng could possess the strength of the God Realm's #1 general. Fipeng's strength might seem unquestionable at first glance, but a closer look at the situation in the God Realm reveals that being the #1 general doesn't necessarily equate to being the most powerful expert. Putting aside the celestial Emperor Fuxi, Fipeng might not be able to defeat even the 9 Heavens mysterious lady, let alone Zhuling, Zhumeng, and other gods. Looks like we can't fly with swords anymore. Because of S.H.I.E.L.D's words, the four of them, after stepping onto the coiling dragon pillar, began to ascend the stairs surrounding it. It had to be said that this was a very arduous journey, almost like climbing a mountain at a 90-degree angle. Even if the four were quite capable, it would be impossible to reach the summit of the coiling dragon pillar in a flash, as they did in the game. Did they really think that coiling dragon pillar's towering height was a joke? Let's rest here for today. Considering that climbing coiling dragon pillar was a test for S.H.I.E.L.D, Shen Fei's initial thought of suggesting flying up on his sword suddenly faded. It was better to show some respect to the great S.H.I.E.L.D, especially for an outsider like Shen Fei. Fortunately, the immortals of the immortal sword didn't seem to possess any foresight, otherwise Shen Fei would have been in real trouble. However, among humans, there seemed to be experts in divination. Even if that fortune teller appeared now, it would be difficult for him to predict Shen Fei's true situation. Finally, 2 days later, the four of them finally reached the summit of the legendary coiling dragon pillar. This was only possible because Yun-Xian and the other three took turns leading Hanlingsha. It's a platform. Legend has it that it leads to the celestial realm. I wonder if it's fake, or if the Panlong pillar was cut off. Theoretically, if the Panlong pillar is high enough, it could indeed lead to the celestial realm, much like the Kyonho sect's plan for ascending to the celestial realm. Hey, I'm up there. Where are you? Yun-Xian shouted to the sky after reaching the top of the Panlong pillar and looking around. Finding nothing, he immediately looked up. Boom. The next moment, a bolt of lightning struck Yun-Xian, sending him half kneeling on the ground. Xian, are you okay? Seeing Yun-Xian struck by lightning, Hanlingsha rushed over with a look of concern. Bold mortal, do you know how disrespectful it is to order a dragon around? S.H.I.E.L.D's voice echoed through the air. The next moment, an Eastern divine dragon, approximately 10 meters long, appeared before the four. This time, they could see S.H.I.E.L.D's entire form. However, it was likely not its true form. After all, legend has it that S.H.I.E.L.D's body was enormous. How could it be only 10 meters across? Impolite? I don't know what's considered polite. You asked us to come up here, saying there was a way to reach the ghost realm, so of course we rushed up to find you. Is there something wrong? Despite being struck by lightning, Yun-Xian didn't seem seriously injured, merely paralyzed. It seems you're truly courageous and unafraid of death. But if I told you that to reach the ghost realm, one of your three friends must die, how would you answer me? As S.H.I.E.L.D spoke, an invisible pressure permeated the top platform of the Panlong pillar. Perhaps this was the dragon's might. They will die, and why? Yun-Xian said, standing up and gazing at S.H.I.E.L.D in the sky with a puzzled expression. I've said before that this is the territory of the netherworld. If I allow mortals to enter the ghost realm without reason, how will I answer to the king of hell? S.H.I.E.L.D said. Do you need to explain to the king of hell? Just granting Yun-Xian near immortality is an interesting explanation. Those who desired immortality didn't, while those who didn't did. This was a profound irony, especially for those pursuing the path to immortality. Generally speaking, cultivating immortality relies on talent, temperament, and opportunity. For most, talent is naturally paramount. Without it, all else is in vain. However, for some, opportunity is paramount. Even without mentioning Yun-Xian's talent, Zulong's joke alone was enough to make countless people jealous. Even Shen Fei couldn't help but ponder this thought. He had cultivated arduously to achieve this level of strength, but Yun-Xian, with Zulong's divine dragon breath, not only achieved immortality but also significantly increased his strength, rivaling Xuanzhao. Choose quickly. This deity is already quite generous, requiring only one soul. Who do you want killed? A confidant or a close friend? Zulong urged Yun-Xian with a smile. Hey, what kind of conditions are those? Besides, I'm not his. It's true that women sometimes focus on different things. When S.H.I.E.L.D said she was Yun-Xian's confidant, her pretty face immediately flushed slightly. Even so, she still wanted to refute S.H.I.E.L.D. At this moment, Hanlingsha seemed completely unafraid of S.H.I.E.L.D. Do I have to choose? Yun-Xian looked at S.H.I.E.L.D in the sky with a calm expression. Of course, S.H.I.E.L.D nodded gently. Then I won't choose any of them. Yun-Xian immediately shook his head. How dare you, a mortal, tease me? If you don't choose, all three of them will die. Yun-Xian's words seemed to make S.H.I.E.L.D a little angry. Sacrificing my friend is out of the question. I won't change my mind. Yun-Xian shook his head with a determined look. Although I must go to the ghost realm to find my friend, if that means losing another friend, I'd rather not. Even if I leave Buzzhow Mountain, I can always find another way to enter the ghost realm. If you want to attack, kill me, not them. It's my choice, not theirs. Cheyenne. Han Lingsha immediately looked at Yun Cheyenne with concern. Mortal, you are truly interesting. Perhaps you are worthy of my admiration, or perhaps you are just a fool who knows nothing. However, I have guarded this place for 9,900 years and am about to complete my merit. At this time, I still encounter a ridiculous mortal like you. I will give you a chance. I will release a phantom from thousands of years, before my ascension. If you can defeat it, I will open the passage to the Ghost Realm's Impermanence Palace. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 681, Ghost Realm, Part 1. 9,900 years, the merit is about to be fulfilled. 100 years short, that's 10,000 years. Could it be that the merit is fulfilled in 10,000 years? And what does this mean? Why didn't Xiulin appear behind the immortal sword? Could this be the fulfillment? Xiulin's words made Shen Fei ponder. 100 years is a very long time for ordinary people, even shorter than a lifetime. But compared to Xiulin, these 100 years would be a fleeting moment. Perfect merit, it's a shame I can't ask him what it means. Although Shen Fei was extremely curious and desperate to know the answer, he also knew that at this stage, he couldn't get an answer. The gap in power between the two sides was too great, and there was no right to engage in equal communication. With Shen Fei's current strength, he wasn't considered a weakling in the immortal sword world. Most immortals, and even a few gods in the celestial realm, wouldn't be a match for him. However, if he encountered a well-known deity like Xiulin, Zhumang, or the Nine Heavens' mysterious lady, he would have to run as far as possible, and even flee in advance. It had to be said that the strength of the immortals in the immortal sword world was quite lacking. This is a barrier. As Shen Fei pondered Zulong's words, the space the four of them were in suddenly shifted. Although their apparent location remained unchanged, still on the platform at the top of the Panlong Pillar, they had actually entered a different dimension. Don't you want to destroy the Panlong Pillar in battle? You're releasing a phantom from tens of millions of years ago that hasn't achieved enlightenment. You're Zulong, a god. Shouldn't you possess immense power from the start? The biggest difference between gods and immortals is that one is born with immense power, while the other cultivates it through a gradual cultivation. Being naturally powerful has both advantages and disadvantages over being an immortal. The advantages are self-evident, and everyone knows them. As for the disadvantage, it's naturally very difficult for a god to increase his power. However, this is only difficult, not impossible. For example, Zulong is currently nearing the point of achieving perfection, and his strength will undoubtedly increase after that. Lingsha, you don't want to get involved in this battle. Stand back, Muran Ziyang said as the sword case behind him opened, and a precious sword flew out. The opponent was Xiulin. Even if it was just an unenlightened phantom, no ordinary person could handle it. Han Lingsha was already the weakest of the four, and because of the weakness of the Wangshu sword, she should avoid engaging in combat if possible. Given Xiulin's status, he would certainly not make things difficult for her if Han Lingsha didn't participate. Okay, though somewhat reluctant, Han Lingsha knew Muran Ziyang meant well, and didn't want to worry Yun Cheyenne, so she nodded and quickly retreated to the rear. You guys will see how things unfold back there, Muran Ziyang said, flying into the air on his sword. Simultaneously, he executed a sword technique, unleashing the 5 spirits returning to the origin and the 1,000 directions Kangguang sword. The Kaianho school's 5 spirits returning to the origin had a completely different effect than in the game. In the game, 5 spirits returning to the origin was merely a defensive skill, but in the real Xianjian, it was a combined offensive and defensive move. The sword energy used by the 5 spirits returning to the origin technique for defense can also be used defensively. Using this technique in conjunction with the 1,000 directions Kangguang sword, as long as one possesses sufficient spiritual energy, one can unleash a continuous stream of attacks. Let's begin. Shen Fei immediately grasped the Kailin-chasing moonbow and drew his arrow. Simultaneously, Yun Cheyenne, standing beside him, also drew his jade waist bow. With Muran Ziyang in the air, The two archers simply needed to attack continuously. This battle hinged on whether or not one could enter the ghost realm, so Yun-Xian gave it his all from the outset. Sword control. The S.H.I.E.L.D. phantom sneered as he gazed at the dense, swarming sword shadows Muren-Ziyang had summoned, filling the entire sky. The sky then brightened. It wasn't the sun that appeared, but rather an endless stream of lightning that instantly shattered Muren-Ziyang's thousand directions Kangguang sword. It was Ziyang's prior use of the five spirits returning to the origin technique, and thanks to the sword energy's defense, he avoided a direct hit from the S.H.I.E.L.D. phantom's lightning-based immortal technique. Are you sure this is the unenlightened S.H.I.E.L.D.? Shen Fei was speechless as he watched Muren-Ziyang, forced down by the lightning from the sky, and then watched as the arrow from his Cadence Huayu bow struck S.H.I.E.L.D.'s body, only scattering a ball of fire, leaving the dragon unscathed. With just this one lightning-based attack and its formidable defensive capabilities, defeating this S.H.I.E.L.D. phantom was practically impossible. As a natural-born god, S.H.I.E.L.D.'s unenlightened phantom was still a god. We should let Kato see what a true Shenlong looks like. As Shen Fei watched the S.H.I.E.L.D. still floating quietly in midair, this thought suddenly occurred to him. There was a significant difference between a devil fruit transformed Shenlong and a real Shenlong. Keep going. Even though his attack had failed, Yun-Xian remained undeterred. He tossed the jade waist bow to Han Lingsha, who was far behind him. With his left hand tightly gripping the Xian sword, he soared towards S.H.I.E.L.D. Muren-Ziyang and Shen Fei immediately launched an attack on S.H.I.E.L.D., shielding Yun-Xian. Shen Fei continued his attack with arrows, while Muren-Ziyang attacked with his sword. Unfortunately, Yun-Xian's Xian sword missed S.H.I.E.L.D. Just as he was about to strike, a sudden gust of wind appeared beside him, blowing Yun-Xian back. Cover me, Muren-Ziyang's voice echoed in their ears as Yun-Xian was blown back. Muren-Ziyang then unleashed a Kyonho skull sword technique he normally wouldn't use, the Shanking Poin sword. A massive sword, tens of meters long, appeared out of thin air above S.H.I.E.L.D., seemingly piercing through space, and launched a powerful strike straight down towards his body. Unfortunately, the strike failed to achieve its intended effect. With a flick of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s tail, the sword crumbled. 6 cold proud techniques. Seeing Muren-Ziyang's attack ineffective, Shen Fei suddenly soared over S.H.I.E.L.D. on his sword, using his sword as a blade. A massive, icy blade emerged from the purple cloud sword, gripped tightly in both hands, and slashed towards S.H.I.E.L.D., only to be shattered by a single claw. This truly is an unenlightened phantom, seeing his all-out attack so easily shattered by S.H.I.E.L.D. Shen Fei couldn't help but speak his mind. He considered himself no match for S.H.I.E.L.D., but the thought of a phantom being unable to even injure him was truly a bit exaggerated. Of course, I wouldn't deceive a mere mortal, that's true, Shen Fei acknowledged S.H.I.E.L.D.'s words, but his previous words were primarily due to a certain internal inability to accept them. In reality, Shen Fei had simply chosen the wrong opponent. Reality wasn't a game. In a game, Yun-Xian and the others had triumphed over S.H.I.E.L.D., but that was only a game. Just as Shen Fei felt discouraged, unsure whether to continue his attack, Yun-Xian charged forward. Unlike Shen Fei, who would consider giving up after witnessing the absolute disparity in strength between the two, Yun-Xian, for Liu Mengli's sake, would not give up as long as he could move. After a moment's silence, Shen Fei gazed at Yun-Xian's back before resuming his attack. Muren-Ziyang did the same, finding this rare target, with no life-threatening danger, a perfect opportunity to test their own strength. After a long pause, Shen Fei and Muren-Ziyang's hair stood on end, panting and halting their attacks. Not far ahead of them lay Yun-Xian, half kneeling on the ground, using his Xian sword to support himself. Facing this S.H.I.E.L.D. phantom, the three attacked with all their might, unable to move the opponent. Their occasional counterattacks only left them in a state of disarray. The S.H.I.E.L.D. phantom's attack method involved alternating between the 5 spiritual arts, each of which was immensely powerful. It seems that's all. For mere mortals, your strength is quite impressive, the Candle Dragon Phantom said, before vanishing without a trace. Shen Fei and the other 3 immediately returned to the summit of the true Panlong Pillar. Mortal, you're quite amusing, and a bit ridiculous. Today, I will grant your wish and allow you to journey to the Ghost Realm. However, since you want something, there must be a price. Candle Dragon spoke, and a ball of light flew out from its body, flew towards Yun-Xian, and then merged into Yun-Xian's body. The price? What did you do to Xian? Han Lingsha rushed to Yun-Xian's side, supporting him, and said to Candle Dragon with a nervous look on her face. Nothing, Just a little joke between me and the king of hell. Candle Dragon suddenly swung its right claw, and the next moment, 4 beams of light immediately descended upon Shen Fei and the other 3. A mortal entering the Hall of Impermanence is but a futile act of death. This spell will render your mortal aura invisible to ghosts, but it only lasts 12 hours. That's the entrance to the ghost realm. As Zhulin finished speaking, a circle of light suddenly appeared not far in front of the 4 of them. Thank you, Yun Xian said sincerely, standing up with Han Lingshi's support. You brave and interesting mortal. I've granted you your wish today. But one day, when you've tasted all the bitterness of the world, you might resent such a fate. When your life is over, I'll come to see if you're still as carefree as you are. Ho ha ho ha. Finally, amidst a burst of laughter, Zhulin's figure vanished without a trace. At the end of his life, you've made him live longer. Perhaps you've seen Han Lingshi's problem, but you certainly can't imagine that he has another confidant, and one who lives a long life. Shen Fei suddenly smiled as he watched the disappearing Zhulin. Zhulin's gift of the dragon breath to Yun Xian wasn't purely out of kindness. For a human, an excessively long lifespan isn't a blessing, especially after those around them have gradually passed away. Zhulin's goal was likely to wait until Yun Xian regretted his actions, so he could mock him. Granting someone immortality just to mock them would be unbelievable to a normal person, but for someone like Zhulin, it was a trivial act, like a billionaire casually giving someone 100 yuan. Zhulin would likely be deeply disheartened when he saw Yun Xian and Liu Mengli living together. Even if he was upset, he could only consider himself unlucky. As Zhulin, he naturally wouldn't do something as shameful as taking back something he'd bestowed upon them. Xian, are you okay? After Zhulin left, Han Lingsha looked at Yun Xian with concern. I'm fine. I can go to the ghost realm now, Yun Xian said, then suddenly screamed and, with a powerful force, flung Han Lingsha away. Xian, what's wrong with you? Han Lingsha, having stumbled back several steps before finally regaining her balance, rushed to Yun Xian's side, uncaring for herself. However, just as her hand made contact, she suddenly cried out in surprise and quickly withdrew her hand. It's so hot. Yun Xian's body felt as if it were on fire, scorching hot. So hot, so cold, my body is so hot and cold, it's so uncomfortable. Due to his natural talent, Yun Xian had never felt the sensation of heat and cold, but now he finally did. This is it. Calm your mind and cultivate your ki. I'll help you regulate your breathing. Muran Ziyang's expression changed immediately upon hearing Yun Xian's words. After having Yun Xian sit cross-legged and regulate his ki, he immediately placed both hands on Yun Xian's back, ready to heal him. The next moment, Muran Ziyang felt the palms pressing on Yun Xian's back tremble, and then an overwhelming force emanated from them, sending him flying nearly 10 meters. How is this possible? Muran Ziyang stood up, his hands trembling, a look of disbelief on his face. He knew Yun Xian's strength well, which only made him even more shocked. Ziyang, what's wrong with Xian? Han Lingsha called anxiously from the side. He should be fine. His breathing has started to calm down. It must be because of what Zhulin did just now. Shen Fei couldn't help but smack his lips as he watched Yun Xian's breathing begin to calm. The protagonist is the protagonist. A single breath of divine dragon instantly elevates Yun Xian's strength to the top of the human spectrum. Those who have cultivated their entire lives with little progress would probably be very upset if they knew about this. Unfortunately, such an opportunity is only available by chance, and only for Yun Xian. For anyone else, Zhulin wouldn't be so easy to deal with. This divine dragon breath not only greatly increased Yun Xian's strength, but also meant that Yun Xian had entered Zhulin's sight. Yun Xian has a big boss watching over him, so everyone should be careful. It's like Luffy in One Piece. So comfortable. After exercising and regulating his breathing for a while, Yun Xian suddenly let out a sigh of relief and stood up. Xian, how are you feeling? Seeing that Yun Xian seemed to be fine, Han Lingsha was still a little worried. I feel very good. Before, I was sometimes cold, sometimes hot, but now it seems to have integrated. Yun Xian said this and jumped several times excitedly. Under the influence of Zhulin's divine dragon breath, Yun Xian has now reached the state of yin and yang complementing each other, and water and fire intersecting. Now I'm fine, I can go to the ghost world. I've never seen you risk your life for anyone. You're so good to Mengli. Seeing Yun Xian's eagerness to go to the ghost world, Han Lingsha's face was a little gloomy, and her voice became almost inaudible at the end of her words. What? Yun-Shian didn't hear Han Lingsha's last words clearly and couldn't help but ask. If one day, I disappeared like Mengli, would you also come to find me regardless of everything? Chapter 682, Ghost Realm, Part 2. One missing person is already troublesome enough. If both of them were missing, I wouldn't know what to do. But, Lingsha, don't worry. If you ever really were to disappear, I would definitely look for you and wouldn't find you. Even though you sometimes call me stupid, you're the only person besides Dad who's ever been kind to me. I know you're actually very good to me. Facing Han Lingsha's question, Yun-Shian scratched his head and said solemnly, so no matter what happens, I'll look for you. You're even better than Mengli. Wait, stop talking. I only have one question. Why are you spouting off? Han Lingsha blushed before Yun-Shian could finish. You were the one asking me, and you wouldn't let me say anything. Why are you asking if you don't want to know? Yun-Shian looked at Han Lingsha with a puzzled expression. Although he was much more understanding now than before he was at Kingluan Peak, he still didn't understand some things. Right now, we need to get to the Ghost Realm. Shenlong said his spells have a time limit. Han Lingsha immediately changed the subject. By the way, Mengli, let's go. Yun-Shian immediately prepared to enter the teleportation circle upon mentioning Liu Mengli. Shian, Lingsha, wait a moment. Muran Ziyang immediately stopped them, warning, the Ghost Realm is no different from other places. Once you enter, don't act on your own. Don't worry, Ziyang, we know what's going on. Han Lingsha smiled and nodded at Muran Ziyang, then immediately entered the teleportation circle with Yun-Shian. Watching the two disappear, Muran Ziyang sighed deeply, then glanced at Shen Fei, who then followed suit. Is this the Ghost Realm? The four people who emerged from the teleportation circle looked at the bustling city ahead. With the exception of Shen Fei, whose expression improved slightly, Yun-Shian and the other three were stunned. No matter how they imagined it, they had never imagined the Ghost Realm would be like this. It looked no different from the human world. The only difference is that the people in the city are a mix of forms, not just humans. The real ghost world is naturally very different from the game. In reality, it's not just filled with ghosts, but also with indigenous life forms, the so-called ghost tribe. According to the timeline, the current Heavenly Ghost Emperor shouldn't have been sealed in the Demon Locking Tower yet. The Heavenly Ghost Emperor in the first game, Xianjian, is the leader of the Heavenly Ghost clan in the ghost world. However, Shen Fei wasn't sure when he was sealed in the Demon Locking Tower. It's so eerie here. I feel so uncomfortable. After regaining her composure, Han Lingsha's face immediately paled. Even though the city looked prosperous, it was still the ghost world, and the yin energy was thick. With Han Lingsha's constitution, being in this earthbound environment would naturally make her feel uncomfortable. Lingsha, are you okay? Yun-Shian immediately said with concern. It's not a big deal. It's probably just the environment here. Han Lingsha immediately smiled, indicating she was fine. Pointing to the palace floating in the air above the city, she said, Wuchang Palace, could Yi Ying Zhi be there? Okay, let's go there and look for Yi Ying Zhi immediately, Yun-Shian said, preparing to fly towards Wuchang Palace. He was immediately stopped by Muran Ziyang and Han Lingsha. Shian, you can't fly here. You'll be exposed. Han Lingsha said hurriedly. Also, we don't know what Yi Ying Zhi looks like. I'm afraid we'll have to investigate inside first. Lingsha makes sense, but Senior Zhuling's spell only lasts a limited time. We must hurry. Muran Ziyang nodded, agreeing with Han Lingsha. Then once we enter the city, we'll split up and investigate immediately. This will go much faster. After some discussion, the four of them immediately headed for the town ahead. Due to limited time, although they didn't fly on swords, their speed wasn't slow, and they soon entered the town. They then split up, with Han Lingsha and Shen Fei acting alone, while Yun-Shian and Muran Ziyang waited in place. These two weren't good at gathering intelligence. If it were in the human world, it wouldn't matter. At most, the other party would just ignore them. But in the ghost world, asking them to investigate intelligence would have a high chance of being exposed. Impermanence Hall, rotating mirror stand. It turns out the shadow branch is just a tree branch from the ghost world. By chatting with ghosts and eavesdropping on the ghost soldiers' conversations, Shen Fei quickly figured out the general situation of the Impermanence Hall, as well as the appearance and location of the shadow branch. The floating hall was indeed the Hall of Impermanence, and within it lay the shadow branch. For Yun-Shian and the others, the shadow branch was naturally extremely valuable, otherwise, they wouldn't have ventured into the ghost realm to obtain it. However, within the ghost realm, the shadow branch wasn't particularly important. It was standard equipment for the ghost realm's demonic soldiers, worthless and undesirable. But that was only true within the ghost realm. In other worlds, the shadow branch was a rare treasure, allowing demonic soldiers to bypass most barriers. In the past, when demonic soldiers accidentally left shadow branches in the human world, they were often snatched away by countless people, a scene comparable to that of the demon sword. For those cultivating immortality, the shadow branch was especially precious. Yangzi is inside that impermanence palace. After learning about Yangzi, Shen Fei quickly returned to reunite with Yangzi and Yun Xian, sharing all the information he had gathered. Shortly thereafter, Hanlingsha returned, her thoughts heavy. She had gathered similar information about Yangzi to Shen Fei, but in other areas, her knowledge was unmatched. Of course, Shen Fei didn't pay much attention to the other information. Now that Yun Xian had the cheat, the rest of the story would be simple. How could these people do this to achieve immortality? It wasn't the news about Yangzi that weighed on Hanlingsha's mind, but rather other matters. For example, there was a man who, desperate to achieve immortality, sacrificed his wife and children to refine an elixir. He hoped to achieve immortality through blood sacrifice, hoping to refine an elixir that would allow him to ascend to heaven in broad daylight. It was undeniable that this man was even more deranged than the king of Wainan. This man suffered the consequences of his actions. Instead of achieving immortality, he was poisoned to death. He then met his wife in the ghost realm, and the story becomes more interesting. He has been suffering in the ghost realm, while his wife visits him daily, reportedly for hundreds of years. It's true that when women are cruel, they can be truly terrifying. This man lived in a time period similar to the reign of the king of Wainan, when refining elixir seemed to be a popular way to achieve immortality. Such examples are common in the ghost realm, which explains Hanlingsha's expression. Hanlingsha, in her quest for immortality, considered herself unscrupulous, yet compared to these individuals, she was incredibly kind. The ghost realm's punishment for such individuals is severe. Not only do they face 1,000 years of punishment, but any subsequent reincarnation may result in them being denied the chance to become human for several lifetimes. Leave the shadow branch to me. I'm far more powerful than you. Just wait here for me. Oh, and by the way, let's find a way out of the ghost realm. After a brief silence, Hanlingsha explained that when she went to steal the shadow branch, Shen Fei immediately stopped her. Given the ghost realm's lack of regard for the shadow branch, Hanlingsha could still obtain it if she went. However, Shen Fei wanted to see what the shadow branch was capable of. For example, could it traverse the barrier set up by Marvel's 3 great temples? While the shadow branch's reputation was impressive, as if no barrier could stop it, Shen Fei's experience so far suggested it wasn't omnipotent. Could it possibly even traverse barriers and reach the demon realm? Okay, in that case, while Fei goes to get the shadow branch, I want to go somewhere. Hanlingsha initially wanted to persist. After all, she considered herself a master thief, and she was definitely better at stealing than Shen Fei. But then, as if remembering something, she gave up. Lingsha, where are you going? The wheel mirror. Hanlingsha immediately stated her purpose. The wheel mirror was where one could see the souls of deceased relatives who had not yet been reincarnated. Hanlingsha wasn't sure if the person she wanted to see had been reincarnated, but if there was even a 1 in 10,000 chance, she wanted to try. Murin Ziyang was about to object, not wanting to cause trouble in the ghost world. However, after hearing Hanlingsha's explanation of the wheel mirror's function and the question about whether he had any relatives he wanted to see, he fell silent. Although Murin Ziyang appeared cold and aloof, he was actually a warm-hearted person. Yun Xian, likewise, wanted to see his deceased parents, so he naturally agreed. He still had some memories of his father, Yun Xian King, but almost nothing of his mother, Su Yu. After all, he was very young when Su Yu died. I don't have any relatives I'd like to see. I'll reunite with you as soon as I obtain the shadow branch. Shen Fei secretly wanted to see someone, but unfortunately, this world's wheel of mirror wasn't yet capable of allowing him to see them. The 10 Yama Kings, I wonder how powerful they are. Arriving beneath the Hall of Impermanence, Shen Fei gazed at the floating hall in the sky, muttering to himself. The ghost realm was vast, and their current location was just one section. The ghost realm was both the final destination and the starting point of the cycle of reincarnation, existing within the earth. It contained the Ghost Gate, the Ne Bridge, the Cielo Palace, the 10 Yama Palaces, the 12 Sigwin Palaces, and the 18 levels of Hell. The area surrounding the Hall of Impermanence fell under the jurisdiction of the Black and White Impermanence. As the ghosts frequently traveled in and out of the ghost realm to collect souls from the human world, hence the Shadow Branch's placement. The Black and White Impermanence, the Ox-Headed and Horse-Face, and others might sound like low-ranking figures in the ghost realm, but in reality, their power and status were far greater than most people imagined. Don't mistake the village chief for a cadre. Look at Naruto. How many people have fought each other to the point of bloodshed just to compete for the position of village chief? Hey, it's so boring to stand guard here every day. This Shadow Branch is not rare in the ghost world. Who would want to steal it? Inside the Hall of Impermanence, outside the room where the Shadow Branch is kept, one of the 2 ghost soldiers guarding here yawned. Ghosts in the ghost world are actually similar to humans in the human world. They get tired and want to rest. This Shadow Branch is indeed not rare at all, but it allows us ghost soldiers to travel freely between the 6 realms. For creatures in other realms, it should be a treasure that cannot be obtained even if they pray for it. And this job is very easy. Do you want to work somewhere else? The other ghost soldier said softly. That's true, but we're so close to the wheel mirror platform, and we've never been there even once. It's a shame. Do you have any relatives in the ghost world? How would I know? Even if they reincarnate, they won't tell us. The ghost world is vast, and finding a specific ghost in this vast ghost world is not so easy. The wheel mirror platform was created to solve this problem. Reincarnation isn't necessarily a good thing. If you're reborn as a human, it's fine. But if you enter the animal realm or something like that, it's better to stay in the ghost world. 10 branches are about enough. Don't be too greedy. While the 2 ghost soldiers were chatting, Shen Fei took the opportunity to sneak into the room and cut 10 branches from the trunk of the huge Shadow Branch, then left quietly. I've got the stuff. How are things going here? After leaving the Hall of Impermanence, Shen Fei immediately headed for the rotating mirror. Before a large, intricate mirror inlaid with numerous indecipherable patterns, Shen Fei spotted Yun Xian and the others, along with a young man who bore a striking resemblance to Yun Xian. Unsurprisingly, this was Yun Xian King. No wonder Captain Pei and Elder King Yang in Shaoan County mistook Yun Xian for him. It must be said, the 2 looked incredibly similar. Perhaps due to their cultivation techniques, Yun Xian King's appearance didn't age. Greetings, Senior Yun Xian. I'm sorry to trouble you, Senior, you're too polite. Xian is my friend. What's the big deal between friends? Shen Fei had already traveled to many dimensional worlds, but his encounters with a protagonist were few and far between. Just look at those people like Billion, Naruto, Luffy, and the others. Shen Fei had only briefly exchanged greetings. Yun Xian was one of the few people he had a good relationship with. I never expected the Kaianho Sex Ascension plan to end like this. It's a shame Suyu never got to know. Before Shen Fei arrived, Yun Xian, Murin Xiang, and the others had already briefed Yun Xian King on the current state of the Kaianho sect. Yun Xian King had been filled with remorse for the damage he and Suyu had caused the sect when they escaped. He hadn't reincarnated. Waiting for Xuan Xiao to appear and apologize in person. Then, his son, having traveled to the ghost realm and claimed that they were not only innocent but had actually done a great service, saving the Kaianho sect, left Yun Xian King completely speechless. In fact, Yun Xian King had been deeply shocked when he first saw Yun Xian in the ghost realm. Even though he had been calm and had always taught Yun Xian to be indifferent to life and death, he still felt a sense of sadness at seeing his child die so young. Mother, Suyu had been reincarnated. Yun Xian was actually a little disappointed. Deep down, he had longed to meet Suyu. Suyu is gentle on the outside, but strong on the inside. Once she makes a decision, no one can change it. Chapter 683, Ghost World, End. Throughout the entirety of Legend of Sword and Fairy IV, Suyu is a remarkable woman. Though her appearances are limited, it's undeniable that without her, the series would have been a completely different story. Even the older generation of the Kaianho sect, including Xuan Xiao, could hardly have imagined that the usually gentle Suyu would be so decisive in her actions. It's fair to say that anyone else, such as Han Lingsha, Liu Mengli, or even Yun Xian King or Yun Xian, would have been so resolute in leaving the sect even if they had objections to the Kaianho Sex Ascension plan. After all, Between the demon tribe she was meeting for the first time and her master she had spent countless days with, there would have been hesitation before taking action. However, Su-Yu made her decision quickly, perhaps also due to Yun Xianking's support. Of course, Su-Yu's decision was primarily driven by her lack of aspirations to cultivate immortality. She came to the Kyoho sect because of her unique physique, and was forcibly brought there. Suddenly, she said goodbye to her family and was estranged from the world. It's impossible for Su-Yu to be without resentment. Su-Yu differed significantly from Zhuan Zhao, Muren Xiang, and other people with unwavering commitment to the Dao. It's not surprising that Su-Yu and Yun Xianking would later end up together. The two were rare in the Kyoho sect to find common ground. Yun Xianking's desire to become a sword immortal was similar to Yun Xian's current ambitions. As for the relationship between Su-Yu, Zhuan Zhao, and Yun Xianking, while Shen Fei wasn't sure of the true nature of Su-Yu's relationship with Zhuan Zhao, there was no doubt that Su-Yu and Yun Xianking were deeply in love, otherwise, Su-Yu wouldn't have married Yun Xianking. The last time the fantasy world arrived was 19 years ago, and Yun Xian was now 18, meaning they likely married soon after fleeing the Kyoho sect. Given Su-Yu's gentle exterior and inner strength, she wouldn't have married someone unless she truly loved them. If their relationship wasn't strong at the time, even if they were together, it wouldn't have happened so quickly. Yun Xian might have waited several years before they were born. Another factor that suggests a close relationship between Su-Yu and Yun Xianking is that Su-Yu waited in the ghost world until Yun Xianking arrived and met her before reincarnating. Later, Yun Xianking's willingness to wait for Zhuan Zhao to arrive and apologize to him was Yun Xianking's decision, not Su-Yu's. Of course, another possibility is that Su-Yu, heartbroken by her breakup with Zhuan Zhao, married Yun Xianking. While this possibility is unlikely, it's not impossible, and even Yun Xianking isn't sure. However, there's no way to find an answer to this question, because aside from Su-Yu herself, everyone else is left guessing. Alright, Xian, you don't have to worry about your mother. She's probably already been reincarnated, and this life shouldn't be as difficult. That's a good thing for her. As for this girl's health, I'm afraid you'll have to resolve it yourselves. I know a little about the Wangshu sword, but her situation is much better than Su-Yu's. Yun Xianking glanced between Han Lingsha and his child, Yun Xian, and couldn't help but sigh deeply. Although they had only just met, he could already guess their relationship from their conversation. Senior, isn't that what we're here to ask? Han Lingsha quickly shook her head. Then why did you enter the ghost realm? Yun Xianking had previously assumed that Yun Xian and his companions had entered the ghost realm to ask him how to resolve the Wangshu sword issue. Hearing that wasn't the case, he couldn't help but ask with a puzzled expression. Senior, do you remember Mengli? Liu Mengli from Shaoyan County. Han Lingsha immediately recounted Liu Mengli's situation, then after a moment's hesitation, asked, is that Mengli a demon, so you've met Lyre? Yes, Lyre is from the demon realm. Back when the Kyoho sect was fighting the demon realm, Su-Yu and I stumbled upon her and took her away. Strictly speaking, Su-Yu and Yun Xianking's escape from the Kyoho sect was also partly due to their encounter with Liu Mengli. Before that, Yun Xianking and Su-Yu's understanding of demons came from their education in the Kyoho sect, and they had never imagined that demons could also be children. So it seems Mengli won't be in danger entering the demon realm. Han Lingsha breathed a sigh of relief after hearing Yun Xianking confirm that Liu Mengli was a demon from the demon realm. Han Lingsha's concern for Liu Mengli was no less than Yun Xian's. Their group had gone to such great lengths to reach the ghost realm to find the Yi and enter the demon realm out of concern for Liu Mengli's safety. Had they known earlier that Liu Mengli was a demon and that entering the demon realm was safe, they might not have even considered the ghost realm. Shen Fei didn't care about whether or not to visit the ghost realm. While the Yi was magical, he wasn't necessarily determined to obtain it. His main goal was to allow Yun Xian to encounter Zhulan and obtain his cheat, and also to resolve Han Lingsha's concerns. Technically speaking, entering the ghost realm wasn't particularly difficult. There were methods available in Fengdu to allow entry, including Jingshan in Legend of Sword and Fairy II and Legend of Sword and Fairy III. However, obtaining the Yi from Fengdu proved exceedingly difficult. Fengdu only allowed access to the outer reaches of the ghost realm, while the impermanence palace they were currently in was located deep within it. Senior Yun, I have a question that I'm deeply puzzled about. If Mengli is a demon, why did you save her back then? Muren Xiang, after clasping his fists in salute, immediately asked a question that had been lingering in his mind. If it were the previous Murin Ziyang, simply knowing Liu Mengli's identity would have likely led him to draw his sword and kill her. He had always been a ruthless killer of demons. Although his views on demons had changed due to his collaboration with Yun Xian and the others, he still harbored doubts. "Ha, you brat, you're so boring. You can tell you're from the Qianhu sect. Is it really necessary to make such a clear distinction between human and demon? Since you've already arrived in the ghost realm, you must already know some of its conditions. Look at this ghost realm. There's no distinction between human and demon. Once your lifespan ends, everyone is a ghost. Perhaps you were human in this life, but will become a demon in the next. In that case, isn't your insistence on this ridiculous?" Yun Xianqing had spent so many years in the ghost realm, naturally knowing some secrets that ordinary people weren't meant to know. Human in this life, a demon in the next. Yun Xianqing's words stunned Murin Ziyang, who kept repeating them in a low voice. "Boy, think about it slowly. It's best to think it through. If Yun Xianqing and Su Yu had left the Qianhu sect out of reluctance, now they fully understood that they had done nothing wrong. Dad, about Zhuan Zhao, go, we've been discovered." Just as Yun Xian was about to ask more about Zhuan Zhao, Yun Xianqing disappeared. 3 small birds of different colors flew over, chirping loudly. "Dad, why are you gone?" Yun Xian looked at the place where Yun Xianqing had disappeared, puzzled. "Who are you? Senior, are you okay?" Han Lingsha looked at the 3 birds with a wary look on her face. "You are the ones in trouble. We came here out of kindness to warn you. If we're discovered, we'll lose our salary this month," the 3 birds said, one after another. "Feng Yasin, you 3 fools." As he spoke, a figure dressed in the uniform of a ghostly soldier from the ghost realm stepped up from the bottom of the stairs. "Who are you?" Han Lingsha asked her disciple, glancing at the 3 birds that had hurriedly flown away. "My name is Renji Yui, and I'm a ghost messenger. Hurry up. A large number of ghost soldiers will be chasing us soon. Private meetings with ghosts are forbidden at the rotating mirror platform. The spiritual power of the rotating mirror platform has been cut off. Head to the south exit immediately, and you'll reach the exiled abyss. It's a gathering place for wandering spirits, and it's difficult for ghost soldiers to find them. Come quickly. I'll be waiting for you there." The ghost messenger, who called himself Renji Yui, hurried off without waiting for the 4 to react. "What should we do now?" Han Lingsha glanced at the 3 people around her as she watched Renji Yui leave. They looked reluctant to leave. "Lingsha, he's already said that the revolving mirror platform here has been cut off from its spiritual power, and it's probably no longer usable. Now that we've alerted the ghost world, it's too late if we don't leave now, uncle." Although she felt extremely unwilling, Han Lingsha also knew the dangers of the ghost world. In the end, she could only glance at the revolving mirror platform with reluctance. Then the 4 of them immediately left the revolving mirror platform and headed in the direction the ghost messenger had indicated. "You're finally here. Ahead is the exile abyss. Once you cross it, you'll see the Styx. Green bamboo boats often travel on that river between the yin and yang realms. Once you get there, just jump on the boat by the river and you'll be able to return to the human world." When Shen Fei and the other 3 arrived at the entrance to a mountain range in the south, the ghost messenger Renji Yui was already waiting there, accompanied by the 3 birds. Upon seeing the 4 of them, Renji Yui immediately came forward and explained the method of leaving the ghost world and returning to the human world. "Thank you, but why are you helping us?" As a ghost messenger, the 4 were originally struggling with how to return to the human world, but after hearing Renji Yui's words, they were immediately delighted, but at the same time, they were also a little puzzled by Renji Yui's willingness to help them. "It's not really helping you, but it's just good deeds being rewarded, right? Do you remember Xia Yuanshan from Jimo, Xia Shushan? You know him?" Han Lingsha immediately asked. "I don't know him. I just happen to know his adopted daughter, Lian Bao. Yes, that's her name in this life. So, we've been friends for 6 lifetimes. She died 6 times, and I was the one who tried to woo her soul. Later, I realized she was so clueless, so I couldn't help but take care of her. She's such a foolish woman. Clearly, her fate with her lover from her previous life was over, but she refused to give up. She reincarnated 6 times, always to stay by his side, sometimes as a tree, sometimes as a bird, but never as a human. In this life, she finally became a human, but she's a fool again." Alice, at the end of his words, Renji Yui sighed deeply. You're trying to use us to tell Xiaoyuan what's going on, right? It's a pity I've already told him. He described the situation in such detail, his purpose obvious. Perhaps due to certain rules of the ghost world, he couldn't tell Xiaoyuan directly, but by using others to get the story out, it seemed like there wouldn't be any big problems. Wait, you said lovers from a previous life. Could it be that Lianbao is Jinglin, the reincarnation of Xiaoshunshan's lover? Ringgui's words made Han Lingxia scream involuntarily. The amount of information was a bit too much. Little girl, you're so smart. You guessed it right away. I just can't let her go. I often visit her in secret. Although she doesn't remember me when she's not a ghost, I saw you saved her last time, so I'll help you this time. She must be in great pain. Xiaoshunshan doesn't recognize her anymore. Why does he keep pestering her for generations? Han Lingxia, who was originally shocked, suddenly looked extremely depressed. You ask me, how should I know? Love among you humans is inherently illogical. There are so many things you do even though you know it's wrong. There was a woman named Zhang who, after arriving in the ghost world, searched everywhere for her husband. Upon learning he'd been reincarnated, she immediately reincarnated, knowing their relationship was clearly over. Alice, Zhang, could it be her? Lingxia, who are you talking about? I'll tell you later. Our bond in this life will continue in the next. Love is what it is, a promise of life and death. With you by my side, I wouldn't envy the Mandarin ducks or the immortals. Shen Fei suddenly began to sing softly. At the end, he sighed deeply. Compared to such love, he felt like a scumbag. Fortunately, this feeling was only a momentary emotion, and would soon pass. Otherwise, it would be really troublesome. He had been working hard to become stronger, and his goal had never changed. To enjoy life better, not to become an ascetic. Well, the ghost world isn't a place where living people should stay for long. You'd better leave as soon as possible. Thank you very much. I can't repay your kindness today. Muren Ziyang immediately clasped his fists and said to Renji Yui. It's a small matter. No need to talk about repayment. But if you return to the human world, if it's convenient, just give me some paper money. The ghost messenger's salary is too low, and everyone is complaining bitterly. Oh, and those 3 birds, they're called Feng Yasen. They're the most nosy ghosts in the ghost world. Unfortunately, they've always had bad luck. If possible, burn some paper money for them too, Ren Gui said and left with Feng Yasen. Paper money, what is that? Yun Xian looked puzzled. I'll tell you when we get back. Let's get out of here first. The so-called paper money is, of course, not real money. What's really useful is incense. Things like the power of faith can also be used by Shen Fei with the help of the divine mask. However, since he learned it, he rarely used it. First, the incense was poisonous, and second, he simply didn't have the ability to use these things directly. This was something that only a certain level of boss could use. The 4 of them quickly crossed the exile abyss and came to the river Styx. Although there were many lonely ghosts in the exile abyss, they were nothing to the 4 of them. All the lonely ghosts who dared to block the way were beaten down. The exile abyss is where the ghost world banishes those guilty ghosts. The ghosts exiled here are not even qualified to reincarnate. There really is a boat. It seems that it must have been arranged by Renji Yui. Chapter 684, Shocking Changes in the Fantasy World, Part 1. The Styx, could this be the River of Forgetfulness? Entering and exiting the ghost world is far too easy. Is there never a shortage of evil spirits and ghosts in the human world? Standing at the bow of the king's U-boat, Shen Fei surveyed his surroundings, mentally shaking his head. With the help of Zhulin's teleportation array, they easily entered the ghost world's impermanence palace. This was perfectly normal, but a single ghost messenger could escort a living person out of the ghost world without any investigation along the way. This situation left Shen Fei speechless. No wonder most people don't dare go to Fengdu. Although Ringui hadn't explained it clearly before, Shen Fei and the others knew that their first stop after leaving the ghost world would be Fengdu. Legend has it that the gate of hell is located there. Ziyang, are you concerned about Mengli being a demon? Yun Xian, after a moment's silence, walked directly to Muren Ziyang and spoke bluntly. Oh my god, this idiot is so stupid. He's just talking nonsense. Yun Xian's words made Han Lingxia shake her head and mutter to herself. Muren Ziyang remained silent the entire journey after hearing Yun Xian's views on monsters. Although his interactions with Yun Xian and the others had slightly changed his views on monsters, none of this could compare to Yun Xian King's words. I don't know what's right now. It's just like when I asked the sect leader for the water spirit pearl. It seemed like I was wrong, but I had no idea what I was doing wrong. Murun Ziyang seemed lost in confusion. It's different. That's entirely the fault of that stingy sect leader. If you don't know what to do, just forget about it. Let's wait until we see Mengli, Ziyang. There's nothing wrong with slaying demons and eliminating evil. You don't need to doubt yourself at all. You just need to act with a clear conscience. As the saying goes, demons are not evil, and Tao is not Tao. Good and evil lie in the human heart. No matter what race, there are good and bad people. There are humans who are chivalrous, but there are also those who kill innocent people and commit evil. The same is true for monsters, the gods in heaven, and the demons in the demon world. Looking at the confused Murun Ziyang, Shen Fei immediately spoke to persuade her. Although there are good monsters, there are more who are enemies of humans. As a human, Shen Fei will naturally show no mercy to these monsters. Are there bad people among the gods in heaven? Han Lingsha looked puzzled. Why not, Lingsha? Haven't you seen Fox 3 before? He's an immortal. Shen Fei didn't intend to tell Han Lingsha and the others about the gods in the heavens. It was pointless. It was better not to know than to let them worry about it. That's true. Look, there's a light ahead. Have we reached the human world? The bamboo boat had been sailing on the Styx for an unknown amount of time when a glimmer of light finally appeared ahead. Han Lingsha was instantly excited at the sight of it. Thank you for your help. We are deeply grateful. Could you tell me your name? As they were about to leave the ghost world, Murun Ziyang immediately clasped his fists and addressed the boatmen. Regardless, they were helping them. For Murun Ziyang, a favor was always a debt of gratitude. Well, I'm sorry for being so rude. Murun Ziyang waited a long time, but when the boatman didn't respond, he bowed again and said nothing more. If he doesn't want to talk, forget it. At worst, we can help him burn some more paper money. Yun Xian interrupted and said that this trip to the ghost world made Yun Xian understand one thing, that is, burning paper money for people in the ghost world. It's a good idea, but I don't know the other party's name. Who should I burn it for? Shen Fei glanced at Yun Xian and murmured softly in his heart. Can you raise your head and let me see? Han Lingsha, who didn't care much about the boatman, suddenly changed her expression. She looked at the boatman seriously with an unbelievable tone. Lingsha, Yun Xian and Murun Ziyang immediately looked at Han Lingsha with confusion, not understanding what happened to her all of a sudden. Who are you? Raise your head. Han Lingsha's voice suddenly became louder. You kid, you are still so smart. I really can't do anything about you. The boatman raised his head as he spoke, allowing the world to see his face hidden under the bamboo hat, a middle-aged man who looked a little serious. Uncle, it's really you. After seeing the man's face, Han Lingsha fell silent. After a long time, she spoke in shock. It's me, girl. The boatman nodded softly. Uncle, why are you here? Why do you pretend not to know me? You don't know how much I miss you. When I was at the mirror table, I thought you had reincarnated, so you didn't show up. Han Lingsha's voice began to tremble as she said this, and tears welled up in the corners of her eyes. Silly girl, if I had been reincarnated, I wouldn't be able to see you today. You've worked so hard over the years. I'm fine. By the way, uncle, why are you here and not reincarnated? Han Lingsha wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes and looked at her uncle with a puzzled look. Hey, girl, there are some things you don't need to ask. The human world is ahead. When you return to the human world, promise your uncle to forget about what happened here. Also, you don't have to look for any way to live forever, and don't rob tombs. Live the life you want. I remember you hated tomb robbing the most back then. Uncle, are you hiding something from me? Tell me, what happened? Hey, girl, aren't you very curious why I'm rowing here? In fact, it's not just me. Almost all the Han family members will do hard labor in the ghost world after they die. I am responsible for ferrying this green bamboo boat across the Styx, traveling between the human and ghost worlds when necessary. Hard labor? Why is that? Why would they let you do this? And what does it mean to the other members of the Han family? After hearing what her uncle said, Han Lingsha immediately had a bad premonition in her heart. Hey, the Han family has been robbing tombs for generations, always thinking that after a person is buried, the utensils and money in the tomb can be used to save the living. But now that you have come to the ghost world, you should know that ghosts are just like living people, with their own feelings and their own thoughts. Our clan disturbs the dead. Not only do we have a short lifespan according to the Book of Life and Death, Many of us only live to our 20s or 30s, and even after death, we still have to do hard labor to atone for our sins. Only when our sins are paid can we reincarnate again. What? How could this be? This means that the reason why the clan members have short lives is this. This means that the method of longevity that I have been looking for is completely useless. It is impossible for the clan members to live longer. What she had been working hard for was actually in vain. She couldn't save her own people at all, which made Han Lingsha look a little desperate at this moment. Girl, I know you have tried very hard, but some things are arranged by fate, and you can't fight for them alone. I didn't want to tell you these things at first. Your sixth uncle has told me everything you have done over the years. You didn't put the responsibility of the clan on yourself. What about father and mother? They are here too. They are atonement in other places in the ghost world. Girl, I know you have always hated your parents and think they treat you badly and hate you. In fact, there are no parents who hate their own children. The reason why they treated you like that was because they knew they would not live long and were afraid that you would be sad after they died, so they alienated you. I don't admit that. There are many parents who abuse their children. Han Lingsha's uncle's words made Shen Fei almost want to refute. In the United States of the Marvel world, there are not too many cases of abuse and sexual assault of one's own children. They are all biological children. If those things were brought to this era, it would definitely shock many people's free views. Uncle, are you serious? Hearing that her parents did not actually hate her, Han Lingsha became excited. Of course it's true. I still remember when you were little, your father had to watch you fall asleep by the bed every night before he would go to sleep. He was just a silly person. He always felt that if he didn't look at you a few more times and call your name a few more times, he would have no chance in the future. They didn't want you to go down this path back then, but in the end you still did. Alice, strictly speaking, Han Lingsha inherited the Han family's ancestral business, which was completely due to her rebellious mentality back then. In fact, Han Lingsha herself did not like tomb robbing, but because her parents did not like her and hated her, Han Lingsha decided to go against her parents and went to rob tombs. As a result, it was discovered later that Han Lingsha was quite talented in this line of work. How stupid. Life is short enough, and they still care about this and that. It has made me sad for many years, Han Lingsha said with a sigh, resolving the misunderstanding with her parents, and also untying a knot in her heart. Girl, you have really grown up, have your own ideas, and have made your own friends. I was very worried about you. You are so beautiful, but you are in this line of work. It will be difficult for you to find an ideal husband in the future. Now it seems that there is no need to worry. The three people around you are all very good. Girl, which one do you like? Uncle, don't talk nonsense, we are just friends. Han Lingsha, who was teased by her uncle, blushed unconsciously. Yes, Lingsha and I are very good friends, Yun Xian said with a dry laugh and scratched his head. What are you laughing at? Han Lingsha glared at Yun Xian secretly with some dissatisfaction. Junior Murin Ziying, greetings to the senior. I am sorry for being rude just now. Murin Ziying immediately apologized and introduced himself. Murin, the surviving family of Yan State, how did the senior know? Murin Ziying looked at Han Lingsha's uncle in surprise. Although the surname Murin was not common, it was not so easy to be guessed to be related to Yan State. After all, Yan State had been destroyed for a long time. It also flashed in my mind. When I saw your appearance, I thought of a couple who went to the reincarnation well to reincarnate a long time ago. Their eyebrows and eyes are very similar to yours. Is your father called Murin Chang? Exactly. Murin Ziying said hurriedly. That's right. Before they reincarnated, they said that the only regret in their hearts was that they didn't see their youngest son. They said that it was because the child was weak when he was young. Not only did the family invite a Taoist priest to give him a name for his fate, but they also sent him to the fairy mountain to practice, hoping that he could live a long life. Mom and Dad, hearing that his parents were still thinking about him when they reincarnated, Murin Ziying's expression suddenly became depressed. There is a saying in the ghost world that everything in life is thrown away in another life. Instead of thinking about it all the time, it is better to hope in your heart that your deceased relatives and friends will have a smooth life after reincarnation. You are too sad. Thank you for your guidance, senior. Okay, we have arrived at the place. You should leave the ghost world as soon as possible. It is not a good thing for living people to stay in the ghost world for too long. As he spoke, the green bamboo boat had already arrived at the shore of the Styx. Uncle, I will go back and tell my people not to disturb the dead anymore, but if I have a chance, I will still look for a way to achieve immortality. Even though she already knew the truth about the Han family's short lifespan, Han Lingxia was not ready to give up. This had been her obsession for many years, and unless this matter was resolved, Han Lingxia would not consider her own affairs at all. The ghost world is so loose, it seems that helping Han Lingxia prolong the lives of her people should not be a problem. It's a pity that there is no way to prevent them from doing hard labor in the ghost world. In this case, it would be better to let Han Lingxia live forever. Yun Xian is not a big shot after all. Even if he has been favored by S.H.I.E.L.D, it is only for himself and cannot protect Han Lingxia. Therefore, after the death of Han Lingxia in the original novel, it is inevitable that she will do hard labor in the ghost world. When I think of Yun Xian being with Liu Mengli in the human world and Han Lingxia doing hard labor in the ghost world, this result always feels a bit bleak. Shen Fei has no way to change the book of life and death, so let Han Lingxia live forever. This result is almost the same as S.H.I.E.L.D, playing a joke on the King of Hell. As for the book of life and death recording everything, Shen Fei still doesn't believe it. It's just the book of life and death, not the book of destiny. If others have a strange encounter, can the book of life and death still interfere? This is a world of immortals, and there are many drugs to prolong life. What if the people recorded in the book of life and death become immortals? Han Lingxia is the host of the Wangshu sword, which means that she is very talented and has the opportunity to become an immortal. Girl, don't make yourself so hard all the time. You should think more about yourself. As Han Lingxia's uncle, he naturally understands Han Lingxia's character very well. Once she makes up her mind, it is difficult to change it. She can only pin her hopes on Yun Xian and the other two. The girl is a little willful, please take care of her, Lingxia. Sometimes she is a little willful and unreasonable. Yun Xian nodded in agreement. Yun Xian, what are you talking about? Yun Xian's words made Han Lingxia immediately lose her temper. Nothing, Lingxia is a good person. Yun Xian's survival consciousness came up at this moment. Uncle, I'm leaving, let's go. Don't worry about us, senior, goodbye. This should be the human world. Fengdu Ghost City, go prepare some paper money first. Back in the human world, Han Lingxia's eyes looked a little red. Saying goodbye to her uncle made Han Lingxia very sad. She sobbed for a long time along the way before she calmed down. Then the four of them immediately bought a large amount of paper money in Fengdu and burned it for the group of people in the ghost world. The amount of paper money burned this time was really astonishing, because it was not only the ghost messenger and the three birds of Fengyasin, but also the Han family members that Han Lingxia remembered, including her uncle and parents. Han Lingxia was not very clear about this aspect before, so she didn't care. Now that she knows, she will naturally treat it with caution. Chapter 685, Shocking Changes in the Fantasy World, Part 2. I didn't expect Fengdu to be so bustling. For a place where ghosts were often seen, Shen Fei assumed that, aside from the indigenous inhabitants, no one would live there. However, upon arriving in Fengdu, Shen Fei realized he was mistaken. While Fengdu wasn't as prosperous as those big cities, it certainly couldn't compare to a small town. After some inquiries, Shen Fei finally understood why. Every year, a large number of people came here to worship their relatives and ancestors. Under certain circumstances, they could even meet their loved ones. Han Lingxia's uncle rowed a boat on the river Styx, and one of his jobs was to bring ghosts here to meet their loved ones. Sword pointing to the twins. Is this Lin Yuru's ancestor? Pretty handsome, isn't he? In Fengdu, Shen Fei met the young master of the Lin family, a highly respected figure in the martial arts world. He seemed to be in Fengdu to handle some matters. Finally, I can see Mengli, after burning paper money, Yun Xian, perhaps excited at the thought of finally meeting Liu Mengli, looked on. I don't know what the situation is like within the sect right now. Muran Ziyang's face was filled with confusion. After learning the truth about the Qianhou sect's ascension plan, he was unsure how to approach the sect. I will definitely stop Big Brother, Yun Xian declared resolutely. Whether for Xuanzhao or Liu Mengli, Yun Xian had to stop the fighting between the two sides. Wait a minute, before we return to Qianhou sect, I want you to accompany me to a place. Just as the four of them were about to head out of Fengdu City, Han Lingxia suddenly stopped Yun Xian, eager to return to the Qianhou sect. Where? Is it urgent? Yun Xian looked at Han Lingxia with confusion. Why ask so many questions? Just come with me. It's important anyway, Lingxia. I don't know where you're going, But if it's not urgent, it's more important to return to Qianhou sect and stop the war with the demon world. The two elders may not be able to stop Uncle Zhuangxiao. After learning the truth, Muren Ziyang's hostility towards the demons eased significantly. Actually, when I was shopping just now, I thought about it for a long time, thinking about what my uncle said. I've decided to fulfill one of my wishes and never rob tombs again. Han Lingsha hesitated for a moment, her expression gradually becoming firm. Lingsha, you mean you want to rob tombs again? Yun Xian's intelligence had increased considerably, and he actually understood the intention behind Han Lingsha's words. Just this once, and never again, Han Lingsha said hastily. No, Yun Xian flatly refused. I don't quite understand what you want to do now, but I know that robbing tombs is not good for you. It will shorten your lifespan, so you can't go. If it's that serious, just go once. We've been doing this for so many years, so it's not a big deal. Why bother with this one? Han Lingsha said with feigned indifference. No, no, no. Even if your lifespan is reduced by a month, not even a day, it won't work. Yun Xian said this, scratching his head with his fingers. He continued, first, see Mengli and deal with Big Brother and the others. Then we'll find a way to deal with your situation. Remember what that ghost messenger said about the Book of Life and Death? We don't know what it is, but we can go find it. As expected of Yun Xian, you're really brave. But it's a pity that you're not some monkey. Obtaining the Book of Life and Death won't be that easy. Yun Xian's words startled Shen Fei. Xian, don't talk nonsense. Before going to the ghost realm, Han Lingsha would have certainly ignored Yun Xian's words. But going there taught Han Lingsha a lot of things. The Book of Life and Death was not something they could covet. Xian, don't talk nonsense. Muren Ziyang's expression also grew serious. Xian, I know you're doing this for my own good, but this matter is very important to me. As soon as we're done, we should return to Qianhou sect immediately. That way, even if I die, I won't have any regrets. Han Lingsha finished, her voice trailing off until, perhaps only she herself understood what she had said. Lingsha, what is it that you're willing to risk your life to do at this moment? Why don't you tell me what's going on first? This is a very important matter, a very important wish. If my lifespan is truly short, I must accomplish it before I die. This time, returning to Qianhou sect, I have a feeling things may not go as we envisioned. Zhuangxiao, Qianhou sect has prepared for so many years and sacrificed so much for the entire sect's ascension plan. Are you really willing to give up? Han Lingsha's expression darkened as she finished. Muren Ziyang fell silent immediately after Han Lingsha's words. Of course, he had considered this matter, otherwise, he wouldn't have said that the two elders might not be able to stop Zhuangxiao. Lingsha, tell us what it is first. Otherwise, they will definitely not agree. Shen Fei, who had been listening, suddenly spoke up. Okay, stop looking sour. I'll tell you. I'm going to the Tomb of the Gods, north of Quinjet. Because it's suspended in midair, most people have never even heard of it, let alone approached it. I know about it because my great-grandfather once went there. Han Lingsha paused, then continued. After returning to his hometown, my great-grandfather became taciturn, as if his soul had left his body. Some said he was insane, others said he only had occasional bouts of insane thoughts. But some of his clan members still knew about this place and that treasure from his fragmentary words. Lingsha, you're going there for that treasure. Muren Ziyang frowned after hearing Han Lingsha's words. He had thought Han Lingsha had something important to do, but it turned out to be for the treasure. People die for money, birds die for food. Lingsha, listen to me. No matter what the treasure is it more important than your life? Give it up. Muren Ziyang began to persuade Han Lingsha to give up. I know you might call me willful, but I've decided I must go there. If you don't want to go, I'll go alone, Han Lingsha said, turning and heading out of Fengdu City. The sword masters of the major sects in the world of immortal cultivation seem to have an unspoken rule. They generally don't use sword control techniques in public, especially in cities. They usually practice it in secluded areas on the outskirts of the city. They're also willful, Yun Xian said, scratching his head in annoyance as he watched Han Lingsha's back. Let's go. You won't really let her go alone, will you? Although Yun Xian and Muren Ziyang strongly disapproved of Han Lingsha's actions, since Han Lingsha was so determined, they had no choice but to follow. Yun Xian and Muren Ziyang didn't know why Han Lingsha did this, but Shen Fei did. Han Lingsha was giving Yun Xian a gift. A token of their love. The treasure within the Tomb of the Gods was Hawaii's sun's shooting bow, the guarantee that Yun Xian would use his final strike to destroy the Qianhou sect, which had descended from the sky. The Qianhou sect was no different. In any other world, Shen Fei could have dealt with a fall like the Qianhou sects. With his current strength, he could have even faced Uchiha meteorite without using the power of the Operation Fruit. But with the Qianhou sect, that was impossible. Of course, using the secret gate would have been a simple solution, but the problem was using it under the watchful eyes of the Nine Heavens' mysterious lady. He wasn't crazy, so he wouldn't do such a foolish thing. Han Lingxia, believing her time was running out, though she deeply loved Yun Xian, couldn't express it because of her lifespan. It's safe to say that if Yun Xian hadn't used the power of the artifact to blind her, Han Lingxia would have left him. Lingxia, I want you to promise me this is the last time. As the four of them reached the outskirts of Fengdu City, Yun Xian stared at Han Lingxia solemnly. Don't worry, I promise this is absolutely the last time. Han Lingxia nodded in affirmation. Let's go, then. No time to lose, a swift and decisive battle. Just as Murin Xiang was about to fly to the Tomb of the Gods, a panicked figure, a man and a woman, suddenly rushed out from the side. To be more precise, 3 people, a man and a woman, appeared, with a child in the woman's arms. Upon seeing Yun Xian and the other 3, they were startled and immediately fled in another direction. But just then, dozens of sword energies suddenly shot out from the distance, cutting off their path. Then, a handsome, cold-faced young man descended from the sky on a sword. Dao Run, you're so bold. You betrayed your master for a mere demon girl. Today, I will cast her into the demon locking tower and shatter her soul. As he spoke, the flying sword floating beside the young man shot towards the woman holding the child. Lingxia, Xian, don't be impulsive. Yun Xian and Han Lingxia, watching the scene, were about to intervene when Murin Xiang intervened. Xiang, what are you doing? Han Lingxia looked at Murin Xiang, who had stopped her, with a puzzled look on her face. Saving a life was like putting out a fire. After Murin Xiang's intervention, the woman and child were doomed. They are disciples of the Shushan sect. Brother, I beg you, spare my wife and children. I betrayed my master and deserve death. But they are innocent. Just as Murin Xiang opened his mouth to reveal the other party's identity, the attacking flying sword stopped in midair. The man next to the woman blocked her way, and the flying sword stopped not far in front of him. Asshole. You are still thinking about this monster when you are about to die? Brother, even if Fulo is a monster, she is still my wife. Husband, don't abandon me and Ruir. With the combined strength of you and me, we may not be his match. Fulo, don't talk nonsense. Remember what you promised me. Even if I die, you can't hurt me or any Shushan disciple. Brother, I wanted to steal the red snow-flowing pearl pill for my own selfish desires. I know my crime is unforgivable. I have no resentment for dying in your hands. I only ask you to let Fulo and Ruir go for the sake of our old brotherhood. The young man in front of the woman knelt down as he spoke. And then the woman also knelt down with the child in her arms. Brother, although Fulo is a flower demon, she has never harmed anyone. Ruir is still young, so she has done nothing wrong. Please show mercy, you are such a loser. You've only just come down from the mountain, yet you've been completely captivated by this demon. You've even conceived an illegitimate child, believing everything she says. If demons don't harm people, how did my parents die? Brother, people have good and evil, and so do demons. Fulo isn't the demon you think she is. I've been taught by Master and you since I was young, and I know that I must never lose sight of right and wrong. If Fulo had an evil heart, I would have slain her with my own sword. Stealing the elixir was my idea alone. This is all my fault. I see you're stubborn, the cold young man said, his flying sword dancing in the air again, as if about to strike again. Wait a minute, he called you brother, so you should be brothers. How can brothers kill each other? Yun Xian said, and immediately appeared in front of the kneeling young couple. Who are you? The cold-blooded young man saw someone blocking his way and immediately retracted his flying sword. I am Murin Xiang, a disciple of the Qianhou sect. Nice to meet you, fellow Taoist from the Shushan sect, Murin Xiang said with a fist clasp. He didn't introduce the identities of Shen Fei and the others. After all, strictly speaking, they were no longer disciples of the Qianhou sect. I am Dao Zhen of the Kunlun Qianhou sect, and I am honored to meet you, fellow Taoist. We shouldn't interfere in the affairs of other sects, but he's your brother. Is a human life less valuable than a pill? Should we insist on his death to atone for his sins? Han Lingsha said, walking over to Yun Xian. A human and a demon falling in love is an unforgivable crime, Daozhen said coldly. Why can't humans and demons fall in love? Who made that rule? As long as they love each other, there's nothing wrong with that. As long as they don't harm others, isn't that all? Han Lingsha retorted loudly. This is an internal matter of the Shushan sect. People from other sects don't need to interfere. Daozhen paused at Han Lingsha's rebuttal, perhaps unable to think of a rebuttal, so he could only speak coldly. You, Lingsha. Just as Han Lingsha was about to say something, Muren Ziyan called out to her. Stand up. Daozhen then turned his gaze away from Yun Xian and Han Lingsha, fixated on his kneeling brother. Brother, stand up. You've always been stubborn, refusing to bow even to Master's scolding. Humph, and today you're kneeling for a demon girl. Next, after calling his brother to his feet, Daozhen shook his head gently and tossed out an exquisite box. This is the red snow-flowing pearl pill. Daozhen's brother had been wondering what was inside the box, but upon opening it, he saw the red pill radiating spiritual energy. He was shocked and looked at his elder brother in confusion. You were so audacious back then, trying to steal the scarlet snow-flowing pearl pill. Wasn't it because that evil creature was born with a poison that only this pill could cure? You failed to steal the pill and escaped from the sect. Master ordered me down the mountain to capture him, but he also gave me a scarlet snow-flowing pearl pill. He instructed that if you resist, you will be killed without mercy. If you still feel remorse and recognize your mistake. After all, we were master and disciple. He will give you the pill, but you will be expelled from the sect and no longer a Shushan disciple, Daozhen said softly. But how could master have the final say over such a precious item as the scarlet snow-flowing pearl pill? How presumptuous. Master only obtained it after reporting it to the sect master, and then handed it over to me. He went to great lengths for you, and yet you still harbor doubts? Never call me big brother again. I don't have a brother like you. If we meet again, I'll just pretend I don't know you. Leave. Chapter 686, Shocking Changes in the Fantasy World, Part 2. After Daozhen finished speaking, he immediately turned and walked forward, ignoring his brother's cries from behind, his steps unwavering. Brother, I know you've loved me since we were little. When our family was attacked by a demon, if you hadn't stood in my way, you'd have been seriously injured, and I would have died. Master also protected me. Whenever I got into trouble, he always pleaded for me in front of the sect leader. I'm so sorry for you all, husband, Fulo. I don't regret being with you. I just feel sorry for you, brother and master. I can only repay you in my next life. The young man kowtowed 3 times to his brother's retreating figure. Muren Ziyan watched Daozhen leave, and after a moment's silence, he immediately followed. I didn't expect this outcome. Han Lingsha watched Daozhen's retreating form. Although Daozhen had been ruthless earlier, his subsequent demeanor showed that he wasn't a heartless person. Otherwise, he wouldn't have carried a Shushan treasure like the scarlet snow-flowing pearl pill. The red snow-flowing pearl pill is a treasure of Mount Shu. Legend has it that it was refined by the 5th generation sect leader, and only 3 have been passed down. It possesses extraordinary powers, capable of curing all mortal ailments. It's said to have the miraculous power of bringing the dead back to life, even turning flesh and bones white. This is because the pill automatically adjusts to the body's internal state, effectively rendering it a panacea. Even among Shen Fei's numerous methods and rare items, none compare to the red snow-flowing pearl pill. After all, it's a medicine from the world of immortal heroes. What are your plans for the future? Han Lingsha turned her gaze to the 3 men after watching Daozhen disappear in the distance. Thank you both for your kind words earlier. As for your plans, we're not sure. We should find a quiet place to let Ruir recover. The young man, standing up, immediately thanked Han Lingsha and Yun Xian before expressing his thoughts. Human-demon unions aren't just incomprehensible to the secular world, the resulting offspring, half human, half demon, can also present inherent challenges. For example, this child was born with a poisonous taint. If it weren't for the need to detoxify the child, the young man wouldn't have considered returning to Shushan to steal the scarlet snow-flowing pearl pill. In that case, his relationship with the demon and their marriage might have remained undiscovered. It's undeniable that Shushan disciples, especially elite ones, seem to have fallen in love with demons. This includes not only demons, but also the daughters and sons of the demon lord. This has resulted in the loss of many elite disciples, many of whom are no less capable than Muren Ziyan. It's undeniable that the Shushan sect is incredibly formidable in their ability to commit suicide, having already destroyed the Demon Chain Tower several times. However, after all, the Shushan sect is their own son, allowing them to rebuild the Demon Chain Tower each time. Compare this to the Kyoho sect, which is treated just like a child. True to its roots and Pangu's heart, the treatment they receive is incomparable. Is that so? If you're willing, why not settle down in G-Virus country, which is underwater in Cheohu Lake? Humans and demons can coexist there, and there are even people who fall in love with each other. You should be able to live a peaceful life there. Han Lingshi gave a brief account of the situation in G-Virus country and also told them the address. Thank you very much. Fulo and I are looking for a place away from the world to raise Ruir. The two of them expressed their gratitude to Yun Xian and Liu Mengli again, and then hurried away with a child in their arms. Why did you lie? Muran Ziyang chased Dao Zhen's back and asked immediately after they were away from Yun Xian and the others. Why do you say that? Dao Zhen stopped walking, but did not turn to look at Muran Ziyang. The scarlet snow-flowing pearl pill is the most precious treasure of Mount Shu, and only the sect master can use it. However, Mount Shu is such a formidable sect, dedicated to slaying demons and monsters, even imprisoning them in the demon locking tower. Their attitude is even more hawkish than that of the Kyoho sect. How could the sect master use such a precious elixir on a half-human, half-demon child? At the end of his words, Muran Ziyang couldn't help but recall the time when he had asked Su Yao to borrow the water spirit pearl for the Crescent Moon Village incident. The Kyoho sect wouldn't use its most precious treasure on ordinary people, so how could the Shushan sect's treasure be used on a half-human, half-demon child? Of course, if the child held a special identity, that would be another matter. For example, later on, Nanguang Wang sought the scarlet snow-flowing pearl pill and immediately obtained it. That's just your guess, Dao Zhen said calmly. Although it's only a guess, I'm certain that you and your master must have stolen the scarlet snow-flowing pearl pill from the Mount Shu sect. You said that before because you didn't want him to be suspicious, Muran Ziyang continued. The rules of the Shushan sect are very strict, in some ways even stricter than those of the Kyoho sect. Aside from taking a wrong turn with their ascension plan, the Kyoho sect has done nothing wrong. I did intend to kill that demon woman and that demonic creature directly, then take Doran back to the Shushan sect with me. However, that would mean Doran would never have the slightest happiness in his life. I swore to do my best to care for my only brother and ensure his happiness, Dao Zhen said, pausing before continuing. When Dao Run was very young, our parents died unjustly at the hands of a demon. Later, he and I joined the Shushan sect at the same time. I swore to obey our master's orders, slay demons and protect the people. I never imagined that the two vows I made would conflict. After learning about Dao Run's situation, I thought and struggled for a long time. Now, everything is finally over. Could it be that in your heart, his own wishes outweigh the sect's rules and moral principles? Muran Ziyang asked this question with a hint of confusion in his eyes. If it were Dao Zhen, he would definitely show no mercy. He is my younger brother. For stealing our master's treasure, I will return and apologize and await your punishment. Don't let Dao Run know about this, Dao Zhen said. Then he used his sword control technique and flew into the air. Ziyang, what's wrong with you? After the young couple and the other two left, Muran Ziyang returned a long time later, but he looked a little uneasy. Han Lingshi immediately greeted him. It's nothing, Muran Ziyang said, shaking his head. It's really surprising to think that there are people in this world who are so similar to Ziyang. They are both so cold and cruel, and they are both warm-hearted people. I don't think they are alike at all, Shen Fei suddenly said from the side. Why not? Han Lingshi asked immediately. He is not as handsome as Ziyang, Shen Fei said directly. Although Dao Zhen can be said to have an extraordinary appearance, there is still a big gap compared to Muran Ziyang. That's true, Han Lingshi nodded in agreement after being stunned for a moment. Don't be ridiculous. Where are they? Muran Ziyang snorted coldly, and rarely asked about the situation of the three people before. I sent them to Ji-Chao Kingdom. Ziyang, you won't be unhappy, will you? Han Lingshi replied immediately. Okay, it's getting late. We should set off for the Tomb of the Gods. I'll lead the way. Muran Ziyang didn't know the location of the Tomb of the Gods. Even though the Kyoho sect was an immortal cultivation sect, it couldn't possibly know all the secrets of this world. The same was true for Shen Fei, who only knew a few details about the Kyoho sect and the Shushan sect. He'd learned about the 10 continents and 3 islands, the 10 great cave heavens, the 36 small cave heavens, the 72 Blessed Lands, and the 8 sects of Kunlun through the Kaianho sects. Strictly speaking, the immortal sword world had quite a number of wandering immortals. While not every place in the 10 continents and 3 islands, the 10 great cave heavens, the 36 small cave heavens, and the 72 Blessed Lands contain wandering immortals, they certainly did. The Tomb of the Gods was located in the sky above the mountains east of Chenshao. Because of the barrier it enclosed, anyone unaware of its location wouldn't be able to spot it, even if they were flying by on a sword. Led by Han Lingsha, the 4 flew through the barrier on flying swords and immediately spotted a seemingly ancient and solemn palace floating not far ahead. The atmosphere here is incredibly solemn, and it's suspended in midair. It seems impossible for this to be an ordinary tomb, Muren Ziyang said solemnly as the 4 landed on the mountain path in front of the palace. Of course it can't be an ordinary tomb. No ordinary person could make a palace this large float in the air, Shen Fei said calmly, also surveying the surroundings. Yet, I'm a little nervous. This place is very special. Something was amiss at the Tomb of the Gods, and even the usually carefree Yun Xian sensed it. So, even a wild man like you can get scared sometimes, Han Lingsha said with a smile. It's not fear. There's an aura about this place. It feels murderous, but not quite. It feels strange, but I don't know what it is. Yun Xian scratched his head as he spoke. Hawaii's sun shooting bow? What a shame, even though Shen Fei possessed many more powerful items than this world's, he still yearned for it. If he could unleash its power, he could surely pierce the Red Earth continent with a single arrow, annihilating the 5 elders and their ilk. Actually, this doesn't seem to be a tomb. I've looked up information about it before, and it seems to be some ancient ruins, seemingly guarded by some kind of guardian. For Han Lingsha, who was hell-bent on finding immortality, exploring such a magical place as the Tomb of the Gods was a natural choice. The only unfortunate thing was that, while she knew its location at the time, she couldn't fly, so she couldn't get there at all. In that respect, Han Lingsha was lucky, otherwise, she wouldn't have encountered Yun Xian. Ancient ruins? Did gods once reside here? Wouldn't it be disrespectful for us to trespass? Lingsha, let's just give up. Ziyang is right. We should leave quickly. Yun Xian, for once, began to agree with Muren Ziyang. To prevent Han Lingsha from wasting her life, Yun Xian also began to think. What do you mean by right? Do you really understand what Ziyang is saying? You just agree with me. Now that I'm here, I won't give up. Don't worry, based on my research and what my great-grandfather said, there shouldn't be any major danger here, Han Lingsha said, leading the way forward. Yun Xian and Muren Ziyang hurriedly followed, while Shen Fei remained largely absent throughout the entire process. In truth, Shen Fei didn't really care about the dangers of the Tomb of the Gods. After all, with Yun Xian, a man of 3 generations of clarity, Zhu Mang wouldn't make things difficult for them. Is Zhu Mang giving Yun Xian or Zhu Long a favor? As a deity, Zhu Mang's true form couldn't possibly be here. It's most likely a clone, a projection, or something similar. Shen Fei, trailing at the rear, muttered to himself as he advanced. Sanchi Changsha's identity was crucial to Zhu Mang's attitude, but no one could guarantee that Zhu Long wasn't involved. After all, he wasn't Zhu Mang, and he didn't know what he was thinking. I found it. Isn't this bow beautiful? Even just sitting there, I can sense a powerful spiritual energy. It must be the divine bow my great-grandfather mentioned. You'll look so handsome holding it, Xian. After entering the Tomb of the Gods, the 4 quickly reached the depths of the palace. On a high platform in a vast room, they saw a bow floating in midair, shimmering with light. Naturally, the real Tomb of the Gods wouldn't harbor any demons. After all, Zhu Mang was the one presiding over it. Even if it was just a clone, a projection, it would be something that spirits and gods would fear. Similarly, there were no traps or other devices, they were completely unnecessary. It's so beautiful. Although they're both red bows, the Kane Moon chasing bow looks like an ugly duckling compared to the swan, Shen Fei muttered to himself, looking at the Hawaii sun shooting bow on the high platform. So you came here to get something from me? Yun Xian immediately realized what Han Lingsha said. What? What do you mean by for you? Don't flatter yourself. I just thought that this return to the Kaianho sect would be a big event. You taking it would be an additional force, which would benefit all of us. Han Lingsha's face immediately flushed, and her words began to stutter. Is that so? Yun Xian, as expected, actually took Han Lingsha's arrogant words seriously. Yes, but if you insist on saying it's for you, Then I can't help it. After all, you're the only one among us who uses a bow. Humph, you're lucky. Han Lingxia simply ignored Shen Fei, who sometimes used a bow. Fortunately, Yun Xian wasn't foolish enough to pull Shen Fei out this time. Instead, he stared at Han Lingxia tenderly for a long moment, almost embarrassing her. What are you looking at? If I'd known you were coming here to get a bow, I definitely wouldn't have let you in, Yun Xian said with a firm expression. Why, isn't this bow beautiful? I'm telling you, it's said to be Hawaii's sun shooting bow, a legendary bow that can shoot down the sun from the sky. Han Lingxia said hurriedly. No matter how good a bow is in the world, it's just a bow. It's not worth exchanging your life for it, even for just a month, a day, or an hour. Xian, Han Lingxia was very moved by Yun Xian's words. After a moment's silence, Han Lingxia continued, no need to say anything else. Do you like this gift? Of course I like it. As long as it's from you, I like it, that's good. I want you to promise me one thing. Always carry this bow with you. Even if one day you don't need it, you have to carry it with you. I wonder if Zhu Mang would go crazy if he knew that Yun Xian used Hawaii's sun shooting bow to hunt. Looking at the affectionate gaze between Han Lingxia and Yun Xian, Shen Fei suddenly had such an idea in his mind. Chapter 687, Shocking Changes in the Fantasy World, and anyone else, armed with a Hawaii sun shooting bow, would certainly not, nor would they dare, use it for hunting. But Yun Xian clearly wasn't one of them. Honestly, Muren Ziyang emphasized the importance of the Xian sword when giving it to Yun Xian. He feared the sword would become just as versatile as the Wangshu sword, becoming a universal tool. Hunting, chopping meat, cutting vegetables, and even chopping wood, all were done with the Xian sword. Don't worry, I'll always have it with me, Yun Xian nodded solemnly at Han Lingxia. That's good. You always say I'm good to you, but that's nothing. But with this bow, no matter who you end up with, no matter if I'm dead or alive, if you occasionally think of my kindness to you, I'll be very happy. Han Lingxia's voice trailed off. What do you mean by I'm with someone, and who is that someone? Yun Xian asked, puzzled. It doesn't matter who it is, I made a promise. Seeing the confusion in Yun Xian's eyes, Han Lingxia suddenly cried out. Although Yun Xian sometimes said touching words, they were merely unconscious. Generally speaking, Yun Xian hadn't yet grasped the truth. Don't say such things. You won't die as long as I'm here. I'll definitely protect you, fool. Haha, Yun Xian, called a fool by Han Lingxia, scratched his head with his right hand unconsciously, a smirk on his face. Zhang Fei, I'm sorry, I don't have anything to give you. Han Lingxia smiled back at Yun Xian, then turned her gaze towards Muren Ziyang and Shen Fei. That's not necessary. I'm not interested in divine weapons. You must remember your oath. Don't let tomb robbing ruin your life again. That's what matters most. I don't agree with what you did today, but if there are any consequences for taking this bow, Muren Ziyang is willing to share the punishment for our friend. Muren Ziyang's expression was rarely colder than usual. Lingxia, don't worry. Just getting to know you is already the greatest gift. Let's not talk about anything else now. Let's take down the bow first, Shen Fei said with a smile. This wasn't pretentiousness on his part, but rather the truth. Getting to know Yun Xian, Liu Mengli, Han Lingxia, Muren Ziyang, and the others was already worth the trip. Okay, Han Lingxia said, preparing to step onto the platform and take down Hawaii's sun shooting bow. Wait a moment, Shen Fei stopped her immediately after noticing Han Lingxia's movements. Knowing the specifics of the conferred god's mausoleum, Shen Fei naturally wouldn't let Han Lingxia touch the Hawaii sun shooting bow and provoke Zhu Mang's wrath. Although he felt somewhat annoyed by Zhu Mang's call that Han Lingxia was a sinner, unworthy of holding the divine artifact, and wished he could give Zhu Mang a good beating to dissuade him from viewing humans with stereotypes, he couldn't defeat Zhu Mang at the moment, so he could only remember the incident and deal with it later. Since it's for Xian, let Xian take it. Han Lingxia stared at him in confusion as Shen Fei gestured to Yun Xian to retrieve the Hawaii sun shooting bow. Alright, Yun Xian said, stepping past Han Lingxia onto the platform. He reached out and grasped the shimmering Hawaii sun shooting bow, which floated in the air. Instantly, the bow's brilliance faded, transforming it into an ordinary bow and arrow. Breath of the Divine Dragon, mortal, what is your relationship with S.H.I.E.L.D? Just as Yun Xian had taken the Hawaii sun shooting bow in his hands, a young man with 4 wings silently appeared before him. What's your relationship with S.H.I.E.L.D? Is it a fighting relationship? Who are you? Yun Xian spoke slowly. I am the Divine General Zhu Mang, ordered to guard the Tomb of the Gods. I never imagined that there existed in this world a mind as clear as a mirror, a mind as pure as 3 lifetimes. As one of these, I am qualified to become the master of Hao Yi's son's shooting bow. Mortal, I ask you, do you wish to become the master of Hao Yi's son's shooting bow? Zhu Mang did not inquire about the relationship between Yun Xian and Zhulin, but directly inquired about Yun Xian's wishes. I want this bow, Yun Xian said after a moment's pause, then nodded. Pangu has taught that all things in the 6 realms are governed by fate. Mortals look up at the heavens, where the sun and moon rest without fading, the seasons change, and within the netherworld, all things follow cause and effect. The most constant is the way of heaven. From today on, Hao Yi's son's shooting bow will honor you as its master. The extent of its power depends on its master. I hope you will use the artifact wisely and take good care of yourself. If you die, the artifact will automatically return to the Tomb of the Gods, Zhu Mang spoke, scanning the crowd. Upon catching sight of Han Lingsha, his brows furrowed slightly, but he said nothing further before disappearing. Why would a divine general be here? From the moment Zhu Mang appeared until he left, Han Lingsha remained frozen. She had never expected a divine general to emerge from the Tomb of the Gods, and no ordinary one at that. Fortunately, he hadn't made a move, otherwise this time would have been even more dangerous than facing Zhulin. That time, Zhulin was still a phantom, yet Zhu Mang's approach was different. Especially after thinking about her great-grandfather's fate, she immediately began to regret it. If Yun Xian became like that, wouldn't it be her fault that he became like that? Lingsha, let's leave here immediately. Okay, while technically, the group hadn't fully explored the Tomb of the Gods, and there might still be magical weapons and artifacts within, the appearance of the Divine General Zhu Mang made even Han Lingsha no longer want to stay here. It's gone. As the 4 of them soared away from the Tomb of the Gods, the tomb, which had been in sight, suddenly vanished without a trace, as if the entire tomb was meant to house Hao Yi's son's shooting bow, and now that the bow had chosen its master, the Tomb of the Gods mission was temporarily complete. Lingsha, this is over. Remember not to rob tombs again, Muran Ziyang said to Han Lingsha with a serious expression, watching the Tomb of the Gods disappear from midair. Don't worry, Ziyang. Even if I don't believe in fate, I do believe that there's cause and effect in this world. The Han family's current situation isn't anyone else's fault. At this point, tell the younger members of the clan to stop robbing tombs, and no one else to do it in the future. I'll be at peace, Han Lingsha nodded vigorously. Not only should you stop robbing tombs, but you should also do more good deeds and accumulate merit. This will benefit you and the Han family. I understand, little Ziyang, you're preaching again. Now that my wish has been fulfilled, it's time to return to the Qianhou sect. Although Han Lingsha was extremely nervous due to the appearance of the Divine General Zhu Mang, she was able to escape danger without incident, and Yun Xian obtained the Hao Yi son's shooting bow. Okay, what's going on? The 4 of them flew towards the Qianhou sect on their swords. Upon arriving, they discovered that the entire sect had slowly lifted off the ground and soared into the sky. On either side of the sect, 2 massive pillars of light, one blue and one red, stood. The Qianhou sect and the demon world are fighting. It looks like the demon world's barrier has been broken. The situation was urgent, and the 4 of them disregarded Qianhou sect's rules and flew directly above the sect. They happened to see many Qianhou sect disciples below, battling some enormous demon monsters. From the looks of the battle, the demon monsters were clearly at a disadvantage, as each was facing only a handful of Qianhou sect disciples. The corpses of many demons and Qianhou sect disciples lay on the ground. Some of the Qianhou sect's buildings were in ruins, a testament to the intensity of the battle. We can't help here. Let's go to Zhonayante. Even if the 4 of them went down to the battle below, they didn't know who to help. Helping the Qianhou sect disciples against the demon monsters, or helping the demon monsters against the Qianhou sect, didn't seem right. A butterfly effect? I hope Mangli is okay. The demon world's barrier had been broken so early, rendering the shadow branch they had painstakingly obtained useless. Shen Fei couldn't help but wonder if this was a butterfly effect caused by him. Indeed, it was. Zhuan Ziyo had originally planned to wait until the demon realm's barrier weakened before attempting to break it. However, Shen Fei's previous information about King Guiyang and Elder Changguang prompted Zhuan Ziyo to forcibly attack the demon realm's barrier, breaching it prematurely. Had the barrier been set up by Chan Yu, Lord of the Illusionary Realm, during his heyday 19 years ago, it might not have been broken so quickly. However, Chen Yu had also been severely injured after killing Master Taking. Otherwise, given Chen Yu's personality, she wouldn't have considered using a barrier for defense. Uncle Ziyang, where are you going? We've already breached the demon realm. As the four approached the Jiwanayan terrace, the Kaonho sect disciples guarding the area immediately saluted upon seeing Muren Ziyang. Their words and expressions revealed their excitement. However, Muren Ziyang ignored them, his gaze fixed on the disciples transporting a purple crystal from the demon realm. Where's the sect leader? Muren Ziyang asked after a moment. Let's go. As Muren Ziyang questioned the Kaonho sect disciples, Yun Xian, Shen Fei, and Han Lingsha, without stopping, rushed straight towards the entrance to the demon realm. Hold still. The sect master has ordered that Yun Xian, Shen Fei, and Han Lingsha have been expelled from the sect. If you encounter them, arrest them immediately and await the sect master's orders. As soon as the three stepped onto the rolling cloud platform, they were immediately stopped by three Kaonho sect disciples. Bang, bang, bang. Just as Han Lingsha was about to say something, the three in front of her suddenly flew away. Shen Fei retracted his legs, turned to look at Yun Xian and Han Lingsha, and said, why waste time talking to them now? Finding Mengli is the most important thing. Yes, Mengli is important. Xian, let's go. Yun Xian and Han Lingsha reacted immediately and rushed towards the demon realm entrance. How dare you? Sword formation. The Kaonho sect disciples on the side were immediately furious when they saw that the three people who were expelled from the sect dared to attack the disciples of the Kaonho sect. Led by a disciple of the Yuan generation, dozens of Kaonho sect disciples immediately took up sword-controlling postures. The next moment, dozens of flying swords shot towards Shen Fei and the other two. Stop! Muren Ziyang wanted to stop them, but it was too late. You go first, leave this to me, Shen Fei instructed Yun Xian and Han Lingsha, and with a circle of his right hand, the invisible energy rolled in the air, instantly circling the dozen flying swords that were shot over. Then Shen Fei put his hands together and twisted them. In an instant, the dozen flying swords turned into fragments all over the sky. Get out! Then Shen Fei looked directly at the disciple of the Yuan generation who led the attack, that is, the same generation as Muren Ziyang. A strong murderous aura covered his whole body in an instant. The cold murderous aura made his body tremble uncontrollably, and he retreated several steps involuntarily, and his face turned extremely pale. It was because these people were Muren Ziyang's fellow disciples, and the personalities of Yun Xian and Han Lingsha made it difficult for Shen Fei to kill them, otherwise he would definitely let them see why the flowers were so red. How outrageous! Shen Fei's recklessness angered the three Kaonho sect disciples of the same Yuan generation who were watching before, and they all started to attack Shen Fei at the same time. Junayante, probably because it is the entrance to the demon world, and perhaps because of the need to transport the purple crystals plundered from the fantasy world, has gathered a large number of Kaonho sect disciples, including many of Muren Ziyang's peers, and even older generations. That is, there are two elders of the Zhuan generation. There are quite a few disciples of the same generation as Su Yao and Zhuan Ziyao in the Kaonho sect, just like the disciples of Muren Ziyang's generation. Although there were heavy casualties in the battle with the fantasy world 19 years ago, these disciples were not wiped out, especially those disciples with ordinary qualifications, and many survived. The disciples of the Zhuan and Su generations who died that year were basically elite disciples. In war, the stronger the strength, the stronger the enemy. Is this all you can say? Facing the three disciples of the Kaonho sect of the Yuan generation, Shen Fei moved his feet and appeared in front of a disciple named Yuan Fei. He slapped him several times on the face, and he was stunned for a while. Although the sword-controlling technique is powerful, it is not without weaknesses. That is, before the strength reaches a certain level, close combat is its weakness. Of course, there will be no problem against those monsters without little wisdom, but if it is against people, the result will be different. In the world of Xianjian, it is not uncommon for sword immortals to lose to martial arts masters in the world, even if they have sword-controlling techniques. The martial arts in the world are not without long-range attacks, such as the 7 swords of the Lin family fort. Following the same method, after the other two disciples of the Yuan generation were slapped and thrown out by Shen Fei, the two elders of the Zhuan generation finally could not sit still. Probably because they saw that Shen Fei's movements were very swift and they felt that they had no chance of winning on the ground, the two elders immediately flew into the air on their swords, and used their spiritual power to transform into a large amount of sword energy to attack Shen Fei. Get down! Shen Fei clasped his hands together, and 2 spiritual sword energies appeared in his hands. He threw one for each of the elders at the 2 elders in the sky, directly defeating the 2 elders' sword energy and piercing their shoulders. The 2 elders of the Xuan generation immediately lost their balance and fell from the air. The thorn sword used by Shen Fei, which can be practiced by ordinary disciples of the Kamar-Taj sect, seems to be ordinary and does not have much power. In fact, if it is practiced to a high level and reaches the level of unity between man and sword, it is extremely powerful. It seems that the main means of attack of the Taoist taking back then was the thorn sword. Fortunately, there was a clever disciple below who quickly flew into the air on his sword and caught the 2 elders, so that they did not fall and get bloodied. These are the elders of the Kamar-Taj sect. What a bunch of trash. Shen Fei said this as he glanced coldly at the other disciples of the Kamar-Taj sect present. Almost all the disciples shifted their gazes immediately after seeing his cold eyes. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 688, The Fall of Kamar-Taj, Part 1. It's undeniable that under Su Yao's leadership, the Kamar-Taj sect's strength couldn't compare to what it was 19 years ago. Back then, the Kamar-Taj sect boasted the true man-taking, as well as formidable elders like Zhuanglian, King Gang, and Chongguang. Even among its disciples, there were Zhuangxiao, Zhuanzhen, Suyu, and Suxi, all on par with the Murinziang today. But now, the younger generation only has Murinziang, while the other elders, those with the Xuan and Su generations, are even less powerful than Murinziang. It's undeniable that the Kamar-Taj sect's generational hierarchy is quite confusing. Murinziang's generational equivalents include the Yuan and Su generations, with some even becoming elders. This isn't a big deal, after all. Despite Murinziang's youth, his master's status naturally qualifies him as a higher generational leader. If one were to calculate generational status based on age, Murinziang would likely be on the same level as Huaishuo or Zhuangji. Under Su Yao's rule, the Kamar-Taj sect not only saw a significant decline in strength, but also in morale. If it were the Shushan sect, facing a provocative opponent like Shen Fei, even if they couldn't defeat him, they wouldn't just stand by and watch, but would desperately attack Shen Fei. While Shen Fei was unhappy with some of the Shushan sect's rules, he had to admit that the Shushan disciples adhered well to the sect's rules. Fortunately, the Kamar-Taj sect still had Zhuanzhao. Otherwise, with the Kamar-Taj sect's current strength, even against the equally weakened Huanming realm, it might not have been possible to defeat them. Shen Fei naturally didn't take kindly to these arrogant individuals who usually looked down upon him. At this point, there was no need to hide their feelings. Previously, when Shen Fei, Yun Xian, and the other 4 were in the Kamar-Taj sect, they had been subjected to a lot of sarcasm and ridicule, likely due to Su Yao's attitude. Of course, another reason for his ruthless attack was that the Kamar-Taj sect disciples with whom he had a close relationship were not present. Not all Kamar-Taj sect disciples were indifferent to right and wrong. Even within the game, many disagreed with Zhuanzhao and Su Yao's ideals and left the sect, let alone now. It seems the Kamar-Taj sect is unlikely to be saved. It doesn't matter. Things here have finally come to an end. I can take a good look around this world. I can find an opportunity to visit the Shushan sect, and I can also visit Zheqiao Kingdom more often. Coming to the Xianjian world without seeing the Shushan sect would be a shame. And then there's Zheqiao. If visiting Shushan sect was just a dream come true for Shen Fei, then Zheqiao is far more important. As a gathering place for monsters, he undoubtedly has a good understanding of monster affairs. Perhaps he could obtain the 5 spirit pearls there. Besides that, he might also be able to obtain the Shushan sect sword controlling techniques. Re-entering Shushan sect would be too time-consuming. It would be better to obtain the Shushan sect sword controlling techniques from other sources, such as Dao Zhen's younger brother. Although the opponent's strength didn't appear strong, judging by his brother's prowess, he must have been quite accomplished on Mount Shu. He must have inherited the Shushan school's sword controlling techniques. Perhaps even acquiring knowledge of sword controlling techniques from other immortal cultivation sects. After all, compared to humans, demons have much longer lifespans. If Murenzing hadn't been with him during his previous encounter with the Shushan disciples, Shen Fei might have already found a way to acquire the Shushan sword controlling techniques. You're still trying to reason with the Qianhou school disciples at this moment, but these are Yunshan and Han Lingsha. After glancing at Murenzing, Shen Fei immediately passed through the entrance to the demon realm on Zhuanayan Terrace and entered. Upon entering, he saw Yunshan and Han Lingsha confronting 7 or 8 Qianhou school disciples. The marks on Yunshan and Han Lingsha's bodies suggested that the two sides had already engaged in combat, but the battle was currently suspended. Yunshan, holding the Shian sword, stood before Han Lingsha, protecting her from behind. The Qianhou sect disciples across from him were aggressive, their words falling on deaf ears. Shen Fei pondered the reason for this situation and understood. Given Yunshan and Han Lingsha's personalities, it was impossible for them to resort to ruthless violence against the Qianhou sect. Even if Yunshan were to protect Han Lingsha, he wouldn't do so. Although Shen Fei was annoyed at the waste of their time, he also understood that this was entirely consistent with their behavior. If they weren't like that, Shen Fei wouldn't have followed them around, watching Yunshan obtain this healing cheat. Just like Han Fei, Shen Fei was willing to communicate with him, even if it meant destroying Han's state. He tried to save his life. If Han Fei had been Yandan or Changping Jun, Shen Fei would have ignored him. Even if it were Ying Zheng, he wouldn't have surrounded himself with so many like-minded people. Is Xie over there? Mangli's presence is also there. Shen Fei temporarily ignored Yunshan and Han Lingsha, instead unleashing his observation haki to sense the situation in the demon realm. Immediately, he sensed an incredibly powerful aura deep within the demon realm. It was undoubtedly Xie. After all, he was currently the strongest in the Qianhou sect. Mangli's presence was also in Xie's direction. The illusionary realm was quite large, roughly the size of a large island, with plains, mountains, and rivers. Aside from a few scattered battles in the distance, the rest of the area was occupied by Qianhou sect disciples. Some were digging for amethyst, while others were searching for any traces of demons in the illusionary realm. Why are you still wasting time here? Mangli and brother Xie are in that direction. Shen Fei immediately appeared beside Yunshan and Han Lingsha, and as he spoke, he launched a lightning-fast kick, sending all the Qianhou sect disciples flying. Brother, Mangli, Yunshan was about to say something, but upon hearing Shen Fei mention Xie and Mangli's whereabouts, he immediately rushed towards the direction Shen Fei pointed with his sword. Han Lingsha followed closely behind. How dare you associate with evil spirits? Fellow disciples, show no mercy. Seeing Yunshan and Han Lingsha soaring on their swords, the other Qianhou disciples, who were searching for the demons in the fantasy world, immediately rushed towards them, simultaneously using their sword techniques to attack them. Get down. Shen Fei naturally refused to let them get in the way of Yunshan and Han Lingsha. Dozens of sword shadows emerged from his palms and attacked the Qianhou disciples preparing to attack Yunshan and Han Lingsha. Instantly, screams were heard, and Qianhou disciples in the air fell one after another, some with injured shoulders, others with their flying swords destroyed. This is truly infuriating. After these Qianhou disciples were injured, other Qianhou disciples, observing the scene from a distance, immediately flew over on their swords. You! How dare you help the demon world? All the disciples taught by that Zhang fellow are traitors indeed. A young man in his 30s, with a somewhat stern expression, soared in the air in front of Shen Fei, glaring down at him with a condescending sneer. Shen Fei knew him. He was Murenzing's senior brother, Yuan Yu, a disciple of the Yuan generation. He often enjoyed high-profile behavior, surrounded by a large group of Qianhou disciples, and was one of the main figures in the taunts against Shen Fei and the other three. Stop pretending. Get down. Before he could continue, Shen Fei flew beside him and kicked him down from the air. He landed headfirst on the ground of the demon world, creating a large crater. Because he was upside down, his face was instantly distorted. I'm going to kill you. What are you looking at? Attack! Yuan Yu, having emerged from the pit, immediately shouted to the other Qianhou disciples nearby. Immediately, some attacked Shen Fei with flying swords and elementary celestial arts, while others, swords in hand, rushed toward him, attempting a close encounter. Get out of here! Shen Fei swung his right palm in a circle, unleashing a devastating blow. The flying swords, celestial arts, and the onrushing Qianhou disciples were all sent flying back. Shen Fei then spun around, grabbing a flying sword with his left hand. He then glared coldly at Yuan Yu, who had launched a surprise attack while Shen Fei was dealing with the others. What? You trying to escape? Seeing Shen Fei grab his flying sword and glaring at him coldly, Yuan Yu immediately tried to flee. The next moment, Shen Fei appeared beside him, severing his right arm with his flying sword. He then delivered a powerful kick to his Danshin, sending him flying over 10 meters. Yuan Yu was the person he hated most in the Kaionho sect, even more than Su Yao. He was a typical underworld thug. Back in the Kaionho sect, Shen Fei had nearly fought back several times when he'd been mocked by Yuan Yu. This time, he'd encountered him, and had only intended to teach him a lesson. Since he'd attacked him by surprise, Shen Fei had to strike back ruthlessly. Mur and Ziyang's relationship made it difficult to kill him, but the previous kick had shattered his meridians, and there was no way to recover unless he found a treasure like the red snow-flowing pearl pill. Shen Fei hadn't known Yuan Yu was the one who'd ambushed and killed Wei Shuo in the original novel, otherwise he would have killed him, even at the risk of upsetting Mur and Ziyang. Shen Fei's ruthlessness frightened the other Kaionho sect disciples, who dared not attack him again. Seizing this opportunity, Shen Fei fled the battlefield and headed towards the area where Zhuan Ziyao had been detected. Looks like we arrived just in time. Liu Mangli is at least alright. When Shen Fei reached Yun Xian and Han Lingsha, Yun Xian was in the middle of a standoff with Zhuan Ziyao, Su Yao, and the group. Not far behind him lay Liu Mangli and a host of illusionary realm demons, trapped within the barrier. A large number of demon corpses lay beside them. Two of the bodies were distinctly different from those of the Dream Tapers of the rest of the illusionary realm. They were likely masters of the Dream Taper clan. Unbeknownst to Shen Fei, they were the only two surviving members of the illusionary realm's 6 demon generals. The illusionary realm was led by Queen Chan Yu and her 6 demon generals. In the Great War 19 years prior, 4 of these demon generals fought to the death and perished at the hands of the Kaionho sect. However, their sacrifice was not in vain. Zhuan Zhen, the Kaionho sect's eldest senior brother of the Zhuan generation, had been killed by a demon general, a shared fate. Brother, why are you doing this? Did elders King Guiyang and Chongguang tell you? Yun Xian looked at the numerous corpses around him, as well as Zhuang Xiao and his group, his tone filled with disbelief. King Guiyang Chongguang, are you saying they said the celestial realm would prevent the Kaionho sect from ascending? That's ridiculous. Why would the celestial realm prevent the Kaionho sect from ascending? Besides, even if they did, what good would it do? The Kaionho sect's ascension is inevitable. As Zhuang Xiao spoke, his gaze lifted to the sky, his expression unusually resolute. That's exactly what happened. Shen Fei, listening to Zhuang Xiao's words, shook his head slightly. He understood Zhuang Xiao's decision. In modern terms, it was a sunk cost. The Kaionho sect had invested a great deal of energy in the sect's ascension, and Zhuang Xiao, in particular, had been instilled with this philosophy since he was brought into the sect. His sword of righteousness was forged specifically for this purpose. If the Kaionho sect's plan for ascending to the celestial realm failed, not to mention the energy and resources invested, Zhuang Xiao himself would be unable to consent. For Zhuang Xiao, already one with the sword of righteousness, there was no turning back. Under other circumstances, if the wrong path was taken, the worst that could happen was a complete overhaul. With Zhuang Xiao's talent, that might have been a possibility. But for Zhuang Xiao, already one with the sword of righteousness, even the qualification was lost. Now, Zhuang Xiao had only 2 options: continue with the Kaionho sect's plan for ascending to the celestial realm, or allow the mighty flames of the sword of righteousness to consume him. This was not something that could be reversed by the 3 cold devices. Even the 6 cold devices, let alone the 3 cold devices, would be unable to suppress the yang within Zhuang Xiao. Xian, you've returned just in time. Now that the Kaionho sect's ascension is imminent, it's the perfect opportunity to ascend to immortality with my elder brother, Zhuang Ziyao. Saw Yun Xian looking incredibly happy. He didn't even seem to mind Yun Xian's earlier attempts to stop him from attacking the barrier protecting Liu Mengli and the others. Zhuang Ziyao, what do you mean? Yun Xian and the others have already been expelled from the Kaionho sect, and you dare? Zhuang Ziyao words immediately angered Su Yao, who was standing behind him. Shut up, Su Yao. What I want to do is none of your business, Zhuang Ziyao snapped coldly. Zhuang Ziyao, you, Su Yao, facing Zhuang Ziyao's rebuke, was filled with resentment. She wanted to say something, but after meeting Zhuang Ziyao's cold gaze, she immediately stopped. Su-Yao knew Zhuan Zhao well and knew he would definitely take action if he continued. It was a pity for the sect leader, Su-Yao. She supported Zhuan Zhao's plan to ascend to the sect, and her situation was similar to Zhuan Zhao's. The sunk costs of the Qianhou sect forced her to continue the gamble. Su-Yao had initially hesitated after hearing the words of elders Qingyang and Chongguang, but she was ultimately persuaded by Zhuan Zhao. It wasn't so much that she was persuaded by Zhuan Zhao, but rather by a sense of optimism. Beyond this, another crucial factor compelled Su-Yao to support Zhuan Zhao. The Qianhou sect's ascension plan was completely under Zhuan Zhao's control. As the sect leader, she could do nothing but support it, not even sabotage it. Zhuan Zhao was undoubtedly a genius. During his 19 years of ice confinement, he had developed the ice condensation technique, which not only served to suppress the Yanguan within him but also had a secondary function. It allowed him to harness cold energy, allowing him to wield the Wangshu sword to some degree. Wielding two swords simultaneously was something Zhuan Zhao had mastered during his 19 years of ice confinement. Chapter 689, Qianhou Falls, Part 2. During the 19 years of being frozen, Zhuan Zhao pondered many things, such as why Su Yu had betrayed him. It wasn't that Zhuan Zhao didn't have feelings for Su Yu. He'd once asked Yun Xian to pick phoenix flowers, a testament to his affections. However, unlike Yun Xian and others who prioritize feelings, Zhuan Zhao prioritized his ultimate goal of ascending to immortality. During his 19 years in the ice, Zhuan Zhao pondered, if even Su Yu could betray him, why not control the Yai sword and Wangshu sword himself? That way, no one else could betray him. No one in the Qianhou sect was more familiar with the Wangshu sword than Zhuan Zhao. After all, he had practiced with Su Yu in the past. This was why Zhuan Zhao could use the two swords to bind the fantasy realm without Han Lingshi's intervention. As for Su Yao, she was simply a cover. After all, Zhuan Zhao wanted the Qianhou sect to ascend, not just one person, so he needed Su Yao's cooperation. Brother, have you been lying to me all along? About the three cold artifacts in Lingsha, despite already knowing the truth, Yun Xian still looked at Zhuan Zhao with a glimmer of hope. It wasn't really a lie. Initially, I just wanted to see Su Yu's child. I didn't expect you to want to help me out, and even went to the trouble of finding the three cold artifacts for me. Zhuan Zhao's voice was filled with nostalgia. That wasn't much of a struggle, Shen Fei muttered to himself as he overheard Zhuan Zhao's words. If anyone else had searched for the three cold artifacts, it would have been incredibly arduous. Even elders Qingyang and Chongguang might not have found them before the demon world descended. But Yun Xian, as the protagonist, simply went out for a stroll and obtained all three cold artifacts. As for Han Lingsha, Xian, don't worry. Since you call me big brother, I won't neglect her. While using the Wangshu sword will drain her vital energy now, once the Qianhou sect descends to immortality, that little energy lost won't be worth much. Zhuan Zhao said this, his eyes glaring fiercely at Su Yao behind him. This was indeed Zhuan Zhao's original plan. Under normal circumstances, no one would refuse a request for immortality, especially since Han Lingsha was searching for a way to achieve immortality. With just a little negotiation, Han Lingsha would surely agree, and Muren Ziyang would be even more of a threat. That's a good idea. If you told us about this plan before it happened, Zhuang Xiao, Lingsha might have actually agreed. It's all thanks to this sect leader. He saved us and allowed us to avoid being buried with the Qianhou sect. Shen Fei suddenly stood up. Nothing could be said about things that hadn't happened. For example, Han Lingsha would have agreed to Zhuang Xiao's plan when it was first presented. But unless Liu Mengli hadn't regained her memories of the demon world, Yun Xian and Han Lingsha would surely change their minds once she did. It had to be said that the Qianhou sect's ascension plan was like fate. Even if the process was different, the final outcome wouldn't be significantly different. Shen Fei's appearance merely altered some of the steps involved. Changing Zhuang Xiao's mind with the words was futile, unless he had to be eliminated. With Yun Xian, Muren Ziyang, and the others around, that was difficult to achieve. Is this the fate of immortal swords? How terrifying! As Shen Fei spoke, he suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. A sense of invisible terror welling up within him. It suddenly occurred to him that the destruction of the Qianhou sect was inevitable. Even if he eliminated Zhuan Zhao and seized the Yai and Wangshu swords, the Qianhou sect might not survive like the Shushan sect without the twin swords. They could be forged, and those suitable for their use could be found. As long as the Qianhou sect held on to their dream of ascending to immortality, They would undoubtedly continue striving for it. The only difference would be that the Qianhou sect would likely survive for hundreds more years. Would the Qianhou sect abandon its plan for ascending to immortality? Clearly, it was impossible. In this world of immortal cultivation, ascending to immortality was the ultimate dream for those who practiced cultivation. With a shortcut available, why would they give up? When Taoist Master Dao Yin discovered the spiritual power of the fantasy realm and conceived the idea of ascending to immortality, some doubted it. But so what? After all, in a world where immortality was difficult under normal circumstances, as long as there was a glimmer of hope, they would not give up. Not to mention the Qianhou sect, even the Shushan sect, which always claimed they didn't seek immortality, would have reacted similarly in this situation. If the Shushan sect truly didn't seek immortality, the evil sword immortal wouldn't have emerged. Under these circumstances, there was probably only one way to force the Qianhou sect to abandon their ascension plan: its destruction. The outcome would remain the same, the only difference being whether the celestial realm annihilated Qianhou or someone else did. Of course, even that alone wouldn't have been enough to chill Shen Fei to the core. The real chill and terror was the realization that even if Yun Xian hadn't left Qinglun Peak and Han Lingsha hadn't gone to Shichangxi Cave, even if they hadn't gone to the Qianhou sect, it wouldn't have changed the outcome. Even without Yun Xian's search for the three cold artifacts, Zhuangxiao would have undoubtedly broken through the barrier the moment the illusionary night realm reappeared and connected with the Qianhou sect. Without him, the Qianhou sect wouldn't have been able to deal with the illusionary night realm. Once Zhuangxiao breaks free and battles the demon realm, he'll likely search for the Wangshu sword. Given the personalities of Qingyang Chongguang and Qingyang Chongguang, they'll undoubtedly reveal the sword's location to Zhuangxiao. For the two elders, the Qianhou sect is undoubtedly the primary concern. Therefore, even if they notice Han Lingsha's problems, they'll at most offer compensation, not reveal the truth. Having obtained the Wangshu sword, Zhuangxiao will undoubtedly seek to find someone with the ultimate yin body to awaken the sword. The world is vast, and Han Lingsha isn't the only one with the ultimate yin body. As Muren Ziyang said in the original novel, even if Han Lingsha commits suicide, halting the Qianhou sect's ascension this time, what about the next time? This is the true reason for Shen Fei's fear. Everything is predetermined, it's just a matter of when. For the immortals and gods, a few hundred years is nothing. As for the development of the human world, in a world like the celestial realm, developing institutions and technological artifacts similar to those of modern technological society is impossible unless the immortals and gods completely refrain from interfering in the human world. From this, it's clear that Baiyu's failure was also destined. In the world of Xiangxia, simple scientific research that didn't affect the overall situation wasn't a big deal. For example, if electricity or firearms were truly developed, the celestial realm wouldn't necessarily intervene. But if nuclear bombs, airplanes, or satellites were developed, the celestial realm would definitely be on edge. This is even more impossible than the Marvel Universe's solution to Thanos. Shen Fei, who had originally wanted to take advantage of the opportunity to fight Zhuangxiao and test his strength, suddenly lost interest after thinking about this. In Marvel's case, there was at least a chance of success against the director of the Universal Family Planning Office in a million futures. But in Legend of Sword and Fairy IV, Shen Fei found no chance of a breakthrough. Of course, strictly speaking, there was no chance of a breakthrough. If he had sufficient strength, he could defeat the Nine Heavens Mysterious Lady and the Celestial Emperor Fuxi, and things would naturally change. But the problem was, he didn't have that strength at the moment. Even if he lacked strength and failed to defeat Thanos and was snapped by him, he could still have another chance to reverse the future and deal with him by snapping his fingers. But there was no such opportunity against the Celestial Emperor Fuxi. After figuring this out, Shen Fei naturally lost interest. Only Shen Fei, who knew most of the world's intelligence, could have anticipated these things. Zhuangxiao, even with his brilliance, would never have considered them. What do you mean by this, Suyao? Upon hearing Shen Fei's words, immediately stood up. As the leader of the Qianhou sect, her decision was mocked. This was unbearable for her. Zhuangxiao's mockery was fine, after all, as Zhuangxiao was more powerful than her and held the key to presiding over the Qianhou sect's ascension. Don't you understand, my great leader? We are not disciples of the Qianhou sect, therefore, we naturally won't be punished when the Qianhou sect is destroyed, Shen Fei said coldly. It's what you and Elder Qingyang Chongguang said about the heavenly realm preventing the Qianhou sect from ascending. Zhuang Xiao immediately set his sights on Shen Fei. Before Shen Fei proposed this idea, no one in the Qianhou sect had considered it. Yes, that 20th generation sect leader Dao Yin is truly outlandish. He's actually come up with such a plan to ascend. He's truly dreaming. Shen Fei's last words left Zhuang Xiao bewildered. He had no idea what he meant, but Shen Fei didn't intend to explain. What makes you think the celestial realm would prevent the Qianhou sect from ascending? HMPH, believe it or not. I'm merely giving you a heads up, considering I was a disciple of the Qianhou sect before me. And I believe you know the truth well. So if you truly care about Cheyenne, don't even think about trying to drag him up with you. That wouldn't help him, it would harm him. Shen Fei retreated. Since he didn't want to fight Zhuang Xiao, he naturally didn't need to intervene. Better to use this opportunity to consider his future actions. HMPH, even the celestial realm can't prevent the Qianhou sect from ascending. Zhuang Xiao exuded an air of dominance as he spoke. That's a good idea, but it's like wanting to dethrone the 4 emperors the moment you become a supernova. Overthinking, every supernova, before entering the new world, was filled with ambition, dreaming of punching Edward Whitebird and kicking Kato, the king of beasts. However, upon entering the new world, they generally served under the 4 emperors. With Zhuang Xiao's current strength, the average general in the celestial realm might not be a match for him, but the problem is that the celestial realm has far more famous immortals and gods. Brother, I went to the ghost realm a while ago and saw Dad. He said he missed you and wanted to apologize to you, and also to Mom. Yun Xian looked at Zhuang Xiao and recounted his encounter with Yun Xian King in the ghost realm. After mentioning Su Yu's direct reincarnation, Zhuang Xiao's expression finally changed. Yun Xian King is waiting for me, but I'm afraid he'll have to wait for thousands or even millions of years. After I ascend, he probably won't have the chance to see me again. At this point, Zhuang Xiao paused and took out an aquamarine bead. Xian, since you still call me Big Brother, as your big brother, I will naturally help you. This is the water spirit pearl you've always wanted. With it, you can go save the people of Crescent Moon Village. Zhuang Xiao said this, and the water spirit pearl in his hand immediately cheered and flew towards Yun Xian, not far ahead, and then stopped in midair in front of Yun Xian. After a moment's silence, Yun Xian caught the water spirit pearl. No matter what, the villagers of Crescent Moon Village still needed to be saved. Zhuang Xiao, you are so bold. Do you still have my respect as the sect leader? You actually gave away the sect's most precious treasure without any regard. Su Yao immediately exploded after seeing Yun Xian put away the water spirit pearl. As the sect leader of the Qianhou sect, he took the water spirit pearl without her permission. It was completely disrespectful to her. Master, Su Yao, look at what the Qianhou sect has become under your leadership. You, with your own mediocre talents, are jealous of talented individuals. Look at how many disciples in the Qianhou sect are capable of standing on their own 2 feet now. Muren Ziyang is so talented, he should have taken over the position of sect elder long ago. But you, fearing his prestige would surpass yours, suppressed his advancement, allowing some worthless person to take the position. Look who in the entire Qianhou sect still considers you the master now. Zhuang Xiao spoke, his gaze sweeping coldly over the Qianhou sect disciples present. Every disciple caught his eye and lowered their heads, not daring to speak up for Su Yao. Zhuangji, at the back, tried to speak, but was immediately stopped by Wei Shuo beside her. While Shen Fei and the others were in the ghost realm, some unrest had broken out within the Qianhou sect. Although Zhuang Xiao didn't seize power, Su Yao's prestige had plummeted. After all, they were no fools. As Qianhou sect disciples, it was clear that Su Yao was acting in a certain way. Even Yun Xian could see through it, let alone the others. Honestly, Hui Shou actually wanted to speak up for Su Yao. Technically, Su Yao wasn't that bad, after all. However, for Zhuangji's safety, Hui Shou could only remain silent. Since you want to protect these monsters, I'll give you a favor and let them go for now. They're not my target anyway, Zhuang Xiao said, turning around and waving his hand as he left with the Qianhou sect disciples. Originally, he had intended to fight Shan Yao, the one who had killed Master Taking. After all, Zhuang Xiao considered Master Taking to be incredibly powerful. However, Shan Yao had disappointed him, forcing her to hide within the barrier, leaving Zhuang Xiao completely without the desire to fight. However, it was precisely because of this that Liu Mengli and the others were able to hold out until Shen Fei, Yun Xian, and the others arrived. Master, Hu-Isho and Xuanji whispered to Sui-Ao after most of the disciples and Zhuang-Xiao had left. However, Sui-Ao only snorted coldly, then turned and walked back towards Zhuang-Xiao. At that moment, Yun Xian stared at the Wangshu sword in Su Yao's hand, his eyes flickering. The next moment, he charged towards her, intent on reclaiming the sword. Sensing Yun Xian's actions, Su Yao wielded the Wangshu sword to meet Yun Xian's sword. Just as the two swords were about to clash, Zhuang Xiao, who had already retreated, suddenly appeared between them, blocking both the Wangshu and Xian's swords with his hands. Zhuang Xiao's spiritual power then erupted, sending Yun Xian flying. Although Zhuang Xiao disliked Su Yao and showed no respect for her, they were still allies, and naturally, he wouldn't let Yun Xian attack her. Chapter 690, The Fall of Qianghua, Part 2. The sword pillar formed by the Wangshu sword and the Yai sword holds the key to the Qianghua sect's ascension. Naturally, Zhuang-Xiao will always hold on to such a crucial item. Should we retrieve the Wangshu sword? But even if we do, it seems we won't know how to stop it. Besides, the Qianghua sect has already reached this height. If we stop and fall, the entire sect will be doomed. Watching Yun Xian being blown away, Shen Fei raised his right hand, considering using the power of the surgery fruit to directly swap the Wangshu sword in Su Yao's hand. But after a moment's deliberation, he gave up. At this point, stopping the Qianghua sect's ascension was pointless. If they had obtained the Yinang branch and returned before the Qianghua sect had invaded the fantasy realm and obtained their own amethysts, they might have had a chance to stop Zhuang-Xiao's plan. But now it was too late. Zhuang-Xiao was the only one who controlled the Yai and Wangshu swords. Even if you retrieved the Wangshu sword, there was no way to stop the sword pillar. Similarly, for Han Lingshi's safety, there was no way to destroy the Wangshu sword. It was impossible anyway. Xian, forget it. Just as Yun Xian was about to continue, Han Lingxia, with a pale face, rushed to Yun Xian's side and grabbed him. Originally, with Han Lingxia's physique, she should have fainted and fallen to the ground after the sword pillar became what it is now, and after Su Yao swung the Wangshu sword. However, because Shen Fei had given her the eternal life spring before, Han Lingxia only turned pale. Lingxia, but Yun Xian was about to continue speaking, but after seeing Han Lingxia's determined expression, he immediately gave up. Hu-Isho, Xuanji, can you wait a moment? I have something to tell you. Looking at Hu-Isho and Xuanji who were following behind Su Yao, Shen Fei suddenly said loudly. The rest of the Qianghua sect perished, so to speak. But Shen Fei didn't want Hu-Isho and Xuanji to suffer the same fate as in the original novel. As the Qianghua sect descended, the air grew colder the closer they got to Kunlun's light. Less powerful disciples wouldn't have made it to Kunlun's light before freezing to death. Only the strongest could survive. This was because Kunlun's light remained within the atmosphere. If it were in outer space, the chances of survival would be even smaller. The outer space environment is fatal to most people, regardless of strength. It all depends on physical fitness. For example, Thanos' Ebony Maw, a formidable subordinate, was flung into outer space and instantly slain. Yet, Thor, drifting in outer space for so long, remained alive. Master, Hu-Isho and Xuanji glanced at the master upon hearing Shen Fei's cry. Look at what she's doing. Does she still have the final say over the Qianghua sect now? Come with me. Seeing the hesitation in Hu-Isho and Xuanji's eyes, Shen Fei immediately appeared before them, restrained them, and immediately carried them back to Yun Xian and the others. Hu-Isho and Xuanji were disciples of the Qianghua sect, after all. The fact that they were already following Su Yao indicated their choice. Trying to persuade them in this situation would be extremely troublesome. It would be better to restrain them and wait until the Qianghua sect was destroyed. Don't look at me like that, sect leader Sui-Ao. They are my friends. They can't be killed by your foolishness. Shen Fei sneered at Suyin, who was about to attack after he had captured Hu-Isho and Xuanji. You, Shen Fei's sneer made Sui-Ao's face turn extremely grim. But just as she was about to strike, Zhuang-Xiao's cold snort dispelled her thoughts. Mangli, I'm glad you're okay. I was so worried when you left without saying anything. After Zhuang-Xiao and the Qianghua sect disciples left, Yun Xian walked to the barrier not far behind him and spoke to Liu Mengli inside. Young Master Yun, Lingxia, Young Master Shen, you guys. Liu Mengli looked at the three of them, her expression extremely excited. Isn't this the agreed upon place? I wonder if you have a safe place around here. Shen Fei said bluntly after taking a quick look around. Then let's go to the Huanming Palace, Liu Mengli said, addressing a young, white-haired woman nearby. Mother, they're my friends. They won't harm the Huanming realm. This is Chen Yao. The demons are simply stronger than humans. They were clearly mother and daughter, but they looked like sisters. Since you say so, liar, then so be it. Chen Yao glanced warily at Yun Xian and his group. After a moment's contemplation, she nodded, seemingly agreeing with Liu Mengli's words. Chen Yu's attitude toward humans naturally differed from Liu Mengli, who had always lived in human society. However, the actions of Yun Xian and the others, coupled with Xuan Xiao and the others' retreat, made Chen Yu realize she had no other options. Without Yun Xian and the others' presence, the barrier she had so desperately maintained would have been breached. The illusionary nightmare palace is underground, so they were holding the barrier here. Is it for those demon children? Led by Liu Mengli and Chen Yu, the group quickly arrived at the underground illusionary nightmare palace. Inside, they could see a large number of children from the Dream Taper clan, presumably hidden there for protection during the battle. Speaking of which, Shen Fei's butterfly effect had a very unfavorable impact on the Dream Taper clan of the illusionary nightmare realm. In the original novel, at the end of everything, one of the 6 demon generals of the illusionary nightmare realm was still alive, along with many of the Dream Taper clan's warriors. This was all thanks to Yun Xian. However, this time, thanks to Zhuang Xiao's preemptive intervention, the 6 demon generals of the illusionary nightmare were completely annihilated. Even the warriors of the Dream Taper clan suffered heavy losses, leaving only a handful of warriors and a considerable number of young children. Mengli, you have no idea how worried Xian was about you after you left. Because of the barrier, Xian even entered the ghost realm and obtained the shadow branch, which can traverse the barrier. Young Master Yun, Lingsha, Young Master Shen, thank you for your hard work. Upon entering the illusionary nightmare palace and making arrangements for the injured members of the Dream Taper clan, Han Lingsha immediately recounted the events of the recent period, emphasizing how Yun Xian, deeply concerned about Liu Mengli's disappearance, had traveled to the northwest wilderness, met Zhulin, entered the ghost realm, and obtained the shadow branch. It must be said that Han Lingsha had gone to great lengths to impress Yun Xian in front of Liu Mengli. As long as you're safe, Mengli, all this doesn't matter, Yun Xian said with a smile, scratching his head. He didn't notice that Liu Mengli's gaze lingered for quite some time on the Hawaii-Sun shooting bow behind him. Yun Xian now possessed 2 bows, the jade waist bow given to him by Liu Mengli, and the Hawaii-Sun shooting bow that Han Lingsha risked her life to obtain. When the 2 bows were placed side by side, it was clear which was superior. We've already thoroughly investigated the Kaionho Sect's ascension plan. Given the current state of the fantasy realm, it's impossible to resist the Kaionho Sect. Our only option now is to allow them to obtain a sufficient number of amethysts. By then, the Kaionho Sect won't need to bind the fantasy realm anymore and will likely let it go. That's my proposal. Shen Fei explained the Kaionho Sect's ascension plan and some of Yun Xianking's past experiences. Chen Yu's expression turned grim upon hearing this. This was understandable. The fantasy realm had always been a peaceful place, yet the Kaionho Sect invaded, slaughtered, and looted them. Chen Yu was left with no choice but to offer the amethysts. Naturally, Chen Yu was extremely unwilling to accept this. However, despite her unwillingness, the Dream Taper clan no longer had the strength to resist. If Yun Xian and the others hadn't shown up in time, the fantasy realm might have been wiped out. At this critical juncture for the clan's survival, Chen Yu, as their queen, naturally made the best choice. If it weren't for these young demon children, Chen Yu's personality would have made her fight the Kaionho Sect to the bitter end, even to the death. This was Shen Fei's original plan, to prevent conflict between the illusionary realm and the Kaionho Sect, thus preserving the lives of most of the Dream Tapers. Sadly, the plan was aborted before it could even begin. Ziying, you're here. Just as they were concluding their discussion, someone announced the arrival of a Kaionho Sect disciple in blue and white. It was Muren Ziying. After unsuccessful negotiations with Uncle Zhuang Xiao and Sect Master Suiyao, Muren Ziying had entered the demon realm. Mother, I want to take them to the inner illusionary palace and let them see what truly happened back then. Okay, although everyone knew the truth, they only had a general idea of what happened 19 years ago. Led by Liu Mengli, the group, through her dream entering technique, witnessed a battle that took place 19 years ago, including a replay of Chen Yu's defeat of the true man taking. Xian, Give me the water spirit pearl. I'll go settle the Crescent Moon Village situation first. You two can discuss this here." After watching the holographic battle of 19 years ago, Shen Fei made a request to Yun Xian. By the way, Crescent Moon Village. Han Lingxi immediately thought of this after hearing Shen Fei's words. "Why don't you just rest here and discuss it? Leave Crescent Moon Village to me." The relationship between Yun Xian, Liu Mengli, and Han Lingxi meant they had a lot to discuss. Especially now that the Dream Taper clan in the fantasy realm had suffered heavy losses, and Liu Mengli was about to inherit the throne of the Dream Taper clan. Once Liu Mengli became the new king of the Dream Taper clan, she would have to consider the entire clan's situation, making it impossible for her to stay with Yun Xian and the others. While Yun Xian could theoretically remain in the fantasy realm, Liu Mengli would definitely not allow him to do so. "You two. Come with me to Crescent Moon Village." Shen Fei showed no interest in Yun Xian's conversation with Liu Mengli and Han Lingxi. He had no interest in enjoying the show, so he took Huaishuo and Zuanji with him, preparing to head to Crescent Moon Village. With Muren Ziyang's arrival, it was Muren Ziyang who finally persuaded Huaishuo and Zuanji to abandon their plans to return to Kaionho sect. Perhaps due to Zhuang Xiao's orders, when Shen Fei emerged from Zhuanayan Terrace with Huaishuo and Zuanji, the nearby Kaionho sect disciples who were guarding them simply ignored them. The three of them then flew away from Zhuanayan Terrace, heading towards Crescent Moon Village. By now, some of the Kaionho sect's prohibitions on flying swords were effectively lifted, so Shen Fei was at least safe. "Looks like we're no longer needed, which is a good thing." Arriving in Crescent Moon Village, Shen Fei immediately found it deserted. He left a letter on the table in the village chief's house. It turned out that those who had previously left the village had thrived outside. Some had returned to investigate, and upon discovering Crescent Moon Village's plight, they followed the group's departure. Restoring Crescent Moon Village's water veins would be simpler than simply relocating, rather than trying to find the water spirit pearl, which they didn't know when. Furthermore, the ascension of the Kaionho sect's headquarters had significantly impacted the surrounding earth veins, making it unsuitable for human survival. Even Boxen Town might eventually be lost due to water shortages. Not to mention the disaster that would result from the fall of the Kaionho sect. Even if Yun Xian destroyed the Kaionho sect with Hawaii's sun's shooting bow, it wouldn't mean its fall would have no impact on the ground. After all, Yun Xian's attack wouldn't completely annihilate the sect, it would still fragment it. "Huaishuo, Zuanji, don't go back. What's coming next is not your place." "No, I need to help Uncle Zinang," Zuanji retorted, aghast. "You'd better stay outside." Shen Fei sealed Zuanji's meridians, then pushed her to Huaishuo, speaking to him with a serious expression. "Huaishuo, if you don't want your good junior sister to die inexplicably in the Kaionho sect, then don't let her get close to the Kaionho sect, and the same goes for you, Zuanji. If you don't want Huaishuo to die in the Kaionho sect, then don't be willful. The spiritual seal on you will automatically dissipate in a few days. I think the matter will be resolved by then." But Uncle Ziyang, Zhuanji looked very worried about Muren Ziyang. "Don't worry, he'll be fine. It looks like things are in chaos here too." Boxen Town, when Shen Fei brought Huaishuo and Zhuanji here, no longer had the prosperity it once had. The entire Kaionho sect had ascended to the highest level, and a significant number of Kaionho disciples had left the sect, making Boxen Town realize that something was amiss. The Jianghu figures who had previously occupied Taiyi Xianjing had largely departed. Those who remained in Boxen Town were all deeply curious. There were also rumors that the Kaionho sect was about to ascend to immortality. This rumor filled some who had been so close to joining the Kaionho sect with deep resentment. If they had been assigned to the Kaionho sect, perhaps they could have taken advantage of this opportunity to achieve immortality. It must be said that these people were overthinking things. "You will stay here for now. I'll let you know if anything happens." After leaving Huaishuo and Zuanji in Boxen Town, Shen Fei immediately flew back to the Kaionho sect and then entered the fantasy realm from Zhuanayan Terrace. Perhaps because the Kaionho sect had already obtained enough amethyst, all Kaionho disciples in the fantasy realm had evacuated. After all, for Zhuang Xiao, the amethyst was merely the spiritual energy needed to support the Kaionho sect's ascension. As long as it was sufficient for the Kaionho sect to ascend, that was all that mattered. As long as he could achieve immortality, what would the amethyst matter? Chapter 691, Kaionho Falls, and Amethyst, possessing a treasure is a crime. How ridiculous. Looking at the purple crystal in his hand, Shen Fei suddenly laughed. Amethyst is indeed a treasure. If used for cultivation, it can achieve twice the result with half the effort. However, it also depends on the user. The Dream Taper clan has lived in the fantasy world for over 1,000 years, constantly surviving in this environment. The masters they have produced are only comparable to those of the Kyonho sect. This shows that the Dream Taper clan is not a very powerful clan. After all, they are a Dream Eater clan. To have Chan Yu in the 6 demon generals of the fantasy world is already a great achievement. As for the Dream Taper clan's guilt of possessing a treasure, it is simply because they are weak and unable to protect what they possess. If they were stronger, who would dare to accuse the Dream Taper clan of possessing a treasure? Look at the location of the Shushan sect and the Kyonho sect. Who would accuse them of possessing a treasure? If I give this to Gai Nai, Bei Mingzi, and the others, perhaps it will allow them to advance even further. The amethyst contains pure spiritual energy, which is undoubtedly a chance for those seeking the Dao like Bei Mingzi to advance even further. As for bringing them to the immortal sword world, that's simply impossible. Even if they did bring someone, it would be someone like Xiao Meng, not Bei Mingzi and the others. It's not that Shen Fei has any feelings for Xiao Meng, but with Xiao Meng's talent, it would be a waste in the Qin world. Looking at the entire younger generation of the Qin world, Xiao Meng is the only one with a heart for the Dao. If Xiao Meng were to join the Shushan sect, perhaps in a few years, Shushan would have a female leader. However, the Shushan sect is somewhat stubborn and constantly troubled. It would be better to send Xiao Meng to the Penglai sect. Of the 8 Kunlun sects, the other 7 are less well-known and less powerful. However, the Penglai sect is quite powerful. Among the numerous immortal cultivation sects, its reputation is second only to Shushan and Kyonho. After all, its seat is on Penglai Island. This was a legendary existence in the Qin dynasty world. Under the guise of searching for the 3 immortal mountains overseas, the Yin-Yang sect obtained support from Emperor Yingzheng to create mirages and dispatched large numbers of young boys and girls to sea. Let's do it. After collecting a sufficient amount of amethyst, Shen Fei called it a day and went to the Huanming Palace to meet Yun Xian, Muren Xiang, and others. The people from Crescent Moon Village have already moved out. I've asked Huaishuo and Zuanji to stay down the mountain. Inside Huanming Palace, Shen Fei immediately relayed the Crescent Moon Village chief's message and the situation of Huaishuo and Zuanji to Yun Xian, Muren Xiang, Han Lingsha, Liu Mengli, and the others. Moved out? That's good. Upon hearing that the people from Crescent Moon Village had left, Yun Xian and the other 3 breathed a sigh of relief. Muren Xiang also nodded in agreement with Shen Fei's decision to leave Huaishuo and Zuanji in Boxin Town. Their involvement in the current affairs of the Kyonho sect wasn't a good idea. I'm a little worried about the situation of elders King Guiyang and Chongguang. I'm going to check on them and ask them if they have any ideas for stopping Senior Master Zhuang Xiao. Muren Xiang said after a brief silence. In Huanming Palace, Muren Xiang was arguably the least popular, especially since he was wearing the uniform of a Kyonho sect disciple. Yun Xian and Shen Fei, due to their previous confrontation with Zhuan Xiao, had enjoyed relatively good treatment within the Mamo clan. Alright, let's go together, Yun Xian said immediately, and Han Lingsha agreed. The 3 of you go, I'll stay and protect them to prevent any incidents within the Kyonho sect. At this point, Shen Fei had no interest in stopping the Kyonho sect's ascension plan, and certainly wouldn't stop Yun Xian and Muren Xiang's actions. Just as Han Fei sided with Han despite knowing Han was no match for Qin, the Kyonho sect was his home to Muren Xiang, and he naturally allowed it to be destroyed. As for Yun Xian and Han Lingsha, they didn't have much affection for the Kyonho sect, but Zhuan Xiao was Yun Xian's recognized elder brother. Okay, Yun Xian, Han Lingsha, and Muren Xiang then immediately said goodbye to Liu Mengli and left the fantasy realm. Thank goodness he didn't mention the water spirit pearl, otherwise I wouldn't know what to say. Now it's time to accept the legacy of the Kyonho sect. Since the Kyonho sect was destined for destruction, Shen Fei naturally took it upon himself to take over its treasures. To be frank, with these treasures, Muren Xiang would have no problem rebuilding the Kyonho sect. There were many blessed places in the Xianjian world. While not as many as the Kunlun skylight where they were now, even the 10 great cave heavens were owned, making them difficult to target. There were still some decent spots to be found among the 36 small cave heavens and 72 blessed lands. Are you worried you won't see Yun Xian again? Shen Fei asked, looking at Liu Mengli, who looked a little upset because of Yun Xian's departure. He understood Liu Mengli's reasoning. She was a demon, Yun Xian a human. While Yun Xian himself didn't care about this, Liu Mengli couldn't ignore the Dream Taper clan of the illusionary realm. Chan Yu was severely injured, the 6 demons were annihilated, and the Dream Taper clan's core strength suffered heavy losses. Most of those left were young demons. As the next queen of the illusionary realm, Liu Mengli couldn't ignore all this and stay with Yun Xian. If she were human, 19 years would be plenty of time for a young child to grow up, but since they were demons, their growth cycle was much slower than humans. This was why, in the original novel, Liu Mengli appeared 100 years later. Don't worry too much. I have a way to get you two back together later. Seeing Liu Mengli's attention drawn to him, Shen Fei immediately continued, I know a special magic technique that can connect the fantasy world and the human world. As long as I leave a magic mark here, I can allow you to travel from here to the human world at any time, or have Yun Xian and the others come over. Really? Liu Mengli exclaimed in surprise after Shen Fei finished speaking. Would I lie to you again? But please don't tell Yun Xian and the others about this for now. Wait until the matter with the Kaonho sect is over. I'll find a chance to tell him. I understand. I also wanted Master Shen to leave Xian and the others alone for the time being. Why? Shen Fei was stunned by Liu Mengli's request. He had his own reasons for not wanting the secret or to the magic to be exposed, but he didn't understand Liu Mengli's side. The fantasy realm has suffered such a catastrophe. I can't spare my attention for a while. I hope to wait until things here are almost settled before letting Xian and the others know. I understand. I'll tell them when you feel it's appropriate. Since the magical mark shouldn't be known to others, I wonder what secrets and hidden places there are. The fantasy realm is mobile, and only by leaving a mark can one avoid teleportation errors. Although Shen Fei could have left a mark anywhere in the fantasy realm, since the other party was Liu Mengli, Shen Fei naturally wouldn't do such a sneaky thing. Then let's go to the inner fantasy palace. Only the king of the Dream Taper clan is authorized to visit there. Okay, as expected, drought kills drought and floods kill floods. This place is surprisingly mostly built with amethyst. It's quite extravagant. The inner fantasy palace is actually the place where the Dream Taper clan queen retreats. With so much amethyst, her retreat is naturally more effective. Just as the people of the ghost realm don't care about the shadow branch, the fantasy realm isn't too concerned about the amethyst either, given its widespread availability. Of course, even if they didn't care, if Kaonho sent someone to take it, the fantasy realm would naturally resist with all their might. Whether I care or not is my business, not a reason to let you take it. In fact, if Chan Yu hadn't been seriously injured, she wouldn't have agreed to Shen Fei's compromise plan. This is also where the Dream Taper clan's succession ceremony takes place. Liu Mengli previously inherited the throne here. The Dream Taper clan's throne in the fantasy realm differs from that of humans. While humans inherit only power, for the Dream Taper clan, it's not just power, it also power. In this respect, the demise of the 6 demon generals is a boon for Liu Mengli. Boom boom boom. Just as Shen Fei finished placing the special magic seal inside the illusionary palace, the entire illusionary realm suddenly shook violently. Upon returning to the palace and meeting the returning Yun Xian and his companions, they realized what had happened. Zhuan Zhao had released the Wangshu sword and Yai sword, allowing the illusionary realm to break free. It would soon resume its trajectory, and it would not reappear until 19 years later. After meeting elders King Guiyang and Chong Guang, Yun Xian and his companions approached Zhuan Zhao. Ultimately, neither side could convince the other, but Zhuan Zhao, out of respect for Xian and the sufficient purple crystals he had salvaged from the illusionary realm, released the illusionary realm. Thank you all for your assistance during the Kaonho sect attack. However, now that the illusionary realm is about to depart, you should all leave. A pale Chan Yu, supported by Liu Mengli, met Yun Xian, Shen Fei, and their companions. Although I thank you, I still don't approve of liar dating you. I'm sure you've all witnessed the situation between humans and demons this time. I don't want liar to develop any feelings for humans because of you. That would harm liar. Mom, hearing Chan Yu say this, Liu Mengli was a little dissatisfied. Okay, that's all I have to say. Anyway, you won't have the chance to meet in the future, so just say whatever you want now. Looking at Liu Mengli's expression, Chan Yu couldn't help but sigh softly. Mengli, I don't want you to leave. The demon world has become like this. Can't we all go live in the human world together? Yun Xian kept scratching his head with his right hand as he spoke. That's right, Mengli. There are places in the human world where demons live, such as Juchao country. You can definitely go live there, Han Lingsha said from the side. Young Master Yun, Lingsha, I understand your good intentions, but the illusionary realm is our home. We would rather perish than leave. This is our home. I didn't expect there was such an option. Yun Xian's words left Shen Fei stunned. He hadn't considered that forcing the Mengmo clan to relocate was indeed a solution, but it was too late now. Perhaps to avoid misunderstandings with Chan Yu, Liu Mengli had addressed Yun Xian instead of his name in the illusionary realm. But we'll miss you terribly and won't be able to see you. Han Lingsha looked at Liu Mengli, tears nearly streaming down her face. Lingsha, don't worry. We may see each other again in the future. And don't give up. There's definitely a way to save your life. And after I'm gone, you must take good care of young Master Yun and yourself. I hope you both live happily. At the end, Liu Mengli's voice was so low it was barely audible unless you were paying attention. Is that why they don't want me to tell them about the secret gate? Shen Fei couldn't help but think after hearing Liu Mengli's words. Mengli, listen to me, we're not meant to be like that. You know I'm not qualified to pursue happiness, Han Lingsha quickly retorted, but was immediately interrupted by Liu Mengli. Lingsha, I know what you're worried about, but please don't give up. I believe there must be a way. At this point, Liu Mengli suddenly took off a sachet from her body and handed it to Yun Xian. Young Master Yun, please take this fragrant herb sachet back to Shaoyang and give it to my father and mother. Tell them that I'm unfilial and can't stay by their side forever, nor can I provide for their old age. Brother Pei, please do your filial duty for me. Mengli will be deeply grateful. I'll definitely take it there. She won't plan to not appear for 10 or 20 years, will she? While that amount of time isn't significant for the demon race, it's completely unnecessary. Shen Fei was speechless at Liu Mengli's instructions, which sounded like they were preparing for her final resting place. Strictly speaking, the dream tapers of the fantasy realm weren't particularly difficult to manage. After all, there were no natural enemies there. Once this period of time passed, there wouldn't be much left to do. The dream tapers' management differed from that of humans. In the original novel, Liu Mengli had no way of leaving. After all, once she left, it would be difficult to return. But things were different now. Mengli, I will definitely come to see you in 19 years, Yun Xian said with a firm expression, perhaps realizing that separation was inevitable. Chan Yu, standing nearby, shook her head slightly at Yun Xian's words. 19 years might not seem like much to the demon race, but for humans, it was an extremely long time. It was perfectly normal for them to forget Liu Mengli after such a long time. Liar, bring the dream jar. Perhaps prepared, Liu Mengli quickly produced a purple orb. The Mengmo tribe also possessed a number of valuable items. Their only problem being the lack of high-powered lethal weapons. Otherwise, their opponents, the Qianghou sect, wouldn't have had such a hard time. To Mengli, under Chan Yu's control of the dream jar, another Liu Mengli slowly materialized in the void. Since you and Liar share such a deep bond, let this Liar accompany you. Although she's just a puppet, speechless and mindless, tangible yet invisible, she can still move like a normal person, as if Liar is always there. However, all this is just an illusion. When you gradually forget about Liar, the dream will end, and she will vanish without a trace, as expected of the dream tapers, who feed on the power of dreams. Their power in manipulating dreams is unmatched by ordinary humans. No, we won't forget Mengli, because this wasn't a dream at all, so how can we ever wake up from it? Yun Xian declared with a determined look. Chapter 692, Qianghou's Fall, Supplement. Alright, Liar, time's almost up. If we don't let them leave, I'm afraid they'll just have to stay in the fantasy realm. Chan Yu didn't say much to Yun Xian's words. After all, no matter how nice your words sound, your actions are crucial. Based on Chan Yu's experience, 19 years is more than enough time for humans to forget Liu Mengli. As the queen of the fantasy realm, Chan Yu had not only seen humans in dreams but also in human society. The fantasy realm existed even longer than the Qianghou sect. Technically speaking, the ancestor of the Dream Taper clan was a divine beast. Chan Yu's experience, while valid for ordinary people, held a completely different meaning for Yun Xian. Liar understands. Liu Mengli didn't argue with Chan Yu. Although she had only just returned to the fantasy realm, she understood her mother Chan Yu's attitude toward humans. Rather than argue with her mother, it was better to remain silent. After all, the fantasy palace already bore the mark of Shen Fei's special magic. Given Liu Mengli's personality, it would have been impossible for her to hide anything from her mother. However, when it came to Yun Xian, That was an exception. Mangly, goodbye. On the high platform of the Zunchen altar, Han Lingsha stepped forward and embraced Liu Mengli. Due to the unique operating system of the fantasy realm, one could only leave it when near the light of Kunlun sky. At other times, it was difficult to leave. Otherwise, with the flying abilities of the demon race, it would have taken 19 years to leave. Similarly, the Kyonho sect didn't need to wait 19 years, instead flying directly into the fantasy realm on their swords. Mangli, take care. After bidding farewell to Liu Mengli, Shen Fei and Muren Ziyang immediately headed to where Han Lingsha was, leaving the space for Yun Xian and Liu Mengli. Who says there will be no regrets after parting? On a cold moonlit night, beautiful dreams return. I know that our love will last forever, and the past will not fly with the colorful clouds. These were Liu Mengli's final words to Yun Xian before she left. Let's go back to Qinglun Peak. After leaving the fantasy realm, the four immediately flew towards Yun Xian's hometown. Earlier, when Yun Xian and the other two had met with elders Qingyang and Chongguang, they had learned from the surviving elder Chongguang that elder Zonglian had left behind a sword forging manual. As the forger of the Yai and Wangshu swords, perhaps elder Zonglian had included in this manual a method for balancing the two swords. Even if Zonglian hadn't considered balancing the two swords when they were first forged, after Su Yu and Yun Xian King fled the Kyonho sect and Zhuan Xiao became possessed by the Yai sword Jiangyan, Zonglian would undoubtedly have sought a solution, perhaps even something contained in the manual. It was truly peculiar that elders Qingyang and Chongguang had entrusted Yun Xian King and Su Yu with such a valuable treasure of the Kyonho sect. Elder Zonglian's sword forging manual would be worthless in the hands of an unrelated person, but in the hands of a sword forging expert like Muren Ziyang, it would be practically priceless. You're not even interested in wild boars anymore. Returning to Qinglun Peak, Yun Xian immediately rushed into the cabin and began searching through the books left by Yun Xian King. Not even glancing at the wild boar that had been provoking him from afar. Han Lingsha shook her head with a touch of sadness at the sight. This wild boar is still alive. Could it have become friends with Yun Xian? The last time the group arrived at Qinglun Peak, Yun Xian had gone to capture the wild boar, but now it seemed they'd caught a different one. Oh, I forgot. All the books Dad left behind were burned. These are the ones left, but none of them have anything to do with sword forging. Yun Xian rushed out of the cabin, a look of anxiety on his face, clutching the largely incomplete books. You're usually careless and don't know many words. You might have missed something. Let me take a look. Han Lingsha, for once, didn't blame Yun Xian. Instead, she took the damaged book from Yun Xian's hand and examined it carefully. Ziyang also began to examine it. No, it looks like it was really burned by that idiot, Han Lingsha said with a disappointed sigh. Xian, are these the only things Senior Yun left behind? Muren Ziyang then asked. These are the only books. The rest are just scraps. Yun Xian's life in the mountains was very simple. Aside from some essential supplies that he bought, he made everything else himself. Forget it, Xian, it's not your fault. After all, you didn't know, Han Lingsha said, comforting Yun Xian. Wait a minute, Lingsha. Although I'm not very familiar with Senior Yun, I doubt he would have failed to share such an important item with Xian. Since he didn't, that means he probably didn't leave it with Xian. Since he didn't leave it with Xian, he probably had it with him, which means it's probably inside Shichangxi cave. Following Muren Ziyang's words, Han Lingsha immediately realized. Yes, Senior Yun might have taken the notes with him to be buried with him. Muren Ziyang nodded. My parents' tomb has collapsed. Is there no other way? For Lingsha, brother, do it now. Originally, Shen Fei had already revealed the truth, and the group could now ignore the Kyonho sect. However, Xian still wanted to persuade Zhuangxiao to return. More Ziyang wanted to save the Kyonho sect, and Xian didn't want the Wangshu sword, which was tied to Han Lingsha's life, to fall into Zhuangxiao's hands. So they decided to confront Zhuangxiao head-on. Wait a minute, if it's in the mausoleum, could that be the notebook? Just as Yun Xian was about to rush to Shichangxi cave, Han Lingsha stopped him and pulled a book from her bosom. Give it here, let me take a look. Muren Ziyang immediately took the book from Han Lingsha's hand and began to examine it. Yes, it's Master Zonglian's notebook. Muren Ziyang flipped through the book briefly, his expression instantly brightening. The symbols on it are so strange. This is the Wangshu sword. As Muren Ziyang flipped through the book, Yun Xian and Shen Fei also took a general look at the contents on the tree. Shen Fei didn't recognize the other symbols, but he did recognize the images on the tree. They were swords of various shapes and sizes, including the Wangshu sword and the Yai sword. These aren't symbols, but a secret code passed down for centuries. Only those who truly understand the secret sword-making techniques of the Qianhou school can decipher them. The average person won't recognize them, Muren Ziyang explained immediately. Cryptology existed in this era. After taking a quick look, Shen Fei lost interest in the swordsmith's manual. He wasn't a swordsmith, after all. Lingsha, how did this book end up in your possession? Muren Ziyang put the manual away and looked at Han Lingsha with curiosity. Well, didn't I go into the tomb with you before? Back then, I saw a book on the table where the Lingguang algae jade was placed. I couldn't resist grabbing it, but you seem to only remember the Lingguang algae jade and not the book. For Han Lingsha at the time, any information regarding immortality was hard to pass up. Initially, Han Lingsha believed the manual might hold the secret to immortality and studied it. However, because she couldn't decipher the symbols, she later forgot about it. Cheyenne, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. This is all providence, Cheyenne. I need to research it immediately to see if there's a way to stop the twin swords, Muren Ziyang said, taking the manual and heading towards the cabin on the hilltop. The quiet and deserted place was perfect for studying the manual. So cold. Just after Muren Ziyang left, Han Lingsha suddenly groaned and her body began to tremble. Lingsha, what's wrong with you? Yun Xian immediately supported Han Lingsha, who seemed to be about to fall, with a worried look on his face. It's okay, I just suddenly felt dizzy and cold. I'm much better now. Han Lingsha tried to smile to show that she was fine, but with her pale face, the smile looked a little sad. Lingsha, drink this. Shen Fei immediately took out the Eternal Life Spring, poured a cup and handed it to Han Lingsha. What is this? My body doesn't seem to be so cold anymore. After drinking the Eternal Life Spring, Han Lingsha's face no longer looked so pale. I'll tell you about this after the Qianhou sect incident is over. You guys should get some rest first. I'll go get some food. Ziyang might need a while to figure it out. Ziyang, have you found a way to stop the twin swords? The next morning, Yun Xian, worried about Han Lingsha, went straight to the cabin on the mountain top. Muren Ziyang was standing on a boulder at the edge of the cliff, gazing into the distance. It's not that there isn't one, but it's incredibly difficult for you and me. I finally understand why the Zhuanglianshi Guild gave the notes to Senior Yun instead of leaving them in the Qianhou sect. After a long silence and a deep sigh, Muren Ziyang spoke. What is it? There's only one way to do it. Tell me now, Yun Xian asked eagerly. After the Zai and Wangshu swords were forged, Grandmaster Zonglian had already vaguely felt that the power of the swords was too overbearing. As Marshal Uncle Zhuangxiao and Senior Su Yu continued to practice and made progress, their strength grew rapidly, which made Grandmaster Zonglian feel more and more strongly about this. Although these swords were forged for the purpose of the Qianhou sect's ascension, and it was the beautiful wish that the Qianhou sect had dreamed of for generations, as the saying goes, everything will turn into its opposite when it reaches its extreme. If the power of the Qianhou swords gets out of control, the Zai host may fall into bloodthirsty frenzy, and the Wangshu host may become cold and cruel, Muren Ziyang said slowly. A Wangshu host will become cold and cruel. Su Yu doesn't seem to have this symptom. However, as a sword immortal, her death seemed a little premature. Could this be the reason? Shen Fei, who was also listening to Muren Ziyang's narration, immediately noticed something amiss in his words. If Yun Xianking's early death was due to his inability to resist the cold, it would be understandable. After all, his constitution wasn't a pure yin one. But Su Yu was different. She had a pure yin constitution and had mastered the Wangshu sword. In this respect, Zhuang Ziao is not as good as Su Yu. Although Su Yao's resistance to the Wangshu sword may have caused her an early death, things turned out just as Master predicted. After Senior Yun and the others left the Qianhou sect, Senior Uncle Zhuan Ziao went berserk and bloodthirsty, repeatedly severely injuring our disciples. Master decided to find a way to seal the twin swords. Although he finally found it, the method meant that if the host died, both swords would perish, Muren Ziyang continued. What does this mean? Yun Xian asked, puzzled. Only the death of the twin swords masters can cause the swords they hold to fall into eternal slumber. Strictly speaking, Master Shi still couldn't find a way to seal the twin swords until the very end. Muren Ziyang said this with a solemn tone. The twin swords masters are now Zhuan Ziao and Han Lingsha respectively. The death of either one would be unacceptable to them. Ziyang, Do you mean to kill Xuanzio and Big Brother? Killing Han Lingsha was definitely not an option for Yun Xian and Muren Ziyang, so Xuanzio was the only option. This is the only way to stop the Qianhou sect's ascension plan. Of course, it would be best if Master Shix and Zhuangxiao were willing to give up the ascension plan, but do you think he would listen to you in this situation? They had already witnessed Xuanzio's determination to ascend. It was impossible to expect him to give up voluntarily. But he's Xuanzio, one of the people who treated me best besides Dad. He's my eldest brother. Even if I never call him brother again, even if he killed Elder King Gang, even if he becomes like that, he's still my eldest brother. Let me kill him. Yun Xian paused. Lingsha, what are you thinking? You're not going to use your own death to stop this, are you? Shen Fei caught up with Han Lingsha, who had overheard the conversation between Muren Ziyang and Yun Xian. Seeing her face full of realization, he spoke bluntly. Your idea is certainly a good one. After all, your lifespan was already limited due to the tomb robbing, and with the Wangshu sword in your case, trading a few years of your life for the survival of Xuanzio and the Qianhou sect is a good deal. But have you considered whether Xian would agree to this? Lingsha, how can you have such wild thoughts? Shen Fei finished his words when Muren Ziyang and Yun Xian immediately stepped aside. Lingsha, I won't allow you to do this, Yun Xian said firmly. But this is the only way to stop the Qianhou sect in Zhuangxiao. After all, I don't have long to live, Han Lingsha, things have come to this point. Even if you die, it won't save the Qianhou sect from destruction, Shen Fei suddenly interrupted Han Lingsha. After glancing at Muren Ziyang and Yun Xian, Shen Fei continued. Haven't you considered how high the Qianhou sect has soared? If one of the two swords were lost, the sword pillar supporting the Qianhou sect would immediately collapse, and the Qianhou sect would fall. In this situation, do you think the Qianhou sect can still be saved? Don't tell me you can support the entire Qianhou sect. The Qianhou sect's entire spiritual power and immortal formations were so powerful that even Shen Fei using his incredible large handy scarf couldn't save the Qianhou sect. How could this be? Han Lingsha, Yun Xian, and Muren Ziyang immediately realized. They had never considered this scenario before. The only way to save the Qianhou sect now is to make Xuanzio give up. Otherwise, even if Xuanzio is killed, the result will be the same. Instead of doing that, it is better to fulfill Xuanzio's wish and let the Heaven Realm deal with the Qianhou sect. Shen Fei had already said how the Heaven Realm would deal with the Qianhou sect. Let's go to the Qianhou sect immediately. Chapter 693 The Power of the Divine Bow. I didn't expect the Qianhou sect's incident would affect this place. Inside Boxing Town, Yun Xian, Muren Ziyang, and Han Lingsha looked at the collapsed buildings and panicked residents around them. The four of them had originally planned to fly directly to the Qianhou sect, but they saw the changes here halfway, and Muren Ziyang seemed to have something to say to Hu Ishuo, so the group appeared in Boxing Town. After some inquiries, they learned that the changes in Boxing Town were closely related to the ascension of the Qianhou sect. Because the Qianhou sect ascended the entire mountain, the commotion caused by the ascension, coupled with the loss of the Qianhou sect's protection, caused the earth in Boxing Town to rumble, and the water in the oasis turned turbid. This scene, entirely caused by the ascension of the Qianhou sect, made Yun Xian and the other two feel very heavy. These two are really good at looking for trouble. I should have sealed Hu Ishuo's spiritual power as well. For a moment, Shen Fei paid no attention to the situation in Boxing Town. He was searching for Hu Ishuo and Xuanji. Given their personalities, if they saw what was happening in Boxing Town, they would definitely come to help. When he didn't find them there, Shen Fei had a bad feeling. Sure enough, after asking the innkeeper in Boxing Town, his premonition came true. The two had already left Boxing Town. Although the innkeeper didn't say where they went, Shen Fei immediately guessed it couldn't be anywhere other than the Qianhou sect. This turn of events was due to Shen Fei's underestimation of the Qianhou sect's importance to Hu Ishuo and Xuanji. Xuanji was certainly important to Hu Ishuo, but the Qianhou sect was equally important. Furthermore, since the danger Shen Fei had predicted hadn't materialized, Hu Ishuo flew away with Xuanji to the Qianhou sect. This was similar to Han Fei's initial determination to return to South Korea despite knowing it would be destroyed. We can't help much here. Let's go. Yun Xian, Muren Ziyang, and Han Lingsha, after surveying Boxing Town, decided to head immediately to the Qianhou sect. The residents of Boxing Town had naturally witnessed the Qianhou sect's entire mountain ascend, but they interpreted it as the gods from Kunlun Mountain returning to the heavens, no longer protecting them. hence the rumbling of the earth and the murky water. Shen Fei, of course, had no intention of explaining it. In this era, explaining such things clearly was extremely difficult. Not to mention the residents who had lived here for generations, even Yun Xian, Muren Ziyang, and Han Lingsha would have struggled to accept the truth if Shen Fei had told them. He would have claimed that Fuxi of heaven and earth was not a good person, that the gods were restricting human development, and so on. Is it already this high? Han Lingsha exclaimed in surprise as the four of them soared to the outside of the Kaionho sect, which was already high in the sky. Shen Fei's warning made Han Lingsha realize that the higher the Kaionho sect flew, the more dangerous it became. It wasn't just the Kaionho sect that was in danger. If they fell, the residents below would be even more endangered. The four of them then crossed the barrier and entered the Kaionho sect. Muren Ziyang, typically composed, couldn't help but grimace at the sight of the sect. The Kaionho sect was now covered in white snow. And the massive statue of the Nine Heavens mysterious lady hadn't escaped either. The icy landscape also concealed the bodies of many Kaionho sect disciples. Sure enough, they're here, Shen Fei said, glancing to the right. He then addressed Muren Ziyang and the other two. Wai Shuo and Zhuangji are over there, and they appear injured. Without waiting for a response, Shen Fei immediately rushed towards the location of Wai Shuo and Zhuangji, as detected by his observation haki. No matter what, they couldn't be allowed to die here. Muren Ziyang and the other two followed closely behind. Uncle Zulian, why are you doing this? When Shen Fei arrived, he saw Zhuangji sitting in the snow, hugging Wai Shuo, who appeared to be seriously injured and unconscious. She stared at the several Kaionho sect disciples in front of her with a look of confusion and indignation. You have colluded with the demon world and betrayed the Kaionho sect like Muren Ziyang. You have been expelled from the Kaionho sect by the sect master. Now that the Kaionho sect is about to ascend, how can we allow rebels like you to infiltrate it? In this world, ascending to immortality is the dream of countless people. Many will do anything to achieve it, such as the king of Wainan, who spent all his wealth, or the man who is currently suffering in the ghost world, sacrificing his wife and children to make elixirs. For these people, as long as they can achieve immortality, they can give up everything else. The same is true of the Kaionho sect today. Zhuan Zio's current prestige within the Kaionho sect surpasses that of the sect master Su Yao due to his strength, but the ultimate reason is that he is leading the entire Kaionho sect to ascend. It's okay, they were only seriously injured. They can still be saved. Shen Fei immediately appeared beside Hua Ishuo, checked his breath, and breathed a sigh of relief. Then, after seeing Zhuangji's expression, he immediately lifted the seal on her spiritual power and sent a stream of spiritual power into her. In fact, the one in the most danger at this moment wasn't Hua Ishuo, but Zhuangji. Her spiritual power was sealed, unable to be used. In this icy and snowy place, her physical condition was even worse than Hua Ishuo's. Hua Ishuo, Zhuangji, are they okay? Han Lingsha, after arriving by flying sword, immediately looked at Hua Ishuo and Zhuangji with a look of anxiety. It's okay, they're not in danger, Shen Fei whispered. Uncle Ziyang, Zhuangji seemed relieved to see Muren Ziyang coming, but then fainted. Senior brother Zulian, we're fellow disciples, how dare you do such a cruel thing? Muren Ziyang's expression immediately turned cold after seeing Hua Ishuo and Zhuangji's condition. Fellow disciples, you are nothing but traitors of the sect. What kind of fellow disciples are you? Muren Ziyang, what are you traitors coming back for? You just see that the sect is about to ascend and you want to come back and become immortals together. Ascension is imminent, senior brother. The foundation of Kaionho sect that has been built for hundreds of years has been almost completely destroyed. The place of meditation in the past has become a frozen dead city today. This is the ascension you want. The Kaionho sect has separated from the mountain. Although it is no longer protected by the spiritual energy of the earth and it is like spring all year round, it is supported by the spiritual energy of the two swords. It will fly to the skylight of Kunlun. It won't take long before all the disciples of our sect can ascend in broad daylight. It is a case of good times after bad times, and we should destroy first and then build again. The long-cherished wish of Kaionho sect for hundreds of years can finally be fulfilled. Zulian's expression immediately became fanatical as he spoke. After all, this was ascension to immortality. Many brilliant disciples of Kaionho sect had failed to do it over the years, and now he had done it, which meant that he would surpass those predecessors of Kaionho sect. What a wonderful example of good fortune after bad times, of destruction before construction. Brother, you know that the rise of the Kaionho sect caused a massive earthquake, polluted the rivers beneath Kunlun Mountain, and brought disaster to the people living below. Look at the plight of those fellow disciples. Such a scene is also a case of good fortune after bad times, of destruction before construction. Muren Ziyang pointed at the corpses of the Kaonho sect disciples who had been killed and shouted, "If you want to achieve immortality and sainthood, these choices are nothing to worry about." As for them, Zulian said, glancing at the fellow disciples who had been killed and sneered, "It's their own weakness. They were clearly on the verge of ascending to immortality. It's their lack of luck. They can't blame anyone else." Zulian's words caused Muren Ziyang's sword case to open in anger, and a flying sword flew out. Seeking immortality and asking for the way is also for the purpose of benefiting the world. If you act contrary to this, wouldn't you have already deviated from the original intention of practicing Taoism and simply gone astray? Senior brother Zulian, tell me, where are senior uncle Zhuangxiao and the sect master, Muren Ziyang? You are a traitor to the sect and everyone must kill you. Do you think I will let you interfere with the ascension of the Kaonho sect? Today I will clean up the mess for the Kaonho sect, Ziyang. The ascension speed of the Kaonho sect has accelerated a lot now. If my guess is correct, Zhuangxiao and the others should be controlling the sword pillar at Juanaiante. You go there first, and I will take care of this. Huishuo and Zuanji are seriously injured. If they continue to stay in the Kaonho sect, their lives may be in danger. Shen Fei suddenly spoke. Xian, let's go. Muren Ziyang pondered for a moment before immediately summoning Yun Xian to fly towards the rolling cloud terrace. Zhuangxiao was formidable, and Muren Ziyang was clearly no match. Yun Xian was the primary force against Zhuangxiao this time. Infused with a divine dragon's breath and equipped with a Hawaii Sun shooting bow, even Zhuangxiao was no match. This was the conclusion reached by Yun Xian and the other three after they met with elders Qingyang and Chongguang, and then with Zhuangxiao. After Yun Xian obtained the Hawaii Sun shooting bow, Shen Fei, curious about it, borrowed it to try out. He couldn't even draw the bowstring, while Yun Xian could do it easily. It's true that comparison is frustrating. Muren Ziyang, stop right there. Seeing Muren Ziyang about to leave, Su Liang and the group of Kaonho sect disciples accompanying him immediately drew their swords and prepared to attack Muren Ziyang. Their target was set on Muren Ziyang, seemingly ignoring Yun Xian and Han Lingsha. This situation was entirely due to Su Liang's jealousy. Su Liang was older than Muren Ziyang in terms of seniority, as he was his senior, but in terms of strength, there was hardly a single person among Muren Ziyang's peers who wasn't jealous of him. All of you, stay here. Shen Fei grabbed a clump of ice from the ground and crushed it. Dozens of shards of ice directly knocked away Su Liang's group's flying swords. Just as they set their sights on Shen Fei repeated his old trick, sending the shards piercing Su Liang's limbs. They should be doing well. Sorry, I don't want to see the Queen Mother of the Nine Heavens. Shen Fei paid no attention to the screaming Su Liang group. After defeating them, he immediately left with the unconscious Huishuo and Zhuangji. Although neither Zulong nor Jumang had shown any interest in Shen Fei after meeting him, Shen Fei doubted that the Queen Mother of the Nine Heavens would notice anything different about him. However, just in case, he decided not to meet her. Of course, this was only one reason. Another reason was that Shen Fei wanted to seize this opportunity to gather the Kaonho sect's resources. If he followed Yun Xian and the others, he would lose this opportunity. Take them away first. Shen Fei then created a shadow clone, having it take Huishuo and Zhuangji away from the Kaonho sect given their problems. If they stayed any longer, they might be doomed. Looks like it was a wasted trip. They ran away pretty fast. After the shadow clone took Huishuo and Zhuangji away, Shen Fei immediately went to the wine gate, a place of wine, sex, wealth, and power. He had originally hoped to meet the wine immortal there and get a sip of the 1,000-year dream. However, his expectations were proven wrong. The space within the wine gate was now empty. The wine immortal, the wine jars, and the wine had all vanished. The same thing happened to the god of wealth. He had clearly learned of the Kaonho sect's situation and had fled. While in the Kaonho sect, Shen Fei also learned about their situation. They were wandering immortals, just like Fox 3. As a sacred place for cultivation, the Kaonho sect actually had many immortal beasts within it. The most common of these was naturally the crane, as well as creatures similar to the phoenix flower. Drawing on the Kaonho sect's spiritual energy, the phoenix flower was able to achieve immortality in 500 years. Precisely because of this, Phoenix flowers in other places might not have had this opportunity. Of course, while these immortal beasts cultivated within the Kaonho sect, they didn't interact much with the sect otherwise. Taoist Master Dao Yin wouldn't have made such a foolish decision. Had he communicated with these wandering immortals and beasts, he would have realized that using the spiritual power of the dual swords to ascend to heaven was simply a pipe dream. While wandering immortals weren't true immortals, the word immortal still carried some meaning in their title, suggesting they had some understanding of the celestial realm. Luckily, the barriers are broken now, otherwise it would have been quite troublesome. Since the drunken immortal had already fled, Shen Fei stopped worrying and immediately went to the library to cultivate, clearing out all the books inside. He then headed straight for the Kaonho sect's inner vault, which held rare Kaonho sect treasures, such as the swords used by successive Kaonho sect ancestors, which were collected after their passing. There were also a considerable amount of medicinal herbs, elixirs, casting materials, talismans, and more. After all, this was a 1,000-year-old collection of the sect, its value immeasurable. With these supplies, Shen Fei would have much less trouble establishing a sect. Even rebuilding the Kaonho sect, Shen Fei hadn't yet figured out how to use these items, but regardless, acquiring them was his top priority. The Prince of Wainan's alchemy furnace has been eliminated before it's even been used. While the Prince of Wainan's furnace was a very good one, it still fell far short of the Kaonho sect's. This was a qualitative difference. After all, while the Prince of Wainan possessed power, influence, and wealth, he was ultimately immortal, while the Kaonho sect was a major sect of immortal cultivation. We're almost at Kunlun Xianguang. Time to leave. While Shen Fei was plundering the Kaonho sect's resources, he also kept an eye on the Kaonho sect's progress in ascending. When they were a considerable distance from Kunlun Xianguang, Shen Fei immediately gave up his search and left the Kaonho sect. People die for wealth, birds die for food, Shen Fei remembered clearly. Although the Kaonho sect still had many valuable items that he hadn't yet acquired, the bulk of the resources were already in his possession. There was no need to take unnecessary risks for these. Speaking of which, one of the reasons Shen Fei didn't want to meet the Queen Mother of the Nine Heavens was that he had plundered the Kaonho sect's supplies. He felt something was amiss in meeting her, considering the Kaonho sect was dedicated to her. It's finally over, Shen Fei sighed and shook his head, standing on a high point, watching the massive fireball plummet from the sky. Then, a streak of blue light streaked across the sky, and the massive fireball instantly exploded, dispersing into countless smaller fireballs that scattered in all directions. Chapter 694, Aftermath. The power is truly astonishing. Shen Fei couldn't help but sigh as he watched the small fireballs scattered across the sky. Although he was quite a distance away from Yun Xian, he could still sense the immensely powerful spiritual energy fluctuations from that direction. Now isn't the time to think about that. Watching the fireballs descending towards Boxin Town, Shen Fei immediately flew up on his sword to meet them. Dozens of sword energies swept through the sky, destroying the fireballs in the air. Shen Fei then immediately rushed toward the direction of the blue light in midair. The sword Yun Xian had shot down from the Kaonho sect was the Xian sword. After destroying the Kaonho sect, it immediately flew back in the direction it had come from. Xian, are you okay? Shen Fei asked, seeing Yun Xian, who had retracted his Xian sword and had his eyes closed. I'm fine. How is the Kaonho sect doing now? Perhaps because of his eyes, Yun Xian didn't see the destruction of the Kaonho sect. The Kaonho sect was destroyed, but it didn't fall. Are you, Ziyang, and Lingsha okay? Shen Fei asked softly, looking at Murin Ziyang and Han Lingsha lying unconscious behind Yun Xian. They're fine, Xian. What happened to your eyes? Han Lingsha, awakening and seeing Yun Xian's eyes shut, immediately called out with concern. It's fine, I just can't see, Yun Xian said calmly. How can you say it's fine? What happened after that? Why did your eyes hurt? Han Lingsha looked at Shen Fei and Murin Ziyang anxiously, as if hoping they would find a way to help Yun Xian. Perhaps this is the price Uncle Zhuangxiao mentioned, using mortal strength to activate divine artifacts, weapons that far exceed one's own strength, is impossible without side effects. Just look at Marvel's Infinity Stones. Even with Thanos' strength, a single snap of his fingers severely injured them. 2 snaps and they were instantly decrepit. Otherwise, Thor and his companions wouldn't have been so easily defeated. Yun Xian was considered lucky. After activating the Hawaii Sun shooting bow, he only suffered blindness. Why should Xian bear this price? Murin Ziyang's words made Han Lingsha explode. Her life was imminent, and Liu Mengli was far away in the fantasy realm. Under these circumstances, how would Yun Xian live without his sight? Especially with Yun Xian's restless personality, going blind was too cruel for him. In comparison, even becoming deaf or mute would be much better. Lingsha, don't be like this, I'm fine. Yun Xian immediately spoke to comfort Han Lingsha, while Muren Ziyang lowered his head in silence. After all, Yun Xian's current situation was entirely caused by the Qianhou sect. After meeting the Nine Heavens mysterious woman, Muren Ziyang realized that the Qianhou sect had been on the wrong path. Muren Ziyang could have attributed the previous problems of the Qianhou sect to the selfishness of a few individuals, but after meeting the Nine Heavens mysterious lady, his thoughts immediately changed. Even the thought of rebuilding the Qianhou sect vanished. Previously, Muren Ziyang had been focused on reviving the Qianhou sect. Lingsha, don't worry. Xian's condition isn't incurable, Shen Fei said to Han Lingsha after examining Yun Xian. Really? Han Lingsha exclaimed in surprise. It's a little troublesome, but it can be restored. Shen Fei then briefly explained Yun Xian's blindness. Under normal circumstances, Shen Fei could easily restore Yun Xian's sight. He was a true expert in healing. However, Yun Xian's problem was that his blindness was caused by the power of a divine artifact, and residual power remained in his eyes. To restore Yun Xian's sight, he had to expel the remaining power. Shen Fei could expel the remaining power of the artifact, but it would take time, a considerable amount of time. A conservative estimate was several months, perhaps even half a year. Really? That's wonderful. Han Lingsha breathed a sigh of relief after hearing Shen Fei's explanation. By the way, you encountered the Nine Heavens mysterious lady in the Qianhou sect. After comforting Han Lingsha, Shen Fei immediately inquired about the situation within the Qianhou sect. Yes, as you suspected, the celestial realm intervened. Senior Master Zhuang Xiao, Senior Master Suiyao, and everyone else from the Qianhou sect. Muren Ziyang sighed deeply before recounting the fate of the Qianhou sect as in the original novel. Those who remained within the Qianhou sect, dreaming of ascending to immortality, were cast into the East China Sea vortex and imprisoned for 1,000 years. Suiyao's sentence was reduced by half, to 500 years, due to her eventual repentance. As for Zhuang Xiao, since he had begun to transform into a demon, he was dealt with separately. This can be considered another way of fulfilling the Qianhou sect's disciples' wish to achieve immortality. After hearing Muren Ziyang's words, Shen Fei shook his head inwardly. The celestial punishment of imprisonment for 1,000 years was, indeed, 1,000 years. It wasn't like a sentence of hundreds of years under human law, which ended up being dismissed after the person died in prison. After all, prisons don't hold ashes. The celestial punishment primarily targets the soul, meaning that even after death, the soul still needs to serve the sentence. In a sense, this also counts as living for 1,000 years. Of course, if possible, no one would want to live that way for 1,000 years. How ridiculous. Those who want to become immortals don't have the chance, while those who don't do so do, Shen Fei said, laughing and shaking his head. Who became immortal? Han Lingsha asked curiously. Then, noticing Shen Fei's gaze fixed on Yun Xian, she covered her mouth in shock to stop herself from crying out. You mean Xian became immortal? Han Lingsha asked slowly and cautiously after a long pause. He's not quite immortal, but his lifespan will probably be similar to that of an immortal. If nothing unexpected happens, this might just be a joke played by Zhulang and the King of Hell. Yun Xian's current situation had actually exceeded Zhulang's expectations. Although Yun Xian had lost his sight due to a side effect of unleashing the divine artifact, he had also reaped numerous benefits. The artifact's power seemed to have merged with a divine dragon ore within him. This meant Yun Xian's strength had greatly improved. He was now more than capable of challenging Zhuan Xiao in a one-on-one duel, and that was against Zhuan Xiao at his peak. So that's how it is, Muren Ziyang immediately understood. Han Lingsha's expression was initially gloomy, but then she brightened. Regardless, she was delighted by Yun Xian's opportunity. At least it meant a chance for him to be with Liu Mengli. Is that so? Doesn't that mean Zhulang can solve Lingsha's problem? Let's go find him immediately. Yun Xian wasn't at all concerned about his lifespan being similar to that of an immortal. Instead, his first thought was Han Lingsha. Xian, don't talk nonsense, Muren Ziyang scolded immediately. Xian, don't talk nonsense. How can you disturb Lord Zhulang so casually? Han Lingsha immediately spoke up to stop Yun Xian from continuing. That was Zhulang, How could he tolerate repeated interruptions from a human? Lingsha, take Cheyenne to Kingluan Peak to rest well first. Don't worry about other things for now. I'll take care of the remaining issues of the Kyonho sect first and then come back to you. By the way, with the Kyonho sect leaving, this place may no longer be suitable for survival. I wonder what they'll do in the future. Hearing about the remaining issues of the Kyonho sect, Han Lingsha and Muren Ziyang fell silent. Don't worry so much. You seem to have forgotten that I have the water spirit pearl. I can use its power to purify the water veins here and restore the oasis. While it won't be as prosperous as it was when the Kyonho sect was here, if we just want to survive, it shouldn't be a problem. This is the only thing Shen Fei can do for the people living on this land right now. It's because of the water spirit pearl that Shen Fei has this idea. Without it, Shen Fei could do this, but it would be a waste of time. In the end, Shen Fei would probably just deal with it briefly and leave. Since this is the Kyonho sect's fault, I'm here to help, Muren Ziyang said immediately. Okay, Lingsha, take Cheyenne back with you. Once things are resolved here, we'll discuss resolving your issue. Lingsha, don't worry about yours. Trust me, there's a solution, Shen Fei said to Han Lingsha with a smile. Now that the Kyonho sect issue has been resolved, there's no need to hide it. Really? Lingsha's problem can be solved, Yun Cheyenne exclaimed eagerly. Of course, Uncle Ziyang, what's become of the Kyonho sect? While Han Lingsha and Yun Cheyenne were flying to Kingluan Peak, Shen Fei and Muren Ziyang arrived in Boxing Town and met Huaishuo and Zuanji, whose injuries had almost fully recovered. There will be no more Kyonho sect, Muren Ziyang immediately briefed them on the situation. Upon hearing about the Kyonho sect's final resolution, Huaishuo and Zuanji's expressions immediately darkened. After all, it was the sect they had grown up in. Now isn't the time. Right now, we need to help the nearby residents affected by the Kyonho sect. You guys come and help too. Yes, Uncle Ziyang, it's truly worthy of being a water spirit pearl. It's evolved its water veins so quickly. Drinking the water from the water spirit pearl would be a very good option, but it seems a bit extravagant. As Shen Fei watched the water veins before him, transformed from turbid to clear by the water spirit pearl, a thought suddenly occurred to him. But then Shen Fei shook his head. Even he felt the idea of using the water spirit pearl as a water purifier was a bit extravagant. Anyone in this world would never entertain such an idea. Alright, Ziyang, things are almost done here. It's time to leave. After restoring the water veins in several surrounding oases, Shen Fei prepared to leave. For the past few days, he had been tidying up the water veins while Muren Ziyang, Huaishuo, and Zuanji had been using their swords to deliver supplies to the affected residents. Thanks to their actions, many injured people had survived. Watching the three flying swords to deliver supplies, Shen Fei had entertained the idea of using swordsmanship to deliver packages. Establishing such a logistics company in this world, however, naturally, failed. While flying swords to deliver supplies was incredibly fast, like using the water spirit pearl as a water purifier, it was too extravagant. Furthermore, Muren Ziyang and the other two were only willing to do so out of guilt. Under normal circumstances, they wouldn't have done so. Yes, Muren Ziyang nodded. They had done what they could. Now it was up to these people to deal with their own affairs. Barring any unexpected events, they probably wouldn't be returning. See you later. After the group arrived at Kingluan Peak and met Yun Cheyenne and Han Lingsha, Muren Ziyang, Huaishuo, and Zuanji didn't stay. After a brief conversation, they immediately left. Unlike Shen Fei, Yun Cheyenne, and Han Lingsha, who had little affection for the Kyonho sect, these three held strong feelings for it, seemingly having other matters to attend to. The Kyonho sect's mysterious disappearance had sparked numerous rumors in the world of immortal cultivation and the martial arts world. Many were curious about the reason for its disappearance, and naturally, there were many different theories. This was quite normal. After all, only Shen Fei, Yun Cheyenne, and the others knew of the Kyonho sect's disappearance. The others were imprisoned in the vortex of the East China Sea. As for the Kyonho sect disciples who left early, they only knew a rough outline of the situation. Lingsha, your lifespan issue is actually quite easy to resolve. I once stumbled upon some spring water that can extend lifespan. Could that be the one you gave me to drink earlier? Han Lingsha exclaimed. After all, it was a life-extending item, and Han Lingsha understood its value. Yes, that means you don't have to worry about your lifespan anymore. To be more precise, your lifespan has been greatly extended. You could live for hundreds of years without a problem, though not as long as Cheyenne. Shen Fei paused, then continued, I'm sorry, for some reason, I didn't tell you this before, it's okay. Rather, I should thank you, Han Lingsha waved hurriedly. A pause followed, a look of hesitation on her face. Lingsha, I know what you mean. You want to talk about your people, right? Can I ask how many people you have? Han Lingsha immediately gave a number, much smaller than Shen Fei expected, perhaps due to her short lifespan. Take this back and dilute it for them to drink. It should extend their lifespans a bit. Lingsha, I need to clarify something up front. You should already know from your previous experiences that many things are complicated. If it's just you, it doesn't matter how long it's extended, but your Han family members can't return to normal. The Ghost Realm won't allow it. Once everyone's lifespan is extended, the Ghost Realm won't ignore it. Why can I? Han Lingsha asked curiously. Of course it's because of him. You should know the situation of the Kaonho sect. What may seem important to us may be a trivial matter to the immortals and gods. Cheyenne is valued by Zhulang and Jumang, so no one would come to you for such a trivial matter. Shen Fei's words immediately silenced Han Lingsha. Having seen the Nine Heavens mysterious lady with her own eyes, she understood the meaning behind Shen Fei's words perfectly. They had been troubled by the problems of the Kaonho sect and Zhuangxiao's strength, but with the appearance of the Nine Heavens mysterious lady, even Zhuangxiao had no room for resistance. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 695, Heavenly Demon Emperor, Part 1. Lingsha, don't overthink it. You've tried very hard, but some things are beyond human control. At least you've changed their fate. They'll have to rely on themselves for what's next. Cheyenne still needs your care. Seeing Han Lingsha's silence, Shen Fei immediately spoke to comfort her. Han Lingsha, seeing the blind Yun Cheyenne, nodded firmly. I have some things to take care of. Let Cheyenne accompany you to handle the Han family matters. Yun Cheyenne and Han Lingsha's return to the Han family was like meeting their parents, so he wouldn't have to join in the fun and act as a third wheel. By the way, Lingsha, I heard you mention the Thunder Spirit Pearl earlier. Could you please help investigate? I need to find the 5 Spirit Pearls for something. Although the Thunder Spirit Pearl had been lost from the Han family, there should have been some clues left behind. After all, the Han family even knew about Hao Ai's son's shooting bow in the Tomb of the Gods. I see, thank you. Although Shen Fei said he was leaving to attend to his own affairs, he didn't leave immediately. Instead, he helped tidy up Yun Cheyenne's house and went to town to buy some daily necessities, such as food, oil, and salt. After some consideration, Shen Fei directly took out a few shells from Sky Island. Living in seclusion sounds very grand, but in practice, it also reveals that there are many problems. Sky Island shells just happen to solve those tedious tasks. Han Lingsha and Yun Cheyenne naturally didn't need the shockwave shells and slash shells. Shen Fei left behind shells for daily life, such as flame shells, lamp shells, and water shells. He even built a bathhouse nearby. Yun Cheyenne didn't care when he lived alone, but with Han Lingsha, a woman after all, there were some things to be aware of. Han Lingsha was very curious about these magical shells, saying that if she had them, she wouldn't have been so embarrassed when traveling outside. Originally, Shen Fei had wanted to give Han Lingsha a special ring, but considering the current state of this world, he decided to put it aside for now and leave it for later, as there was plenty of time ahead. Next, it's time to find a secret base. After renovating Yun Cheyenne and Han Lingsha's residences, Shen Fei flew away on his sword. After all, he had acquired so many resources from the Kaonho sect, but due to the rush, he hadn't had time to sort them out, and now he needed to sort them out. Let's go to Shaoyang City and buy a manor first. Shaoyang City wasn't far from Kinglun Peak, and living there would make it convenient for him to see Yun Cheyenne and Han Lingsha. Of course, this wasn't the main reason. The real reason was that Shaoyang City was not far from Jicheo State within Cheohu Lake, making it easy for him to enter Jicheo State. It's you. Long time no see. At the Yangshan Inn in Shaoyan County, Shen Fei unexpectedly ran into someone he knew, Susan, Su Yao's junior sister. Shen Fei had previously searched for her at the Kaonho sect. After all, they were acquaintances, and Shen Fei didn't want her to be buried with the Qianhou sect. However, since he couldn't find her, he suspected she might have gone down the mountain, and now it seemed so. "It's you. Come have a drink." Su Zin nodded calmly upon seeing Shen Fei. "Okay, have you heard about the Qianhou sect?" Shen Fei asked immediately after sitting down. "I already know. I met Ziyang and the others earlier. I never imagined that the so-called ascension to immortality would end like this." "Senior sister Su Yao?" At this point, Su Zin sighed deeply, looking a little sad. Perhaps because she had received the Yanqi inheritance, Su Zin had no interest in ascending to immortality. So, despite Su Yao's repeated invitations to stay at the Qianhou sect, she eventually left. For Su Zin, the ending of the Qianhou sect didn't really matter to her. After all, she hadn't been back for so many years. If she really had feelings for it, she wouldn't have stayed away for so many years. The only person she cared about was Su Yao. However, with the passage of time, Su Yao's changes made Su Zin somewhat unacceptable. Although strictly speaking, Su Yao couldn't accept Su Zin's changes either. "Oh, by the way, you've been wandering the world for many years. I wonder if you know anything about the 5 spirit pearls." After a moment of silence, Shen Fei couldn't help but ask after remembering Su Zin's situation. Although there was no chance of getting the wind spirit pearl, if the whereabouts of the other 5 spirit pearls were known, there might still be a chance to get them. "Although I've heard a lot of rumors about the 5 spirit pearls, I don't know the specific situation." Su Zin thought for a while and immediately answered. "Then I wonder if you could keep an eye out for news on this matter while you're out there. I'll pay you, of course, no need for payment, just treat me to a drink when you have time, no problem. If you get any news, have someone pass it on here. If nothing unexpected happens, I'll probably be staying here. Even if the real person isn't here, there's always a shadow clone. The resources of the Xiangsha world are incredibly rich, with medicinal herbs, minerals, and more, not found in other worlds. Okay, as the saying goes, money makes the world go round." After bidding farewell to Su Zin, Shen Fei quickly purchased a 3-story courtyard house in Shaoyang City. After securing everything, he immediately left the city and headed to the outskirts of Shaoyang County to gather some fragrant herbs. Then, he flew towards Beilingzhou. What a large bird, more accurately, it was an eagle. Previously, because he'd come with Yuan Ziyang, Yun Xian, and the others, Shen Fei hadn't been able to take action. Now, he could finally do it. "Sorry, I'm human after all." Room, slaughterhouse. While the eagle demon from Beilingzhou was formidable, it was nothing to Shen Fei right now. If it were a demon, perhaps he would have shown mercy due to the nearby S.H.I.E.L.D kingdom, but this one wasn't one. As a wild demon, it had naturally attacked humans before, giving Shen Fei a chance to kill 2 birds with 1 stone, obtain its blood to create an artificial devil fruit, and also get a taste of the eagle's flesh. There were no laws protecting rare animals in this world. It doesn't have an inner elixir? It seems only powerful demons possess it. I wonder when I'll be able to meet Fox 3. Shen Fei had originally wanted to see if the eagle demon had any inner elixir, but the result was naturally disappointing. At that moment, Shen Fei somewhat missed the creature who called himself Fox 3. "Why me, YZHI? I've come to see you. This is some fragrant grass for you." After defeating the eagle monster on Bailing Island, Shen Fei immediately used the water-breathing technique to infiltrate the depths of Jiao Lake and reach S.H.I.E.L.D Kingdom. With Wai Mi and the others' help, Shen Fei was able to enter S.H.I.E.L.D without any problems. Perhaps by accident, the fantasy realm had already departed, and S.H.I.E.L.D Kingdom's concealment barrier had been deployed, making it impossible for ordinary people to discover S.H.I.E.L.D even if they dive deep into Jiao Lake. Meow, thank you. Are you here alone? Where are they? They have things to attend to and probably won't be able to come for now. By the way, has any family of 3 come by recently? Shen Fei said, then told him about Dao Run, his wife, and their child. I told them they were here, but I don't know if they arrived safely. Yes, the elders saw them, and they're living here now. Do you want to see them? Meow, no, I'm just asking. By the way, can I see the elders? Knowing that Dao Run and his family had arrived in S.H.I.E.L.D Kingdom, Shen Fei nodded silently. Yes, the elder actually wants to see you too. This way, if it was Muran Ziyang who came today, S.H.I.E.L.D country would never let him in. The reason why Shen Fei was able to come in was partly because of the guarantee of Hua Imi and others, but mainly because of the attitude Yun Xian and others showed towards the monsters last time, which allowed him to come in. What is your purpose in coming this time? Elder Turtle Hermit asked directly after seeing Shen Fei. What if I simply wanted to see Huaimi and the others? Shen Fei said with a smile. If that was all, you wouldn't have asked to come and see them, although I came here for some purposes. It's also true that I came to visit Huaimi. Shen Fei said this, and after a moment of silence, he said, Elder, do you know the big things that happened in the world of immortal cultivation recently? Are you referring to the disappearance of the Kaonho sect? It seems that the elder knows the truth. Turtle Hermit's attitude made Shen Fei unable to help but speak tentatively. I don't know what you're talking about. The inhabitants of G-Virus country are peace-loving monsters who never question the affairs of the outside world. Shen Fei couldn't help but laugh inwardly at Master Roshi's words, but outwardly, his expression remained unchanged. He hadn't come here to discuss the Kaonho sect, I know that, otherwise I wouldn't have sent anyone here. Although I'm human, my approach to monsters is to deal with the issue, not the individual. Actually, the reason I came here today was to ask the elder if he knew the whereabouts of the 5 spirit pearls. G-Virus country is a gathering place for monsters, so they're bound to know a lot about a monster race. If the 5 spirit pearls fell into the hands of a monster, they might know about it. This is something Xia Yuanjin and Su Zhen couldn't do. After all, one of them is a wandering immortal, the other a human, and they don't have much contact with the monsters. As for the 5 spirit pearls, Shen Fei would certainly seize them if possible, and to do so, he would naturally utilize every possible force in the world. 5 spirit pearls? I'm sorry, I don't know, Master Roshi said without hesitation. Really? Then could you please keep an eye out for any information regarding the 5 spirit pearls? I'll pay you, of course, although Shen Fei didn't know whether Turtle Hermit's words were true, since he couldn't take action, he could only take them at face value. Reward? What is it? Turtle Hermit asked. Well, it depends on what you need, Elder. Actually, I'm here for another reason, and that's to make a deal with you. I believe you have quite a few items that only humans can use, and I'm interested in them. Battles between humans and demons naturally don't always go smoothly, otherwise, so many Kaonho sect disciples wouldn't have sacrificed their lives. Under such circumstances, it's natural that many items would fall into the hands of demons. If even the Kaonho sect is in such a state, then the other 7 of the 8 Kunlun sects, as well as Penglai and Shushan, would likely have disciples in the hands of demons. Shen Fei's goal is to obtain these items. If possible, he might be able to obtain something valuable. After all, this elder would even give away Kun scales. Trade? Turtle Hermit fell silent, apparently considering the pros and cons. Yes, Master Roshi finally spoke after a long pause. For Master Roshi, the idea of exchanging items the demon race couldn't use for supplies was incredibly valuable. It seems the most needed are food and other necessities. After Master Roshi agreed, the two sides immediately engaged in detailed negotiations regarding the deal. Each side presented the other with a list of items they both needed. Upon seeing Master Roshi's list, Shen Fei immediately suspected some of G-Virus's problems. As a neutral and peaceful demon nation, lacking supplies was essential given their inability to attack humans. After all, demons couldn't compete with humans in terms of production and living supplies, and G-Virus currently primarily purchased supplies. Of course, G-Virus wasn't short of financial resources. Among other things, demons possessed a wealth of antiques, not to mention a vast supply of jewelry, gold, and other items. While discovering and mining gold mines was a difficult task for humans, it was a simple task for certain demon races. For example, pangolins can easily traverse mountains and lands. Add to that exotic creatures like treasure hunting rats, and finding treasure is a simple matter. Besides daily necessities, there are also weapons and other items. Naturally, Shen Fei wouldn't satisfy all of Master Roshi's list. Firstly, he didn't have some items, and secondly, he didn't want to aid the enemy. Ultimately, Shen Fei decided to trade food and other daily necessities, primarily medicinal herbs. Humans and some specialized species of demons are far superior in collecting herbs, not to mention some demonic creatures that are themselves herbal medicinal plants, such as ginseng spirits. Of course, this was just Shen Fei's speculation. He hadn't seen any demonic creatures like ginseng spirits in G-Virus Kingdom, but such things are entirely speculative. After all, the Xianjian world has existed for so many years, and who can guarantee that such monsters don't exist? After discovering this, Shen Fei decided that trading cultivation methods from other sword immortal sects with Master Roshi wasn't a big deal. After all, the Qianhou sect's own sword-wielding techniques were among the best, rivaled only by Shushan and Penglei. It's a pleasure working with you, thank you so much for your time. After reaching an agreement with Master Roshi, Shen Fei left the elder's residence. He had originally been planning to find Huizi and the others, but unexpectedly ran into Yin Fulo, Daorun's wife. She was extremely grateful to Shen Fei and the others for guiding them to Jichao. You're welcome, we just happened to meet by chance. Seeing Yin Fulo's grateful face, Shen Fei felt a little embarrassed. He had actually harbored some ulterior motives in his visit. Shen Fei was not a gentleman, and his actions were not always above board. Although he generally acted in a good way, he would resort to some means when necessary, as he had done in the recent transaction with Jichao, and in his quest to find Daorun. Shen Fei's purpose in seeking out Daorun was simple, the Shushan sword technique. While he could join the Shushan sect and slowly learn there, that would be a waste of time. It would be better to obtain the Shushan sword technique from Daorun. Chapter 696. While Shen Fei's goal was to obtain the Shushan sword controlling technique from Daorun, it wasn't simply about striking a deal with him. Although Shen Fei hadn't interacted with Daorun, he had a good idea of his character. Even though he'd already left the Shushan sect, he'd never betray it, and naturally wouldn't casually teach the Shushan sword controlling technique to anyone else. Negotiating a deal with such a person would be like trying to negotiate with Yun Xian, Muren Xiang, Wei Shuo, and the others. It would ultimately be fruitless, even if they threatened him with his wife and children. Of course, while Shen Fei's demeanor wasn't too high, he hadn't reached such a low point. Shen Fei's method was simple, attack Daorun directly, using the double hand to steal his memories, and then erase any traces of the attack. Everything would be perfect. While this was clearly the behavior of a villain, to obtain the Shushan sword controlling technique, he didn't care about anything else. Don't worry, I'll come with them to see you soon. Let me know if Xiankao is gone. After a brief tour of Jichao, Shen Fei said goodbye to Huaimi and the other 5 brothers, promising them to come with Han Lingsha and Yun Xian. This was the truth. After all, to Yun Xian and Han Lingsha, the Huaimi brothers were also friends. Finally, I've waited for you. Sorry, brother Daorun. Looking at Daorun, who had fainted before him, Shen Fei felt that his time ambushing Bailing Island outside Jichao had finally paid off. For Shen Fei, capturing Daorun couldn't be done in Jichao, being discovered would be troublesome. Fortunately, Daorun needed to support his family and occasionally left Jichao, which gave him an opportunity. Even demons needed food, let alone Daorun, a human who hadn't yet reached the stage of fasting. Living in Jichao required money. It seems I was right. He's indeed considered a core disciple of Shushan. Shen Fei had his own considerations in choosing Daorun. From Dao Zhen's previous encounter, he knew their master held a high position within Shushan. If he were too low, he wouldn't have had access to a Shushan treasure like the Scarlet Snow-Flowing Pearl Pill. Furthermore, Muren Xiang had mentioned the grading system of Shushan disciples. Shushan disciples were divided into 4 levels, each wearing a sword guarding pendant colored according to their rank, purple, cyan, blue, and green. Dao Zhen wore the highest level purple, roughly equivalent to Muren Xiang's position within the Qianhou sect. As for Daorun, perhaps because he had betrayed the Shushan sect, he didn't wear the sword guarding pendant. Initially, Shen Fei didn't know his rank, but now he knew it. It was blue, a level below his Cyan and his brothers. Even at that level, it was still considered elite within Shushan, and his talent was quite impressive. However, despite his considerable talent, his dedication to cultivation was nowhere near that of his elder brother, Dao Zhen. This wasn't surprising. Dao Zhen's dedication to training was likely driven by hatred and a desire to protect his younger brother. Daorun, his younger brother, lacked such conviction. Dao Zhen witnessed their parents' death at the hands of a demon. Is this the 10,000 swords technique? He asked. It bears some resemblance to the Qianhou school's 1,000 directions Kanguang sword. The heavenly sword and the shanking point sword are similar. Both the Shushan and Qianhou school sword techniques are primarily about controlling swords, with the word control as their core element. Subsequent differentiation stems from differing emphases and strengths. For example, in the 10,000 swords technique, depending on strength, some can only generate a few beams of sword light, while others can unleash a vast expanse of sword aura. The so-called sword god could be considered an enhanced version of the 10,000 swords technique. By comparing the Shushan and Qianhou school sword techniques, Shen Fei understood the strengths and weaknesses of each. With time, integrating the strengths of both, sword control would undoubtedly advance even further. The Shushan sect truly lives up to its name as the patron saint of the sword and fairy world. Besides sword-wielding techniques, Shen Fei also learned a great deal about the Shushan sect through Dao Run's memories, gaining an understanding of its true strength. While the Shushan sect is mentioned repeatedly in the original game, it's never specifically addressed, relying solely on the perspectives of several generations of protagonists. Their perspectives offer no glimpse into the full Shushan sect. Luckily, the Qianhou sect has Yun Xian, otherwise they'd be completely eclipsed by the Shushan sect. Aside from Yun Xian, who is a Qianhou sect disciple, the rest of the Sword and Fairy series are essentially Shushan disciples or have some connection to the sect. Even Fei Peng's reincarnation, Jingshan, is, to some extent, a Shushan disciple. However, this doesn't really matter. Strictly speaking, among all the Shushan disciples, only Jingshan can compare to Yun Xian. The others are completely incomparable. This is incomparable, not only in terms of individual strength, but also in terms of their respective endings. In terms of strength, Yun Xian is no match for all the major protagonists in the Chinese Paladin series, except for Jingshan, the reincarnation of Fei Peng. Even Li Xiaoyao is the same. Not to mention that Yun Xian has lived hundreds of years longer than Li Xiaoyao, the artifact Hawaii's sun shooting bow alone is beyond Li Xiaoyao's reach. As for the other protagonists, there is no need to say more. Then there are their respective endings. Yun Xian and Jingshan are considered the best among the protagonists in the Chinese Paladin series, especially when compared to Li Xiaoyao's ending. If you compare the lives of Yun Xian and Jingshan in their later years, you will find that Yun Xian is much better than Jingshan. Jingshan later earned the title of being as fearful of his wife as a tiger. This was said by a certain red-haired man, but Yun Xian did not have this title. Both Han Lingsha and Liu Mengli doted on Yun Xian. Strictly speaking, Yun Xian and Jing Dian should still be alive during Li Xiaoyao's time, so Bai Yu's perspective is still somewhat limited. The water monster appears powerful, but he failed to provoke even the powerful mortals, let alone the gods of the celestial realm. The demon locking tower, the 3 sacred artifacts, but he doesn't seem to know about the Pengu heart. Although Dao Run was considered an elite disciple within Shushan and knew a lot about the sect, he was still unaware of the sect's true secrets. Shen Fei had no particular interest in the Pengu heart. His purpose in capturing Dao Run was strictly to acquire the sword control technique. But the real goal was to obtain information about Shushan. With Shen Fei's strength, obtaining the Shushan sword control technique would not be difficult. After all, the Shushan sect had many disciples roaming the world, and Shen Fei's ability would make capturing them easy, but they might not know as much as Dao Run did. In fact, if Shen Fei hadn't encountered Yun Xian and Han Lingsha when he first arrived in this world, he would likely have used the same tactic against the Qianhou sect, capturing any wandering Qianhou disciples. However, his encounter with Yun Xian and the others made this unnecessary. Dao Run's relationship with Yin Fuluo is largely due to the Shushan sect's demon locking tower. Initially, Dao Run intended to bring Yin Fuluo back to Shushan and imprison her there. Shushan sect's wandering disciples generally follow this pattern whenever possible. Muir and Ziyang's claim that the Shushan sect's treatment of demons is stricter than that of the Qianhou sect is not without reason. However, this rule also served as the root cause of numerous incidents within the Shushan sect. For example, if Dao Run were a Qianhou sect disciple, without the demon locking tower, he would have killed the other disciple outright, rather than developing feelings for them and betraying the Shushan sect. Later Shushan disciples like Wei Jing, Zhe Qing, and Zai Huan all developed relationships with demons and witches due to this very dynamic relationship. As for whether the Shushan sect's leaders knew about this, there was no doubt they did. Shen Fei never considered them foolish. The reason they didn't change was naturally self-interest. While directly killing the monsters was simple, it wouldn't affect the Shushan sect at all. However, locking the monsters in the demon locking tower was a different matter. The tower could transform the monster's mana into spiritual energy, supplying it to the Shushan sect. This would transform the Shushan sect into a sacred place for cultivation. It could be said that as long as the demon locking tower existed, even without the Pengu heart, the Shushan sect would still be a sacred place for cultivation. The combined effect of the two was even more remarkable. The Kaonho sect's spiritual energy environment was already ranked high among the many blessed lands, but compared to the Shushan sect, it still lagged far behind. Strictly speaking, even the fantasy realm, which produced amethyst, might not even compare to the Shushan sect. If the Kaonho sect possessed the spiritual energy of Mount Shu, there would be no need to constrain the fantasy realm and seize the amethyst stone. They could easily ascend using their dual swords. This is to say, there's no Kunlun skylight above Mount Shu, otherwise perhaps the Shushan sect would have ascended as a whole. Speaking of the Kunlun skylight, there's an interesting point. After the Kaonho sect disappeared, it also disappeared. It's unknown if it was the work of the Nine Heavens mysterious lady. Given such enormous benefits, how could the Shushan sect's leaders be willing to abandon it? As for the claim that the Shushan sect is solely dedicated to slaying demons and not achieving immortality, Shen Fei found this a complete joke. Every cultivator wouldn't want to achieve immortality, including Shen Fei. He didn't want to do so because he knew the drawbacks of the immortals in the sort of immortal world, but others didn't. If the Shushan sect truly didn't want to achieve immortality, there wouldn't have been the so-called 5 great elders, nor would they have created the evil sword immortal. The evil sword immortal's emergence was due to the 5 great elders' desire to achieve immortality. As for why the Shushan sect boasted such an excellent environment, with numerous exceptionally gifted disciples, yet so few achieved immortality, Shen Fei would have been unable to answer this question before. However, after hearing what the Nine Sky mysterious lady had said from Murenzidang, he had a guess. The reason the Shushan sect hadn't had any disciples achieve immortality over the years was precisely because of the demon locking tower. Pangu taught that all things are predestined, spanning the 6 realms. Mortals look up at the heavens, where the sun and moon rest without a trace, the seasons change, and within the netherworld, all things follow causal relationships. The eternal and unchanging are the laws of nature. The Nine Sky mysterious lady said this, as did Ju Mang. However, the Nine Sky mysterious lady also said something else. Good and evil behavior, in the original, does not distinguish between the human and demon realms. If demons don't do evil, why kill them? The Kaonho sect, born of greed, slaughters the illusory realm. How is this any different from the demons? These words were spoken by the Nine Sky mysterious lady to Su Yao of the Kaonho sect, but they also apply to the Shushan sect. Although Shen Fei disliked Fuxi and the celestial realm of this world, he had to admit that, generally speaking, the celestial realm was quite fair. After all, Fuxi, the celestial emperor, was no visionless loser like Kurazumi Orochi. As for his targeting of Nuwa and Shannon, if one were to look at it without prejudice, the 3 were vying for future control of the 6 realms, with Fuxi simply victorious. Of course, as a human, it was naturally impossible for him to side with Fuxi, which is why he would turn against him once he became powerful. However, Shen Fei would only target Fuxi and change the fate of Nuwa's descendants. He would not undertake such a daunting task as destroying the celestial realm and allowing humanity to rule the 6 realms. After all, he was no champion of free democracy. Shen Fei always remained aloof and indifferent to the forces of free democracy. These people were merely good-natured. If they were to truly encounter the power of immortals or gods, they would be swift to surrender. Just look at the numerous religions that have sprung up in the Marvel Universe since Asgard's emergence. Shen Fei had absolutely no interest in the myriad affairs of the Marvel Universe. As long as they didn't affect him, he'd generally stay out of it. It had to be said that Emperor Fuxi was indeed Emperor Fuxi. From the words of the Queen Mother of the 9 Heavens, we know that while the celestial realm wields considerable authority, it also relies on the laws of heaven. Heaven's laws are unchanging, and even gods must follow heaven's will. However, this destiny can be circumvented, like the Shushan demon-locking pagoda. The pagoda can transform demonic energy into spiritual power, something the Shushan sect cannot achieve. This power was bestowed upon them by the divine realm. Naturally, the Shushan sect was thrilled by this divine gift, unaware that it was a direct result of Emperor Fuxi's scheme. With the pagoda, the Shushan sect naturally became more determined to slay demons and monsters. However, they didn't realize that the more they slay demons, the less likely they were to achieve immortality. Of course, this didn't apply to those who achieved immortality through unconventional means, such as the so-called prison-suppressing king. The demon-locking tower is such a place. That Dugu sword sage even in prison linger there. He's nothing but a piece of shit. Don't let me run into him, or you'll be in big trouble. After learning the true situation of the demon-locking tower from Dao Chun, Shen Fei immediately became displeased with Dugu's sword sage. No wonder he couldn't become an immortal, he deserved it. I'm sorry, Dao-chun. After learning all the information Dao-chun knew, Shen Fei silently apologized to him, then immediately released him and flew away on his sword. As for the 3 artifacts, let's go to Shushan and see if we can find them. Maybe there's a chance. After leaving Dao-chun, Shen Fei spent several days in seclusion in Shaoan County, diligently practicing the Shushan sword technique. With the Kyoho School's sword skills at his disposal, he made rapid progress. After emerging from seclusion, Shen Fei considered it for a moment, but ultimately couldn't resist the temptation of the 3 artifacts and flew towards Shushan. Shen Fei learned from Dao-run that Shushan had set up the 3 Emperors' illusion realm to protect the 3 artifacts. Combined with the artifacts' inherent power and the Shushan sect's protective formation, taking the 3 artifacts would be incredibly difficult. The Shushan sect didn't want to be like the Kyoho sect, which had suffered a major loss of strength after a war with the illusion realm. The current Shushan sect had numerous elders, some as powerful as the later Shushan 7 sages. Not to mention the 36 Heavenly Sword Formation. Chapter 697, Heavenly Demon Emperor, Part 2. The Shushan School's 36 Celestial Sword Formation, if unleashed by 36 elite disciples, could annihilate the Demon Lord. Of course, this Demon Lord wasn't Chonglao. If it were Chonglao, even 10 times the 36 Celestial Sword Formation wouldn't be enough to smite him. When it comes to sheer power, numbers mean nothing. Chonglao undoubtedly possesses absolute strength. Besides the unknown power of the Celestial Emperor Fuxi, even Fei Peng, the Supreme Divine General, would only manage a draw. While Jingshan's later strength was formidable, capable of defeating a weakened Chonglao, it still fell far short of his peak power, as seen during his Fei Peng phase. This was understandable, considering he had been reincarnated as a human. Furthermore, Jingshan wasn't one to pursue power, he simply sought antiques and wealth. Under such circumstances, Jingshan was still able to possess such formidable power, thanks to Fei Peng's kindness. Just like Naruto and Sasuke Naruto, they inherited the chakra of Ashura and Indra, enabling their immense strength. With such meager strength, you dare call yourself the Demon Lord? Aren't you afraid that Chonglao will find out and slap you to death? Perhaps because there's no tiger in the mountain, the monkey becomes king. The title of Demon Lord actually exists in more than one mortal. In the second installment of the Legend of Sword and Fairy, one was killed by Li Xiaoyao's single-handed 36 Heavenly Sword Formation. There's also the person in love with Jiang Qing, who seems to be the Demon Lord's daughter. It's speculated that this Demon Lord and the one Li Xiaoyao killed aren't the same person. It's also said that Li Yi later married the Demon Lord's son. Shen Fei is only a rumored figure. The situation of these self-proclaimed Demon Lords is complex. Among them are members of the Beastmen and Godmen who fled to the 9 Netherworlds after their defeat in the battle between them, now known as the Demon Realm. There are also those who occasionally journey from the Demon Realm to the Human Realm. Following the war that ravaged the 6 realms, the Immortals and Demons seemingly reached an agreement, forbidding both sides from freely entering or leaving the Human Realm. For this reason, both sides heavily guarded the Well of Gods and Demons, forbidding any members from descending to the mortal realm without permission. Fei Peng and Chonglu were responsible for guarding the well. Under these circumstances, leaving the Demon Realm for the Human Realm naturally meant venturing through the well. During his dealings with Master Roshi, Shen Fei also obtained information about the Demon Realm through him, gaining a glimpse into the Demon Realm situation. Of course, Master Roshi didn't know about Chonglu's situation, he knew only about the various races within the Demon Realm. After the Beastmen fled to the Demon Realm, years of internal strife followed, leaving countless factions, large and small, within. The 8 most powerful factions are known as the 8 tribes of the Demon Realm, though this doesn't include Chonglu's forces. For example, Long Yu is from the Aksha clan, one of the 8 major factions in the Demon Realm. The Long Yu brothers seem to use secret techniques to enter and exit the Demon Realm, rather than through the Well of Gods and Demons. Shen Fei had originally been unconcerned with the 8 tribes of the Demon Realm. After all, he wasn't planning on going there. While his current mastery of the secret techniques allowed him to reach the Demon Realm if he truly wanted to, given its distinctness from the Celestial Realm, encountering Chonglao would be problematic. He didn't even dare to provoke the 9 Heavens mysterious lady, let alone Chonglao. After all, he wasn't Jingshan. So, even though he was deeply curious about Chonglao, Shen Fei wouldn't go until he had sufficient strength before meeting the red-haired one. While Shen Fei didn't care about the 8 tribes of the demon realm, he was somewhat surprised to learn the origins of the celestial demons, their leader. The celestial demons weren't a beast tribe created by Shen, but rather a tribe of gods, a group dissatisfied with the celestial emperor Fuxi. The leader of the celestial demons was once a renowned figure in the celestial realm, ranked among the mysterious women, meaning on par with the 9 heavens' mysterious women. Her downfall was simple: displeasure after Emperor Fuxi banished Fei Peng to the mortal realm, fueled by the fact that this mysterious woman had a crush on Fei Peng. As the supreme general of the divine realm, Fei Peng was admired by many celestial goddesses. However, only 2 actually took action under Emperor Fuxi's orders: Zhuan Nu, who journeyed to the demonic realm, and Zai Yao. Later, both of them followed suit, creating clones and traveling to the mortal realm. Both clones are familiar figures. One is naturally Tang Zujian, created by Zai Yao using the fruit of the sacred tree as her heart and its branches and leaves as her body. The other is Long Kui, whose soul was transformed by Zhuan Nu using a strand of her own longing. Jing Tian exemplifies the concept of a natural winner. In this regard, Hong Mao Chonglu simply cannot compare to Jing Tian. Perhaps the only one who can rival him is Yun Tianhe. As expected of the Shushan sect, it's just that the Qianhou sect can't even compare to this in terms of land area. Far above the Shushan sect, Shen Fei gazed down through a high-powered telescope at the sect below. The Shushan sect, shrouded in mist, with rising white clouds and dancing cranes, surpassed the Qianhou sect in overall grandeur. Shen Fei still remembered how the Shushan sect had been so utterly shabby in the first game, Legend of Sword and Fairy. Now, seeing the true Shushan sect, it was a completely different story. 9-story demon locking tower. I'm truly curious about how it was built. Amidst the mist, a towering 9-story pagoda could be seen. Perhaps due to modern thinking, Shen Fei was curious about how the Shushan sect and the demon locking tower were built. While the Qianhou sect's construction was conceivable, it was still possible. The Shushan sect was incredibly difficult. The saying goes, the road to Shu is as difficult as ascending to heaven. It was already extremely difficult in the Qin dynasty, and it was even more so in this world of immortal heroes. To build a 9-story tower on such a high mountain, wouldn't it be necessary to have someone fly a sword and deliver the materials? Not all sword immortals are like Shen Fei, unconcerned as long as it doesn't involve a critical situation. For those sword immortals, face and dignity are extremely important. At least in the Qianhou sect, Shen Fei had never met a sword immortal interested in architecture. While there were practitioners of talismans, elixirs, and weapon forging, there were truly no architects. The demon locking tower doesn't look very large. It seems they've utilized special abilities. While the Shushan sect's 9-story tower was significantly taller than some 9-story towers in the human world, it was still hard to imagine from the outside that it held at least a multitude of powerful monsters. Add to that the presence of the demon transforming water, and Shen Fei recalled some of the demon locking towers in game experiences, and he could only assume the space inside was much larger than it appeared. Back when he was playing the game, the Shushan demon locking towers maps, especially the Sea of Blood, proved incredibly difficult to navigate, rivaling the Grass Sea from the game's Walking Directions arc. The only chapter in the entire Legend of Sword and Fairy series that Shen Fei hadn't completed was the love chapter in Legend of Sword and Fairy III. Consequently, this so-called love chapter had become a direction chapter. Looks like there's no chance. I'll just stay here for a while, looking at the numerous Shushan disciples practicing sword-controlling techniques in the skies above Shushan. Combined with Dao Run's memories of the Shushan sect's formation, Shen Fei found it difficult to infiltrate. The Shushan sect had far more disciples than the Qianhou sect. The Qianhou sect's total strength was perhaps only a few hundred, while the Shushan sect numbered nearly 1,000. Shushan disciples were roughly divided into 3 levels: novice disciples, beginner disciples, and inner disciples. Perhaps because the sect had so many disciples and a shortage of senior teachers, the Shushan sect's beginners were taught collectively, much like students in school. Only after reaching a certain level of cultivation would they be assigned to the tutelage of an elder, though even then, they weren't taught individually. Only after demonstrating sufficient talent and being formally accepted as disciples by a Shushan elder could they be considered inner disciples. Yazhao, Tanklan, I wonder if we can see another of the 5 poison beasts. It's a shame we arrived a few hundred years too early, so we won't have the chance to meet Tang Zujian, having arrived in Sichuan. Tang Clan naturally wanted to go and see her. His regret at not being able to see Tang Zujian was merely a passing sentiment, not a reflection of any particular feelings he had towards her. While Han Lingsha and Liu Mengli could still cultivate their favorability before approaching them in Yunshan, maxing out Tang Zujian's favorability wouldn't be of much use, as Zujian was destined to be with Jingshan only. The same goes for Long Kui. After all, their presence was solely for Fei Peng's reincarnation. As expected, no matter which world the Tang Clan comes from, they specialize in poisons and hidden weapons. The Tang Clan now holds considerable renown in the martial arts world. As for the Thunderbolt Hall, it hasn't made a single appearance yet. Although their overall strength is impressive, their skills are far behind those of the Tang sect, who are considered under one person. After observing the Tang sect for a while, Shen Fei shook his head helplessly. It could be said that if the Tang sect of this Xianjian world were to clash with the Tang sect of under one person, they would definitely lose. While the Tang sect might be stronger in terms of overall strength, the problem was that their primary attack was poison, which could easily defeat the strong with the weak. Shen Fei soon stopped caring about the Tang sect. Besides some information on poisons, he didn't take anything from the Tang sect. That information primarily focused on detoxification. As for the Tang sect's secret teachings like the 3 corpses and 3 insects, they were powerful, but a bit too venomous. Should we go to the Penglai sect? After spending a few days in Sichuan and Shu, and finding nothing unusual, Shen Fei considered visiting the Penglai sect, the sect he had found for Xiaomeng. That's Shushan. The spiritual energy is so chaotic. What's going on? Just before heading to Penglai sect, Shen Fei wanted to take a look at Shushan sect when he suddenly noticed that the previously calm spiritual energy above Shushan had suddenly become extremely chaotic. Curious, he immediately used his levitation cloak to become invisible and took flight. Since learning to fly with a sword, Shen Fei had rarely used the levitation cloak. After all, it couldn't match the speed of sword control. However, now that he needed to remain invisible, flying a sword was no longer suitable. What? Someone is attacking Shushan sect? No, it's probably a demon attacking Shushan sect. As he soared into the sky, Shen Fei quickly discovered the reason for the chaotic spiritual energy above Shushan. A major battle was currently taking place on Shushan, with a large number of demons of all kinds battling the disciples of Shushan sect. Heavenly Demon Emperor, you're courting death? Skyward from Mount Shu, 5 elderly men, their hair and beards white, their faces rosy as those of infants, glared furiously at a figure with green skin, horns, and a third eye on their forehead. It was a 1-on-5 situation, but the spiritual energy emanating from this man completely overwhelmed the 5 elders. You're courting death. How dare you, the Shushan sect, imprison my people in the demon locking tower for refining. Today, I will make you pay for it. From today on, you will be expelled from the Shushan sect. With this cry, the figure known as the Heavenly Demon Emperor roared, unparalleled spiritual energy emanating from his body. With a sweep of his hands, a massive cross-shaped slash towards the 5 elders. Facing the sudden attack, the 5 elders attacked simultaneously, 5 powerful sword beams emanating from their palms, countering the Heavenly Demon Emperor's attack. The Heavenly Demon Emperor, the one Jingshan encountered trapped in the demon locking tower, could he be the one imprisoned there this time? Shen Fei was stunned for a moment upon hearing the Heavenly Demon Emperor's name from a distance, but then he remembered who he was. Not only had he heard about him in the game, but Master Roshi had also mentioned him. He was currently the strongest of the demon race, incredibly powerful. Master Roshi was right about that. Witnessing the Heavenly Demon Emperor's unparalleled power, suppressing the 5 veterans of the Shushan sect alone, even Zhuan Ziyao was probably a bit less powerful. He's quite powerful, but he's a bit clueless. Through the Heavenly Demon Emperor's conversations with the Shushan sect, Shen Fei understood that the Heavenly Demon Emperor's attack on the Shushan sect was intended to rescue his imprisoned kin. From the demon race's perspective, the Heavenly Demon Emperor was undoubtedly a worthy demon king, deeply concerned for the demons. But his attitude towards humans was different. Unfortunately, he seemed a bit too arrogant. The Shushan sect wasn't so easy to deal with. Shushan's demon locking tower had been destroyed numerous times before, but there were reasons for that. For example, Li Xiaoyao succeeded by destroying the 7-star coiled dragon pillar. Without any other reasons, only Chong Lao had truly managed to destroy the demon locking tower through sheer force, others were simply wishful thinking. The same was true for the Heavenly Demon Emperor. The chaotic spiritual energy Shen Fei had witnessed earlier was the Heavenly Demon Emperor's attempt to use his immense power to destroy the demon locking tower from the outside, but naturally, he failed. The Shushan sect is just too big to be true. In fact, there were many demons and monsters who wanted to destroy the demon locking tower. The Heavenly Demon Emperor was just one of them. The Heavenly Ghost Emperor had also attempted this, but naturally, he failed. Shen Fei understood why these demons and monsters wanted to destroy the demon locking tower. It posed a huge threat to the demon race. Just like if there were a human locking tower, Shen Fei would also want to destroy it. Speaking of which, this is an opportunity. The three sacred artifacts, watching the battle between the demons and Shushan from the air, both sides suffered heavy casualties. As a human, Shen Fei should have aided Shushan. However, Shen Fei certainly didn't believe Shushan would be destroyed by the Heavenly Demon Emperor. After all, the Heavenly Demon Emperor had been imprisoned in the demon locking tower. Furthermore, this presented him with a golden opportunity. With a large number of demons attacking Shushan, the interior was completely depleted. In this situation, perhaps he could seize the Shenending, one of Shushan's three sacred artifacts. Then let's do it. Having made his decision, Shen Fei immediately prepared to act. But just then, a voice rang out from the sky, "Death to you, demon." Shen Fei then saw hundreds of sword lights descend from the sky, instantly clearing the area of demons. Then, Shen Fei saw a handsome young man wielding a sword of simple design, yet evidently of extraordinary power. Demon Suppressing Sword. Chapter 698, Obtaining the Shenending. Is that the Demon Suppressing Sword? As expected of Fei Peng's sword, it's truly powerful. Watching the Shushan youth wielding the demon suppressing sword, wielding it in midair, he engaged the Heavenly Demon Emperor in battle. Shen Fei couldn't help but sigh in emotion. The Heavenly Demon Emperor had previously single-handedly suppressed the 5 Shushan elders. Had the battle continued, Shen Fei was certain the Heavenly Demon Emperor would undoubtedly have been victorious. But now, facing the youth wielding the demon suppressing sword, the Heavenly Demon Emperor was momentarily unable to gain the upper hand. This couldn't be because the youth's strength far surpassed the 5 Shushan elders. It could only be the demon suppressing sword in his wields, and indeed, that was precisely the case. The demon locking tower was a significant factor in the Shushan sect's enmity with demons and monsters, but the same could be said for the demon suppressing sword. The demon suppressing sword possessed immense power to suppress demons, but the Shushan sect's members were insufficiently forged, unable to fully unleash the demon suppressing sword's effectiveness. Otherwise, defeating the Heavenly Demon Emperor would have been a piece of cake. As for now, while the Shushan sect's young disciples could hold their own against the Heavenly Demon Emperor with a demon-suppressing sword, it would only last for a short time. If the situation dragged on, the young men would surely fall to the Heavenly Demon Emperor's hands due to lack of support. The demon-suppressing sword. It seems inappropriate to try to seize it now. Shen Fei was aware that Fei Peng's sword, the demon-suppressing sword, was in Shushan, but because it was where the Shushan sect's leader was in seclusion, Shen Fei had no intention of taking the sword. While strictly speaking, the demon-suppressing sword surpassed the Fuxi sword, the Shenan Cauldron, and the Nuwa Blood Jade in value. Their immense value, coupled with the Shushan sect's inability to fully utilize the 3 artifacts, meant they had to be kept there. The demon-suppressing sword, however, was less valuable, and due to its demonic restraint, it was the most suitable weapon for Shushan, becoming the Shushan sect's leader's sword. Because the demon-suppressing sword fell from the sky, the Shushan sect believed it was a gift from the heavens. In reality, the sword's arrival in the Shushan sect stemmed from Fei Peng's fight with Chonglu, where it accidentally fell onto Shushan Mountain. Logically, a weapon of this caliber should have been confiscated by the celestial realm, but their thinking seems to be that they seem unconcerned with this sword. Originally known as the Illuminating Divine Sword, the sword was forged by the Celestial Emperor Fuxi, drawing the spirit of the Illuminating Divine Spring and fusing it with divine iron from a meteorite. Originally forged specifically to counter the beastmen created by Shenan, it possessed a powerful counterforce against them. It was later gifted to Fei Peng. Shen Fei initially found this strange, but then he realized that the 3 sacred artifacts were all in Shushan, and no one from the celestial realm had attempted to claim them, let alone the demon-suppressing sword. It was perhaps like Marvel's Infinity Stones, some desperately sought to collect them, while others showed no concern at all. Now that the sword was within his reach, He could easily seize it with the unexpected use of the Operation Fruit's special switching ability. Forget it. The 3 artifacts are more important. After some consideration, Shen Fei decided to forego the demon-suppressing sword. After all, the 3 artifacts were far more valuable. If he tried to seize the demon-suppressing sword now, he would undoubtedly be targeted by the Shushan forces, making any attempt to take the 3 artifacts extremely difficult. Furthermore, the demon-suppressing sword was a crucial weapon in the fight against the Heavenly Demon Emperor. Without the demon-suppressing sword, the Heavenly Demon Emperor would be incredibly difficult to deal with. Although Shen Fei held no sympathy towards the Shushan sect, he did not want them to lose to the monsters. Having made his decision, Shen Fei immediately ignored the battle between the Heavenly Demon Emperor and his men and descended towards the Shushan sect on the ground, heading for the Zhuangguang Hall. The 3 artifacts were kept in the Zhuangguang Hall by the Shushan sect. Fortunately, the Heavenly Demon Emperor and his fellow monsters were targeting the Demon Locking Tower, and many Shushan disciples had gone there to fight them. This had left Shushan's interior depleted. Furthermore, the chaotic spiritual energy created by the battle made it easy for Shen Fei to infiltrate the Zhuangguang Hall. Zhuangguang Hall, home to the 3 sacred artifacts, was supposed to be guarded by Shushan disciples. However, given the sheer number of monsters attacking this time, not a single Shushan disciple was outside the hall, allowing Shen Fei to sneak in unnoticed. The 3 sacred artifacts are all here. This must be the portrait of the 3 emperors. This is quite interesting. They all enshrine the portrait of Nuwa, yet the sword saint treats linger like that. He truly deserves to be punished. The interior of Zhuangguang Hall was a small palace. At the front stood 3 stone platforms. Each of them suspended a palm-sized tripod, a round jade, and a precious sword. A golden glow surrounded these 3 objects, likely a formation protecting the 3 sacred artifacts. Behind the platforms hung 3 portraits, likely depicting the celestial emperor Fuxi, Shenan, and Nuwa. Shenending, Shen Fei's gaze swept over the 3 sacred artifacts. Without hesitation, he approached the platform where the Shenending lay, carefully reaching for it with his right hand. Although Shen Fei harbored a desire to claim the 3 artifacts for himself, under normal circumstances, he might have hesitated to claim one first. However, they were now within the Shushan sect. Even if the Shushan sect's members were distracted by the monster, they would still be in danger of being discovered. In this situation, indecision and greed were taboos. Shen Fei had always maintained good self-control. Otherwise, with his current strength and wealth, he could easily have lived the same dissolute life as Stark, becoming a celebrity or a model without a problem. It seems this is the so-called 3 Emperors illusion. As Shen Fei's right hand touched the golden light on the stone platform, he immediately felt his surroundings shift. All around him was a pitch black, boundless void, and beneath his feet was a golden light. Looking around, the golden light crisscrossed the void, forming a maze-like existence. Shen Fei wasn't alarmed by this change. He had known before that the 3 artifacts were not easy to obtain, and that the 3 Emperors' illusion was protecting them, but he had no idea what form the illusion took. Boom! Shen Fei immediately unleashed a powerful punch into the void to one side. The surrounding space trembled violently under the blow, but unfortunately, it didn't collapse. It seems that force alone won't break it. This is the only way. After realizing that his punch hadn't broken the so-called 3 Emperors illusion, Shen Fei didn't continue. It was obviously useless. Instead, he gestured with his right hand in the air. As he moved, black rats and eagles appeared before him, and then they immediately dispersed. Since every maze has an exit, if anyone else were to leave this crisscrossing maze, it would probably take a long time. If they had poor navigation skills, they would probably be trapped here forever. For example, if Zoro were trapped in this maze, he'd probably starve to death before he could even find the exit. Even in his past life, Shen Fei had encountered someone with poor direction. It was a former classmate of his who had trouble with directions, primarily in gaming. So bad was it that he'd be lost in almost any maze game, even the slightest fork, unless there were no forks. Mazes and the like were completely meaningless to Shen Fei now. If he couldn't find it alone, he'd just pile on the numbers. He didn't even need to use shadow clones. The Tongshin Talisman, combined with the Jiao Beast fake painting and the summoning of Shikigami, had fused into the Tongshin Talisman Shen Fei possessed. Given time, if he could integrate it with talismans from the Xianjian world, perhaps he could transform it into the Tongshin Xian Talisman. Shen Fei didn't use shadow clones, Firstly because it wasn't necessary, and secondly to conserve his strength. Who knew what he might encounter later? Thank goodness there are enough of us, otherwise, leaving this maze would be incredibly difficult under normal circumstances. With numerous summons exploring, Shen Fei finally found the exit, a breath of relief. Unlike wall-based mazes, this one was completely empty. Furthermore, it possessed a three-dimensional structure, giving it a resemblance to a mathematical spatial model. Science ends in theology, and theology ends in science. In some cases, this is truly true. It didn't appear in Zhuangguang Hall. It seems like a series of illusions. Exiting the empty golden maze, Shen Fei discovered that instead of answering the distant question, he had arrived at the center of a high platform. The surroundings were beautiful and enticing. After observing them for a while, Shen Fei immediately headed towards the top of the platform. Three Emperor's mysterious altar, no trespassing. Just as Shen Fei entered the highest point of the platform, a cold shout rang out, and then a shadowy figure appeared out of thin air not far in front of him. Although the phantom's features were unrecognizable, it was evident that it was extremely tall and muscular, wrapped in something resembling animal skin, and clutching a thick wooden club. Shannon, no, it should be Shannon's illusion. Although only a silhouette could be seen, Shen Fei recognized the resemblance between the phantom and the portrait hanging behind the Shannon Ding in Zhuangguang Hall. I'm sorry, Senior. Watching the Shannon phantom attack, swinging the club, Shen Fei's right hand immediately turned pitch black. And he met it with a punch. This was the Three Emperors' illusionary realm, and Shen Fei had no idea what was happening outside, so a quick victory was necessary. In this situation, close combat was the only option. While sword immortals primarily used sword control to attack foes, this was primarily against those of lower strength. Against masters of the same level, close combat was the key to victory. Take, for example, the battle between taking Zhenren of the Qianhou sect in Chanyu, and the current battle between the Shushen disciple wielding the demon-suppressing sword and the heavenly demon emperor. Even the battle between Fei Peng and Chonglu was primarily a close-quarters physical engagement. Ranged attacks were not ineffective, but they were easily dodged, unless they were against larger enemies or had them trapped. A bit weak, but that's true. It's just a phantom after all. So what's this place? An exit. Facing the Shannon phantom, Shen Fei crushed it with 3 punches. After the Shannon phantom dissipated, a massive, rotating golden Tai Chi Bagua formation appeared at the edge of the platform. Shanking point sword, facing the different Tai Chi Bagua formations, Shen Fei immediately used the Qianhou school's sword control technique to summon a massive sword shadow, destroying it with a single strike. As the Tai Chi Bagua formation collapsed, countless rays of light scattered in all directions. Shen Fei remained motionless, shielding himself with his own ki shield to block the incoming rays. It's a bit like Kizaru's Yosakani no Magatama. While these scattered rays of light were powerful, they posed no threat to Shen Fei at the moment. Ding, Shannon Ding. So this is the real Shannon Ding. After defeating the Tai Chi Bagua formation, Shen Fei initially thought he had found his way out, but a 4-legged Ding flew out. Unlike the palm-sized Ding Shen Fei had seen on the platform, this one stood a meter tall. Long Ming, I don't know if you should thank me or resent me. If I ever encounter it again, I'd be happy to help you. Long Ming's Yaksha clan needed a Shannon Ding, and now that he had taken it, Long Ming's subsequent trip would have been in vain. While this felt somewhat unfair, it also prevented tragedy for him, not just for himself, but also for the female disciple from Shushen who had a crush on him. In my heart, you're not more important than the Yaksha clan, but you're certainly more important than my life. Given the demon lifespan, Long Ming and Long Yu were already dead by this point. When it came to lifespan, humans simply couldn't compare to the demons and gods. It had to be said that love stories in the Xianjian series were filled with tragedy, something Shen Fei deeply disliked. Given the opportunity, he wouldn't mind changing things. Speaking of which, Muren Ziyang is truly pitiful. Recalling the various tragedies within the Chinese Paladin series, Shen Fei suddenly felt a pang of pity for Muren Ziyang. In other Chinese Paladin series, the secondary protagonists at least had a female companion, but Muren Ziyang didn't. As for the speculation that Muren Ziyang loved Han Lingsha, he had once suspected so, but now he was certain that Muren Ziyang only had friendship for her. I hope you become an immortal in the future. There were many speculations that Muren Ziyang didn't want to become an immortal, but that didn't matter now. With him here, even if Muren Ziyang didn't become an immortal, extending his lifespan wouldn't be a problem at all. After gently shaking his head, Shen Fei immediately reached for the Shen with his right hand. Instantly, Shen Fei felt his surroundings shift. The platform vanished, revealing the Zhuangguang Hall. In his right hand, he held the palm-sized Shen. It truly is a divine artifact, capable of both large and small. Looking at the Shen in his hand, Shen Fei suddenly smiled with satisfaction. He immediately put it away and glanced at the Nuwa Blood Jade and Fuxi sword to the side. The Nuwa Blood Jade. After a moment's hesitation, Shen Fei immediately decided to take the Nuwa Blood Jade. Judging by its power, the Fuxi sword was undoubtedly greater. However, even if Shen Fei obtained the Fuxi sword, he wouldn't be able to fully utilize it. Even if he could, he might still suffer the same fate as Yun Xian. After all, the Fuxi sword was undoubtedly superior in level to Hawaii's Sun shooting bow. In this situation, choosing the Nuwa Blood Jade, with its supporting function, was undoubtedly a good choice. He could gradually increase its power. If he could master it well, his future would be vast. There was no need to rush for quick success. Of course, there was another important reason for not choosing the Fuxi sword. Shen was almost certainly gone, and Nuwa was in very poor condition. But the Celestial Emperor Fuxi was in his prime. If he obtained the Fuxi sword, there was no guarantee he wouldn't learn something from it. If someone from this Xianjian world had obtained the Fuxi sword, there would be no problem at all. But if he did, the risks would be too great. Chapter 699, Inside the Demon Locking Tower. The Celestial Emperor Fuxi didn't care about people from his own world, but if they came from other worlds, there was a high chance he wouldn't care. Shen Fei didn't dare gamble on that. Unless he took the Fuxi sword and never returned, that would be a loss. After all, cultivating in this world offered benefits unavailable in other worlds. Could the perfection of merit that S.H.I.E.L.D mentioned refer to transcending this world? If so, perhaps it wouldn't be surprising if S.H.I.E.L.D didn't show up later, and Zhumang and the others didn't. Forget it, now is not the time to dwell on such matters. Besides, it seems there's no chance of getting the Nuwa Blood Jade. Sensing the movements outside, Shen Fei, though deeply reluctant, had to give up the Nuwa Blood Jade. The Shushan sect had arrived, likely sensing a problem with the formation of the three sacred artifacts. As the most powerful sect in the Xianjian world, the Shushan sect's strength was unquestionable. Even if the Heavenly Demon Emperor attacked Shushan with a large number of demons, it would be impossible for all Shushan disciples to be mobilized, especially the elders. Just like when the Qianhou sect faced the threat from the demon world, elders Qingyang and Chongguang had no intention of taking action. They wouldn't intervene unless the Qianhou sect was on the brink of collapse. The same was true for Shushan. They had only 5 elders against the Heavenly Demon Emperor, but as far as Shen Fei knew, the Shushan sect had far more than 5. After all, the Shushan sect hadn't experienced the same major battles as the Qianhou sect. 3 elders are here, but you're staying outside. Are you afraid of causing trouble? Shen Fei peered through the window and saw 3 elderly men with white hair and beards standing not far from the main entrance to Zhuangguang Hall. They completely surrounded the hall's exit from 3 directions, making it impossible for anyone inside to break out from any direction. Just wait, since he already had the item, Shen Fei naturally didn't want to waste time on them. As for breaking out, there was no need. A single Flying Thunder God technique would have been enough to make his escape. As Shen Fei spoke, he vanished from Zhuangguang Hall. The moment he vanished, the 3 elders outside the hall's expression changed, and they rushed back inside. Unfortunately, it was too late. The hall was completely empty, and one of the 3 sacred artifacts, the Shenending, was missing. These monsters are so bold, one of the elders, seemingly possessing a fiery temper, spoke as he dashed out of Zhuangguang Hall, soaring into the sky. Standing high above, his gaze swept across every corner of Mount Shu. It seems the demons are involved. We might have fallen for a diversionary tactic. We had hoped to leverage the power of the 3 sacred artifacts to defeat them, but now, Alice, one of the remaining 2 elders, sighed softly. In his mind, he had already come to believe that the Heavenly Demon Emperor's attack on Mount Shu was merely a diversion, allowing others to sneak in and steal the 3 sacred artifacts. It's no wonder he had such thoughts. After all, the Shenending, one of the 3 sacred artifacts, was created by Shenin, the ancestor of the demon and monster races. Anyone not from the demon race wouldn't have taken the Shenending. After all, the Nuwa Blood Jade and the Fuxi sword were far more valuable. Furthermore, while some demons possessed special abilities, the demon race possessed more. For example, Chonglao could freely travel between the 6 realms due to his immense special abilities. Then there was Longming's transcendental spell, which allowed him to traverse the demon realm and the human world. They could never have guessed that Shen Fei wanted the Shenending simply to refine elixirs. The Shushan sect was naturally aware of the Shenending's uses, but it was one of the 3 sacred artifacts. Using it solely to refine ordinary elixirs would be excessive. Similarly, the Qianhou sect was not unaware of the water spirit pearl's uses, but aside from Su Yu's brief use when she first joined the Qianhou sect, not even Su Yao had used it. This is the difference between belonging to a sect and an individual. After all, there's no order without rules. There are many restrictions on using a sect's belongings, just like Daozhen's theft of the Scarlet Snow-Flowing Pearl Pill, which required the sect's discipline. However, if the Scarlet Snow-Flowing Pearl Pill were personal, there wouldn't be any such issues. Just like Shen Fei could soak the water spirit pearl in water and drink it, Su Yao had difficulty carrying it with her. Since she was the head of the Qianhou sect, this is a transformation. Shen Fei, having left Zhuangguang Hall using the Flying Thunder God technique, soon returned to the edge of the battlefield. From afar, he watched the Heavenly Demon Emperor, no longer in human form, pursue the young Shushan disciple wielding the demon-suppressing sword. Even the 5 elders couldn't stop him. What should Shushan do now? Even those wielding the demon-suppressing sword were no match for the Heavenly Demon Emperor, let alone the others. As for a siege, the Heavenly Demon Emperor was no fool. He wouldn't stand still and allow himself to be attacked. Didn't you see that when the youth wielding the demon-suppressing sword fought the Heavenly Demon Emperor, the other 5 elders didn't intervene? It wasn't that they respected their status and didn't want to attack the Heavenly Demon Emperor, but they couldn't. First, the Heavenly Demon Emperor was incredibly fast, easily able to maintain distance. Second, they were wary of the demon-suppressing sword's power. Real combat wasn't a game, there was no such thing as teammates being immune to damage. If one rashly engaged in combat, they might be wounded by the demon-suppressing sword. While the demon-suppressing sword was primarily targeted at demons, it wasn't ineffective against humans. Of course, even without the demon-suppressing sword, the Shushan sect still had another trump card, the 3 divine artifacts sealing formation, composed of 3 sacred artifacts. Harnessing the divine power of these 3 artifacts, this formation was incredibly powerful, rendering even the Heavenly Demon Emperor unable to break free. However, now that the Shen Cauldron had been taken by Shen Fei, the 3 divine artifacts sealing formation was naturally impossible to deploy. Actuate the formation, just as the Heavenly Demon Emperor displayed his divine might, slaughtering countless Shushan disciples, a sudden, cold shout erupted from the sidelines. Hundreds of Shushan disciples then formed a chain of 36 heavenly swords. Just as the Qin Shi Huang clan's supreme formation, the Earth Z24, grew in power with a number of members. The Shushan sect's 36 heavenly swords formation did the same, this time with the demon-suppressing sword as its spearhead. By this time, many of the other demons attacking the Shushan sect had been eliminated, and only then had enough disciples gathered to complete the formation. As expected of Shushan, they've got some tricks, using the pursued disciple wielding the demon-suppressing sword to lure the Heavenly Demon Emperor into the formation, allowing him to face the enhanced 36 celestial swords. Shen Fei pondered. If he were the Heavenly Demon Emperor, he'd likely fall for the trick as well, though he could use his special abilities to instantly escape. The Heavenly Demon Emperor didn't have that opportunity. Boom boom boom. Amidst a hail of flying swords shattering the sky, the transformed Heavenly Demon Emperor was severely wounded. The hundreds of Shushan disciples were also in a tough spot. Not to mention the numerous flying swords destroyed, the powerful cross-shaped arcs of light unleashed by the Heavenly Demon Emperor alone caused heavy losses. This time, both sides suffered heavy losses. However, the Heavenly Demon Emperor was a demon after all. Even though severely wounded, he remained fierce, attacking the Shushan disciples even more frantically than before. If Shen Fei were him, he would have immediately fled. As the saying goes, as long as there are green mountains, there will be no shortage of firewood. Faced with the frenzied attacks of the Heavenly Demon Emperor, the Shushan disciples suffered heavy casualties. Ultimately, the disciple holding the demon-suppressing sword made a decisive move, luring the Heavenly Demon Emperor toward the summit of the demon-locking tower. Eventually, the two entered the tower, one after the other. What an idiot. My demon-suppressing sword. I can't wait for Jingshan to show up to get it, can I? Jingshan himself didn't care for the demon-suppressing sword. Although he later retrieved it, his son, Jing Xiaolao, apparently gave it away. Prodigal sons, that's what happens. However, the name Jing Xiaolao is quite interesting. Chonglao and Xiaolao, perhaps there's some connection. Let's go in and take a look. After watching the man and the demon rush into the demon locking tower, Shen Fei pondered for a moment and immediately decided to go in. Of course, he wouldn't enter in person, but instead sent a shadow clone. Even if there were any problems, it would only be a shadow clone. Entering the demon locking tower is very easy, even ordinary Shushan disciples could do so if they desired. However, exiting is nearly impossible. Normally, exiting the demon locking tower requires destroying it, and Shen Fei doesn't believe he currently possesses the strength to do so. As for learning Li Xiaoyao's method of destroying the demon locking tower and destroying the 7-star coiled dragon pillar, this is impossible now. The current demon locking tower utilizes the power of the 5 spirits and lacks the 7-star coiled dragon pillar. If Li Xiaoyao had entered the current demon locking tower, he would have had a difficult time surviving. The demon locking tower was later supported by the 7-star coiled dragon pillar due to the selfish intentions of the prison-suppressing king. He modified the tower to resolve a Li line issue, but this ultimately led to his demise, resulting in his death at the hands of Li Xiaoyao, Zhao Linger, and the other 3. In other words, the current demon locking tower lacks the prison-suppressing king. Sure enough, there's no prison-suppressing king. Even if there was, it seems he wouldn't be able to defeat the heavenly demon emperor. The immortals in this world are truly weak. After entering the demon locking tower from the top, Shen Fei's shadow clone couldn't help but recall how the prison-suppressing king had been defeated by Li Xiaoyao, Zhao Linger, and the others. Sure enough, it's much larger inside than outside. And the secret door can't be used. That's right, if special abilities could be easily used, wouldn't those monsters skilled in special abilities be able to escape at will? Upon entering the demon locking tower, the shadow clone didn't immediately pursue the heavenly demon emperor. Instead, it tested the waters to see if it could escape. Shen Fei's caution proved correct. Otherwise, he would have been stuck inside for hundreds of years, waiting for red-haired Chonglao to appear. Since he couldn't leave, Shen Fei no longer cared about obtaining the demon-suppressing sword. What would he accomplish with his sword inside? Could he even help the Shushan people eliminate the monsters within? I only saw the demon-suppressing sword, but the 5-spirit wheel wasn't there. That's rather odd. Was it stolen already, or what? It's a shame Daorun's rank is still a bit low, so he only knows the general details. After his shadow clone entered the demon locking tower, Shen Fei watched the Shushan disciples clearing the battlefield, and a thought struck him: if the 5-spirit wheel had been present, perhaps Shushan would have suffered fewer losses. Although Daorun was considered an elite disciple, he wasn't privy to Shushan's secrets. For example, the demon-suppressing sword was apparently lost inside the demon locking tower along with a disciple named Wei Jing, but later, rumors spread that it was placed atop the tower to suppress the monsters within. The battlefield hasn't even been cleared yet, and they're already sending people to search for the Shen ending. Shushan truly values it, but it's time to depart. After noticing that many disciples had been dispatched to search for the Shen ending, Shen Fei immediately flew away on his sword. With the Shen ending in his hands, this was more than enough. The effectiveness of this Henrin pill has been enhanced by about 50%. It's truly worthy of the Shen ending. Now it's time to try the Juxin pill. Upon returning to his manor in Shaoyan County, Shen Fei immediately began using the Shen ending to refine the pill. The results were truly remarkable. One must understand that mistakes are inevitable when refining alchemy. Not to mention Shen Fei, even Yun Zhongjin, who has spent his entire life refining pills, still occasionally makes mistakes when refining Zhenrin pills. Mistakes are even more common with Juxin pills. Why are Juxin pills so scarce? The medicinal materials, time, and mistakes are partly to blame. But with the Shen ending, mistakes are virtually impossible to spot. Haha, from now on, Juxin pills can be eaten like Zhenrin pills. Shen Fei couldn't help but laugh as he gazed at the 5 freshly baked Juxin pills. The Juxin pill could be refined just like Zhenrin pills, meaning that, with proper manipulation, even the most skilled masters could mass-produce them. If combined with other basic elixirs, such as the Pian pill, the Zuki pill, the Juki pill, the Dingmei pill, and so on, a supreme master could be created. Even if this Supreme Master was a dud and might not be able to defeat some top-tier masters, he would definitely be more than capable of dealing with top-tier masters. It would be great if I could obtain a higher-level elixir formula. I wonder if there's a chance to travel to such a world. Asking Shen Fei to research elixir formulas was out of the question. He simply didn't have the time to waste it. He could only hope to one day travel to a world with alchemists. Ziying, long time no see. Where are Huaishuo and Zuanji? After spending only a few days in Shaoyan County, Shen Fei returned to Qinglun Peak and saw Murin Ziying. However, he was alone, and Shen Fei couldn't help but wonder where Huaishuo and Zuanji had gone. Huaishuo is going home, and Zuanji is with him. Murin Ziying had recently left with Huaishuo and Zuanji to search for scattered Qianhu sect disciples, some of whom were similar to Su Xin's generation. Not everyone is willing to stay in the mountains to practice all the time. This is a problem that every immortal cultivation sect will face. Some elders will not come back for a long time after they go out. In the Qianhu sect, after Su Yao became the leader, some people left because they couldn't stand Su Yao's personality. Murin Ziying went to find them to inform them about the Qianhu sect. As for whether he has any idea of rebuilding the Qianhu sect, it is unknown. However, judging from the current situation, at least for the time being, Murin Ziying has no idea of rebuilding the Qianhu sect. Murin Ziying left soon. For him, who has a somewhat cold personality, being able to come and see Yunshan and Hanlingsha is already good. I went to Jicheo country to see Huizi and the others before. They miss you very much? Do you want to go with us? Chapter 700 Untitled. No intelligence has arrived. It seems the demon locking tower has even restricted this. On an unnamed island some distance from Jimo, Shen Fei gazed at the fragrant grass growing in the fields ahead, muttering to himself. 2 weeks had passed since the Shushan War. After revisiting Jicheo Kingdom with Yunshan and Hanlingsha, Shen Fei had come here to set up a secret base. With some free time, Shen Fei had begun researching the cultivation of fragrant grass. This raw material, used to make various incense sticks, was extremely valuable. Later, when Liu Mengli's situation improved, he could approach her to develop related incense sticks. This would not only provide him with an additional source of income, but also allow him to give away high-quality incense sticks. He had already decided to establish a chamber of commerce in the Xianjian world to acquire resources, such as medicinal herbs, and to gather intelligence on things like the 5 spirit pearls and the 9 springs. These tasks were handled by his shadow clones, and he had also established some cooperation with Hanlingsha, or more accurately, the Han family behind her. After Hanlingsha and Yunshan's visit, the Han family understood the reason for their clan's short lifespans and naturally stopped robbing tombs. However, temporarily, transitioning them to a new role was somewhat cumbersome. Shen Fei, who was also in need of manpower for establishing a chamber of commerce, made this a perfect opportunity for cooperation. The Han family could use the chamber of commerce to cultivate good deeds, while Shen Fei could leverage the Han family's extensive knowledge and experience to expand his presence across the country. It was the best of both worlds. Hanlingsha was also involved. Naturally, Shen Fei wouldn't question Hanlingsha and Yunshan's private lives on Qinglun Peak. Seclusion didn't necessarily mean a life of poverty. Yunshan didn't mind, but Hanlingsha was a girl, not to mention the possibility of Liu Mengli. Liu Mengli had been raised as a daughter since childhood. If the conditions weren't there, forget it. But if the conditions were there, why not? Yunshan loved meat, and Shen Fei had already sent him a good supply of Sea King meat from his stockpile. This world is quite suitable for cultivating vanilla. Vanilla needed to be cultivated, but the most important thing was the vanilla that could cure all ailments. Time passed endlessly as Shen Fei cultivated plants, conducted research, and practiced. Only after he had achieved a preliminary fusion of the Qianhu schools and Shushan sword techniques did he emerge from the island, preparing to leave the immortal sword world. The 9-dragon binding silk sword tassel is truly a valuable item. Before leaving, Shen Fei met with Hanlingsha, Yunshan, and Murin Ziying. As for Liu Mengli, as previously mentioned, he would have to wait a while. This time, when he met with Murin Ziying, Shen Fei borrowed the 9-dragon binding silk sword tassel Hanlingsha had given him. Later, through analysis and research, he reconstructed the process of its creation. Of course, Shen Fei wouldn't use it as a real sword tassel. He naturally didn't need it. After all, he usually kept his sword in his interspatial ring, and the Hangguan sword wasn't suitable for a sword tassel. However, The 9 dragons binding silk sword tassel doesn't necessarily need to be a sword tassel, it can have other uses, such as a waist lanyard or a jade pendant, as seen on Wang Yu and the fire rain agate on her mother's waist. Generally speaking, the 9 dragons binding silk sword tassel was used to enhance one's status. In fact, originally, the sword tassel wasn't just a decorative ornament, but rather a combat-related one. Initially, it was worn around the wrist to prevent the sword from falling during combat. Of course, at that time, it wasn't a sword tassel, but rather a belt-like device, also capable of obstructing enemy vision, entangled with enemy weapons, and even, in case of emergency, flung the sword. Somehow, the sword tassel became less of a decorative ornament, a hindrance in combat, and a symbol of both the scholarly and the wielder swordsman. Later, it became reserved for the so-called literati, as if wearing a tassel on one's sword made one a refined person. It's hard to say what to say about the world of One Piece. The world government is actually starting a massive conscription now, even though the Battle of Marineford hasn't even started yet. It seems they can't hold on any longer. Shen Fei, fresh from the Xianjian world, immediately spotted a major news item in the newspaper. The world government had begun a global conscription. However, perhaps because the 3 current admirals were still in place, the highest rank offered this time was Lieutenant General. Shen Fei understood this perfectly. In the original novel, the world government's massive conscription was initiated after the Battle of Marineford, when the Navy suffered heavy losses. With the retirements of Garp and Sengoku, and the departure of Aokiji, the conscription was necessary to fill these gaps. Although the Battle of Marineford hadn't directly broken out thanks to Shen Fei, the Navy's losses were even greater than in the original novel. The world government's shady dealings and the blatant slave auctions in the Sabaody archipelago had driven many of the Navy's elite away. At the top levels, such as Vice Admiral and Admiral, the Navy hasn't suffered significant losses from these incidents. However, below the Vice Admiral rank, the losses have been significant. From Rear Admiral down, a significant number have left the Navy. Many of these departures are attributed to Dragon, who, leveraging the world government's dark influence, has garnered numerous former Navy members. Furthermore, former Navy Admiral Zephyr, inspired by the world government's appointment of Edward Weeble as a Shichibuke, has formed a new navy to combat piracy. Zephyr's reputation has spurred many within the Navy to follow him. These factors have put the Navy's control over the ocean in jeopardy. In the New World, despite the G1 branch having been rebuilt following Shen Fei's destruction, its control over the New World is now less than half of what it once was. The position of the Navy's G1 branch is crucial. It marks the boundary between the Grand Line and the New World. When G1 was intact, the vast majority of pirates entering the New World from the Grand Line were annihilated by the Navy there as soon as they emerged from Fishman Island, significantly reducing the number of pirates entering the New World. However, now, a large number of pirates have flocked to the New World. While many have been eliminated, many have also survived. The harshness of the New World has rapidly increased the strength of these new pirates. Similarly, the destruction of G1 has also led to a decline in the range of operations of G3, and G5 is now a mere formality. Originally, G5, located at the forefront of the New World, was in a precarious position, making it a place where the Navy exiled troublemakers from various units. After the destruction of G1, many pirates from the New World began to attack it, forcing the Navy to abandon the branch island and evacuate personnel to G3, retaining only the G5 branch designation. This is the current situation facing the Navy in the New World. As for the 4 Seas, the Revolutionary Army is working furiously. Having learned from Shen Fei what a true Revolutionary Army truly is, Long has shifted his strategy. Combined with the recruitment of key personnel from the Navy, the Revolutionary Army's strength has surged, and it's now beginning to possess top-tier combat capabilities comparable to those of the admirals. The Navy, however, had previously neglected the 4 Seas. While they had numerous branches, their strength was relatively limited. Naturally, they were unable to withstand the main force of the Revolutionary Army. This was due to the world government's deployment of numerous reinforcements, leading to a stalemate between the two sides. However, the Revolutionary Army's guerrilla warfare tactics have left both the Navy and the world government struggling. The situation in the first half of the Grand Line is considerably better than in the New World and the 4 Seas, but only compared to the current situation. Compared to the first half of the Grand Line before, it remains an utter chaos. The massive defection and departure of the Navy has left the Navy stretched thin, making it difficult to maintain patrols and order as before. Coupled with low morale, combat effectiveness has naturally declined significantly. Under these circumstances, the world government can only resort to mass conscription to address its current difficulties. As the saying goes, a great reward always inspires courage, and power moves hearts. Thanks to the world government's tireless promotional efforts, this conscription has attracted a significant number of talented individuals. Bounty hunters predominate, though a small number of pirates have also joined undercover. While promotions in the Navy are generally based on skill and military merit, in a mass conscription, skill is paramount. With sufficient skill, one can easily rise to the rank of captain, major general, or vice admiral. A captain in the Navy can command a division, such as Colonel Rad or Colonel Monka. These individuals command a division and exercise unbridled authority, often exemplified by the examples of Colonel Rad and Colonel Monka. The Navy, to be honest, is utterly rotten to the core. Just look at Luffy's progress, the way he has harassed various divisions. Their actions are arguably even more egregious than those of the pirates. There are few truly righteous divisions in the Navy. Poor Sengoku and Garp, from their perch, have completely lost sight of the overall situation. This massive conscription is a great opportunity for the Revolutionary Army. Listening to Chelsea's report on the conscription, Shen Fei couldn't help but want to call along. The so-called conscription wasn't primarily about recruiting civilians to serve as Navy officers. After all, civilians would still need training, and given the current situation facing the Navy, there simply wasn't enough time for that. The real target was the armies of the world government's member states, and these were the primary targets. While the world government's member states weren't allowed to have navies, they did have armies and guards, and their numbers were substantial. For example, the Kingdom of Alabasta had hundreds of thousands of regular troops, and the Kingdom of Goa also had a significant force. With over 170 member states, the world government could easily recruit enough troops to fill any gaps. Furthermore, in the short term, there wouldn't be any concerns about these troops defecting. The Navy could even use the expertise of the various countries joining to further strengthen its capabilities. Don't think that the member states of the world government don't have any masters. On the contrary, they have quite a few masters. After all, everyone has a country. For example, Garp and Dragon were born in the Kingdom of Goa. To some extent, they are considered masters of the Kingdom of Goa. Didn't you see that during the World Government Conference in the original work, the current king of the Kingdom of Goa was trying to get close to Garp? Similarly, Sengoku, Churu, Akainu and others all have countries. Akainu represents the Hawk faction in the Navy, and many of them are from the same country as Akainu. People like Sengoku, Garp, Churu, and the three admirals in the Navy probably won't form cliques, but the people below are different. If you really want to investigate the details of the Navy's officers, you will find that many of them are naval officers and nobles of their countries, with noble titles. This is almost one of the roots of corruption in the Navy. Forget it, let's wait a couple of days before contacting Long. The most important thing right now is to spend time with him. After a moment, Shen Fei abandoned his decision to speak with Long now. After all, he might need to attend to other matters if he spoke anytime soon. After returning from the fairy sword world, of course, spending time with Ada and the others was his priority. Everything else would take a back seat. Dressrosa Kingdom, do you want to visit? While Shen Fei was aboard with S.H.I.E.L.D and her companions, the ship arrived at Doflamingo's territory, known as the Land of Love, Passion, and Toys. The childlike fruit is incredibly powerful, capable of transforming even the perception of a toy figure into normalcy. If it weren't for the significant side effects, it would practically be considered one of the most powerful fruits. However, considering Doflamingo didn't use it against Kato, Whitebird, or any of the other four emperors, it's reasonable to assume it has significant limitations. After all, without knowing the dangers of sucrose, even Whitebird wouldn't be able to escape with a calculated attack. There's no need for that. We can't take action, so let's just head straight to Wano. Although Chelsea and Leon wanted to visit Dressrosa, Ada, S.H.I.E.L.D, and Robin objected, so the ship continued on its way. Ada wanted to avoid complications, S.H.I.E.L.D wanted to fight Kato, the most powerful being, as soon as possible, and Robin, of course, wanted to quickly obtain clues to the historical text in Wano. After all, that was where the creator of the historical text resided. They left directly, with no intention of docking, within the Dressrosa Palace. All the Quixote family members were present. Upon hearing Violet's words, they all breathed a sigh of relief. After all, S.H.I.E.L.D, Ada, and the others were so famous that Doflamingo couldn't be sure they wouldn't attack him because of the Shichibuke Pact. Even with his trump card, Sucrose, avoiding action was preferable. Compared to the relief of Mingo and the others, Violet was somewhat disappointed. She had hoped that S.H.I.E.L.D and the others would come to the island and perhaps rescue her father, Rebecca and the others. Shen Fei was of course aware of the situation in Dressrosa, but now was not the right time to take action against Mingo. He could only wait and see. Violet, keep an eye on them and see who their target is. Doflamingo gave the order after a moment's silence. S.H.I.E.L.D and the others continued to sail in the new world. There was no doubt that their target could only be the next 4 emperors, but the question was which one it would be. Although Doflamingo's route was behind Kato, the route could be changed. From his point of view, he could go to the territories of the 3-4 emperors. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone, see you in the next video.